trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. ơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像のできないパーティーが始まるワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー「どこでも」
để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像もできないパーティーが始まるワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムこの声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー遠くても
để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像もできないパーティーが始まるワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディーどこでも願いを込めて
để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
守りたいの。道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい。胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星。瞬く BPM 想像のできないパーティーが始まる。ワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに。来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おう。バンバンバン重なるハーモニー斬新な祝福のリズム。この声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー。どこでも願いを込めて
muôn nơi, vi vu muôn nơi. Vi vu muôn nơi, chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Thế giới này là một hệ thống hoàn hảo, nơi những dòng code vận hành mọi thứ. Nhưng rồi một vết nứt đã xuất hiện, một cơn bão số hóa đã xé toạc thực tại. Chỉ những chiến binh kiệt xuất nhất, những kẻ đã vượt qua mọi thử thách mới có thể tiến vào đây. Họ không chỉ là những người chơi, họ là những đại diện cuối cùng.
Đến phía đối phương anh ta gần như những chơi mà họ đã đề ra khi mà lựa chọn đội hình này cũng đang rất thấm máu rồi.
Trong một thế giới hỗn loạn, chỉ những chiến binh mạnh mẽ nhất mới có thể tồn tại. Đây là vòng chung kết Visa VMC mùa đông 2025.
Hành trình vô địch không có chỗ cho sự do dự.
Rồi thì hủy diệt đến từ bên kia
Trò
rồi.
chơi chỉ kết thúc khi chúng tôi là người chiến thắng.
Rồi, triple kill rồi.
Đây không chỉ là một trận đấu, đây là một tuyên ngôn.
Mỗi khó khăn chỉ khiến tôi mạnh mẽ hơn.
This is the moment of truth where glory calls our name.
Nhưng bây giờ đã ui, khắp phách tung quá đẹp, rất đẹp và đó là hạ sẽ từng dồn vào là rất nhanh và tích không tích.
Thế giới này là của chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ chiếm lấy nó.
Sống sót, thích nghi và trở thành huyền thoại. Đây không phải là một chiến trường giả lập. Đây là nơi những chiến binh thực sự hội tụ. Mọi ánh mắt đang dõi theo. Giờ là lúc để dẹp bỏ mọi nghi ngờ, để máu chảy về tim và đưa ván đấu cuối cùng bùng nổ không giới hạn.
Hello everyone and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vietnamese National Esports Championship 2025 MLBB Division Visa VMC Winter 2025, where the ultimate prize is a direct slot to the wildcard stage to the MLBB M7 World Championship. This tournament is organized by VIRESA, Funtime Games, and the FPT Corporation, with FPT Play, On Live Esports, and Fang TV as the official broadcasting partners, and proudly sponsored by official partner Visa, with the message, everywhere you want to be. Visa brings the world closer together through a network of fast, convenient, and secure payments kind of like VMC, which continuously strives for creativity, innovation, and sustainable growth. And together, we hope that this brings intense and thrilling battles to the line of dawn in the final 2 days of the upcoming playoffs. Welcome, everyone. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Staffa, and this is going to be intense because we're going to have 2 best of 5s for today, Staffa.
Yep, we're going to be watching the upper bracket finals and then the lower bracket finals here, which means that by the end of today, everyone watching will know the top 2 representatives of the region will be facing off in the grand finals for that coveted M7 wildcard slot. And I'm definitely very excited to be here. It's actually the first time that I've casted another tournament like this outside of MPL-MY, of course. So I'm very interested to see what kind of gameplay we're going to have, what kind of meta there's going to be, and hopefully everyone watching is just as excited as we are.
It's going to be amazing stuff because knowing the Mekong region, they're very active, moving around across the map. And the thing is, a few names here is going to be very familiar to you. But for now, we got to recap about what's been going on in the playoff bracket, where all the movements have been coming up for today, where, like I said, today is going to be the upper bracket. RLG SE going up against SGP, which is Radiance Legend Gaming SE, going up against Saigon Phantom.
I'm gonna be very excited to see this. Based on what I have seen of their regular season results, these are indeed the top 2 teams by a pretty wide margin as well. And in the lower bracket finals, AFO SQ, who also happened to finish off the group stage in 3rd place, currently waiting to see who will be their opponent. The team that loses between RLG and Saigon Phantoms will go down to the lower bracket, where they will have to fight for one final chance to make it to the grand finals.
The crazy thing about AFO squad is that they're a semi-pro team with no sponsors, no official jerseys, and they made it all the way as top 3 strongest in Vietnam here. In comparison, like, I'm sure you've heard the name of Joga before, Malik before this was in Todak for a while, and then Pancake from SRG is in Radiant Legend Gaming SE, and of course, who can forget
Our good old is right here, waiting to maybe take over the EXP lane as always. There's a lot of familiar names for peeps here who have been keeping an eye on the international scene. But of course, it is not just the wildcard slots that these teams are going to be vying for, because the champion will be looking forward to a very juicy prize pool.
Yeah, around like 100 million dong. That's a lot of dongs, I think. I got to do the calculation later on, Staffa. But again, it's all about fame. It's all about money. And again, sponsored by Visa. Make sure you guys check this out because there's only 2 more days left for the tournament, where tomorrow is going to be the grand finals. But for today, we just got to check this out.
Yep. There's going to be a lot to check out here. So I am looking forward to it. We got 2 best of 5 series. There's going to be a lot of chance for even people like me who maybe haven't kept up as much with the Mekong scene to get a real good idea of how these teams want to play, what these players are good at doing, and just the general style we might expect from the region once we get into the international stage.
Something that we're really going to look out for is definitely the draft, because looking internationally, the roles that have been very important lately is definitely the jungle as well as the EXP. And of course, every single team, they have their own star players being in the mid, gold, or whatever. So a lot of assassins in this current meta. But again, we can't forget about the Fredrins as well as the Boxia. But the EXP is something that I really want to look out for. And now we're going to be looking at Radiance Legend Gaming SE. We got Meow, Joe, MTU, Hyde, and Malik. And for Saigon Phantom, we got, I guess, Hasret, Pancake, Daylight, and HHH, which is basically like Chico has played all the roles and now he's playing mid stuff.
That's actually a very interesting thing, because I remember back then he was known to be an EXP laner, if my memory serves me correctly. There has definitely been some role swaps overall, and even for us, there are some familiar faces, as you've previously pointed out. Players like Malik and Pancake are imports who have actually even appeared in MPL Malaysia. They've done a lot of swapping around so far, doing a good job for themselves here in the Mekong region, and very eager to once again make a step onto the world stage.
And in case you guys are, confused, just put the logo and then swap it, and then you're all good, right? Because basically, left side is SGP, right side is RLG. So, and I just know because I'm looking at Pancake and I see his shirt and I'm like, I know which team you're on.
Yeah, I thought something was a little bit off there, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Right,
so thank you very much for pointing that out. Once you said that, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because I was looking at Wikipedia on the side, and I was like, wait, some of these names don't match up.
But hey, either ways, right now, it's interesting to see that basically they're also following having 2 Filipinos and then having 3 Vietnamese inside the teams. Saigon Phantom, I definitely want to look at Hyde is the mid laner, and he played during M1 under VC Fantasy main. So I really want to see how he catches up in the current times of MLBB. And now we're gonna looking at the maps, and looks like we're gonna be playing Expanding Rivers. Are we? Or are we going to the map again?
Hold on, we're re-rolling. I think I'm not sure. We'll see. If it is Expanding Rivers, oh no, Dangerous Grass. Okay. All right, we got a confirmation. It is going to be Dangerous Grass for our very first game. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us right now, this is going to be the upper bracket finals of the VMC Winter 2025 tournament between Saigon Phantoms and RLG SE.
Now we got to look at the bans here. Saigon Phantom already banning out the Angela as well as the Fanny. And it looks like in terms of the bans, it's been relatively safe. We see a Lancelot ban as well as a Jushin ban coming in from Radiance Legend Gaming. I'm just going to call them Radiance Legend. And the CC ban, thank you very much. I feel like CC is just too much in the current meta.
Yeah, surprisingly, it's being banned on the blue side, though. That would usually where you'd be able to pull out a power pick such as this. So this indicates that Saigon Phantom going to be looking for a different first pick potential here. I'm looking at heroes like the Kalea, like the Yisun Shin, which have so far been doing quite good in the international scene.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, definitely so, but it will be very interesting if we see a very different first pick here, which can really shape the meta that we're about to see here in VMC. Kimi has been banned, which we know that Kimi is very strong, but rarely do we see in the first ban here, Staffa.
Yeah, it's quite rare for that to be taken out so early on. So either this is an indication of a comfort pick in the hands of Hyde, or maybe just a general consensus for the Mekong region. But for now, Yisun Shin going to be the opening pick for Saigon Phantom. This can enable the possibility of double fighters side lane. But we've also seen teams even go back to things like the triple marksman, even in a very high-paced meta. So this hero just generally provides a lot of flexibility in the draft.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, looks like we might have a pause, but either way, we might as well be talking about it here. I kind of feel like Yisun Shin enables the double fighter, but in case if you want to get out of that, you can always go for a Harif or a Granger, because the idea is relatively the same, which is you want some kind of kill pressure early in the game, don't want to lose out, and then you want to have favorable trades. Looks like we're going to be chilling for a while because there might be some issues in draft, but hey, it's A-okay so far. At least we're making sure everything is fair stuff. Everything is, like problems, solve it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's always important to make sure that these players are going to be able to operate at maximum potential. All of us who have played MLBB, even in our pubs, we know how annoying it is, how difficult it can be to deal with issues like ping or whatever, so on. I'm sure all of us have a long list of things that we would not want to deal with when we're playing ranked. And that list, and even more, is going to be on the line when you're playing in a tournament like this. So we're going to make sure that everything is A-okay before we jump back into the draft.
Personally, for me, I have a strat. The moment I know that around my house it's raining, I still want to play, but I might lag. I would default to these 3 heroes, and it will be fine even in lag. All right? Angela, Florin, Hylos. Even if I die, doesn't matter. People don't care. In fact, people hate Florin so much, even if I'm in their team, they want me to die.
No, honestly, I think I'm one of those people.
Yeah, it's the same for me. It's like, oh, my teammate died. Was it Florin? You know what? You deserve it.
Like, honestly, man, I'm gonna go on a slightly more personal rant here, but healers in the meta right now are a little bit too annoying. Like, I know people are gonna look at this and they say like, oh, but none of the pro players are playing healers, you know, it's just not in the pro scene. Like, I get that. Yes, it's not in the pro scene, but in pubs, you know, in my ranked games, and I think in most people's ranked games, when you're playing 5v5 especially, you just pick a healer, you run down mid with 5 people, and there's really nothing you can do about it, and it's so annoying.
You guys have to remember, you know, like, number one, teamwork, coordination really isn't in ranked games. And number two, people don't play around cooldowns too much, you know? Pro players, they're like, oh, we'll just wait for the SS ult to stop happening and then we can fight, etc., right? Plus, in rank, usually heroes that are brain dead does very well, to the point where CC, like, you need mechanics, but at the same time, she's just too strong with such a low learning curve, I would say. Like, you still have to learn how to use a CC, but not by much, Tafa, not by much. Like, when I see a Lancelot strong, a Yusin strong, I'm like, you know what? Sure. And now we're continuing with the draft. Looks like Uranus as well as Luna gets picked up instantly, which is good for the Uranus, making sure that the counter isn't there. But now, Saigon Phantom immediately getting that Gato Kacha as well as the Alice.
We've definitely been seeing a bit of emergence of Alice after the recent changes, and it's interesting to see as well, because when the Alice changes were first allowed in pro play, no one was really trying her out. She wasn't really having a high success rate. Then people started realizing, okay, Alice in the EXP lane is actually pretty solid, hard to kill, has great initiation, and is not a bad matchup into the Uranus as well, since you just end up in a sandbag lane.
I really feel like the hotfix of making sure that her heal works, as well as the added movement speed whenever you do trigger her passive, kind of really helps out. And something crazy, also in pub games, I don't know how to feel about this, Tafa, but it worked. Like, my team did well when the Alice built like this, which is concentrate the energy, all right, fine, and then into War Axe, and then into Oracle. Basically, just any item that can heal her, picks it up. And it works. So I don't know how to feel about it, but hey, that's okay. But now going back to the draft here, Eve getting banned, and this is a very spicy one, Staffa. Amon got banned.
Amon banned. Now this is very unusual. For those of you who may have been watching this region, maybe this is a Mekong pocket pick, but we have not really seen this in any of the other major regions of MPL.
Oh, hold on, Kyrie did use it before against back in PWC, I think. Yeah. There was once, yeah.
I will say I see Amon banned a lot in pubs for some reason. People just don't really like this hero. I can see how it can be really annoying for picking off specific targets, and it actually does work fairly well as a Kalea counter, because unless you're able to target the skill 2 perfectly, he can just go invisible and avoid Tsunami Slam. But it's Saigon who is banning it instead, so they're clearly thinking something.
I think they're going to have a roughly immobile marksman here. So I think because of the bans here, they're probably not going for double fighters, or they just really respecting RLG Radiance Legends in their jungler. Because even in pub games, when the opponent has an Amon, as a roamer, sometimes I feel bad-ish because my goal laner doesn't know how to position and always gets one-shotted by the Amon. I say I feel bad-ish because, yes, I couldn't protect the guy, but at the same time, why is the guy there in the first place?
It's like, yeah, I'm sorry about your loss, but you kind of had it.
It was your fault.
Bit, you know? But I can also kind of see why they might get rid of it, since they are going for most likely Yi Sun-Shin jungle, and that is a hero that would just be able to 1v1 Yi Sun-Shin a lot of the time. So just take it off the board alongside Hayabusa, whereas RLG focused a little bit more on the mages, getting rid of Eve and Farsa as well. So with 4 mid laners banned out, a lot of respect over the Hyde.
And right now, honestly, looking at Radiance Legends, the assassin that is still meta right now is definitely the Joy. So we might be seeing a Joy later on. For Saigon Phantoms here, they're going for the Selena as well as the Harif. And again, like I said before, if you're not going double fighters, you can still go for the Granger as well as the Harif. I kind of feel like in this matchup against the Claude, Harif is a little bit more solid compared to the Granger, because you got to have your skill shots. And Claude is very good at avoiding those.
The thing is though, Claude nowadays is actually a pretty good lane matchup into the Harif. It's actually easier for you to trade extended against this hero, so you need to be a little bit more careful, even though Harif usually is supposed to be the lane dominator as long as you play it correctly. I do still think it's a good pick here though, since it is a gold laner that can go Purify to counteract the Kalea, and it looks like the Guinevere is going to come out as the jungle? Yeah, the jungle Guinevere for RLG.
Yeah, it looks like a Radiant's Legend. Instead of going for those assassins, there is a lot of engager coming in from them. And I like that they're having this approach where technically both the Guinevere and the Kalea can catch, but both at the same time can do AoE setups, right? Especially if the Kalea gets the knock up first, the Gwyn has an automatic juggle with the Violet Requiem. So there is a bit of synergy here between Kalea as well as Guinevere. And then at that point, Lunox just has to do her job and kill them very fast. And looking at SGP, they're not that tanky, Staffa.
Well, they do have Gatot and Alice, but other than that, especially if your backline gets dived, you will see the rest of them having a little bit of difficulty. In terms of damage scaling, I'd say that both teams are fairly balanced, and crowd control definitely exists, but maybe a little bit more effective on the side of RLG if they're able to land their skill shots. I personally think that both teams have a pretty solid chance of taking this depending on how things go, but let us go ahead and jump into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 of our upper bracket finals. We got Saigon Phantom on the blue side versus Radiant Legend Esports on the red.
And we can see here Pancake is already level 2. Gonna have a little bit of vision on Hyde as well as MZU, but this is interesting where a lot of roamers now are going for this cut in the XP just to get that level advantage, because you do share 30% of the minion value when it comes to gold as well as the EXP. But after that wave, doesn't look like they're continuing with it. They got to make sure that the mid stays alive. They got to make sure that Hey has the proper support.
Now, what I'm seeing so far, though, is I like the aggression from RLG, making good use of Uranus's level 2 spike in order to cut the wave and set up for Ashrit to come in and steal a camp away from Joe. Just try and slow down the farm on the Yi Sun-shin as much as possible. Neither team really needs to heavily go for super early game engagements, but SGP would probably ideally want some kills, especially on this Yi Sun-shin, to really start scaling hard into mid-game.
Right now, I'm just worried in the early game for RLG, most of their damage is coming in from He. Unless Ashray goes for a little bit more damage in the build, maybe go for a concentrated energy first. So this is definitely going to be something I want to look out for. What is Ashray going to build?
Well, Asher goes in, Violet Raccoon gonna be used. Revitalize also forced out from MZU. Pancake unfortunately misses the knock-up and now he's in trouble, has to flicker out. Tsunami Slam gonna be used defensively to catch Hyde and also get out at the same time. And we're not gonna see any kills here.
Yeah, still a lot of resources has been used. Looking at Meow here on the Alice, HHH is just trying to basically get aggro coming in from SGP, making all the attention on him. And now RLG, they want to get back on this turtle, but the Throne of Ruin goes and he gets 2.
Meow gonna be able to get the stun in, and that means Pancake falls. First blood over to Gatot. Ashrit, though, still gonna be able to secure the turtle, and now they jump forward to Blazing Duet. Daylight going to pick off Meow with the counterattack.
Honestly, good engage coming in from Meow, but again, it does look like the team was not expecting that kind of play coming in from Alice, and then basically gets punished by RLG. And of course, we got to say good job by Ashrit, even in that situation, still able to get a turtle.
Yeah, really nice positioning there from RLG. Just the fact that they were controlling the turtle for most of it is already impressive, considering a lot of their damage is leaning more to the late game.
Yeah, looking at the itemization here, looks like the Guinevere Ashray here is going for that Molten Essence first, making sure that clear speed is a little bit faster. And the moment you do knock up someone, you have a little bit of, I would say, DOT damage.
Oh, Tsunami Slam, they found a Gatot right into the Violet Requiem. That's the combo we were talking about. An easy pickoff for RLG.
And very quick rotation as well. They're making sure that Daylight gets double farm here, going both the gold lane as well as the mid. In comparison to Malik, looks like Malik doesn't have a lot of room to really rotate around, especially because the mid duo here, MZU and Hyde, is not having a good time.
Yeah, the mid control has been lost out a little bit here. As we already know, Lunox right now, very powerful. Oh, hold on. Blazing Duet comes out. Daylight in 1v1 against Malik. Going to BMI back up. Purify used. And a nice AOG to get the knockup on Astrid. Make sure they cannot follow Malik back. And Zoo will save their Harifs. Alina Arrow actually connects with Astrid, but the rest of his team is there to protect him.
Yeah, honestly, good try coming in from RLG. They almost did get Malik there, but I kind of feel like having that Purify out of him is already a very big win because later on they can re-engage and flicker forward gets Meow.
Tsunami Slam right into the Darkening, but it's not quite enough damage. They can't pick him up fast enough, so he's able to heal all the damage back up. Brilliance comes back out. SGP is here. HHN comes in from behind. Not really enough damage. Unbreakable locked in the Lunox into the Abyssal Arrow, but Hyde not going to commit just yet.
Something that Radiant's Legend really need to be careful of is that when you do get a pick-off, do you have everything that you need to actually get that kill? Because in the early game, Alice is very, very tanky. I don't doubt in the late game, you can basically 2v1 the Alice, but at this stage of the game, you probably need a little bit more. If not, you're just going to be wasting your ults that could have been more valuable around the turtle.
I think you ideally need Hehehe to have their second or third item really done. And once again, the knockup comes in. Violent Requiem on 2! A beautiful initiation from Radiant Legend. But look at the Revitalize. Look at how much SGP is healing. Meow is still full HP. AOG misses, but cuts the fight in hell. Hyde gonna flicker out. Astrid secures the turtle, and Blazing Duet comes in from the flank. They pick up Hyde. They pick up Mzu. It's a double kill for Hehehe. Meow finds one in return on Pancake. But now Malik also gonna be chased down. Purify used. Hehe. Jumps forward into the tower and doesn't have much HP, so they're gonna have to abandon this for now. But RLG definitely won that fight.
Yeah, but still a lot of close calls by RLG, and we can definitely see the tankiness that the Alice has in this game, especially when you consider RLG, they don't really have the damage just yet, because most of it is coming in from Hehe as well as Daylight. In terms of how bad it is, it's already 2,000 gold difference, and Malik does not have the damage to one-shot Daylight just yet, but overall 2,000 is definitely not where you want to be when you're Saigon Phantom, but I think it's still serviceable.
Unbreakable finds Pancake, he's abandoned. Tsunami Slam can be used. Abyssal Arrow connects him in the mid lane, and they pick him off. Pancake going to explode as well. Saigon Phantom with a great engage.
It's nice to be right, but at the same time, I did not thought they would be caught in the mid there. I feel like Pancake, he needs to be a little bit careful because yes, you want to get those catches, but your backup isn't always immediate. But still, oh, hold on. The arrow actually hits onto HHH, but hey, okay, he's fine. Starfight is going to be very difficult having Hehehe as well as HHH.
Actually,
we gotta come on with
right?
a system here.
I think that's an N. I think the third letter is an N.
Is it N? HHN, all right.
HHN, yes. So a little easier, but still, it's a lot of H's.
A lot of syllables, considering he only has 3 letters.
That's true, actually. Maybe we need to put some vowels in between.
Yeah. Either way, right now, with basically from 2,000 to just shy of 1,000 here, SGP getting good pickoffs through the mistakes of RLG SE. This is going to be the final turtle, so SGP, I feel like they need to take advantage of this situation and go for the pickoffs. Even if they don't get a turtle, it's okay. Just get 1 or 2 kills, and then they should be happy.
Red trying to go in for the steal, and Joe still secures it. Rest timing was off. And now going to be 1v5. Heals on all the damage. Is able to get away. Throwing a ruin catches up in the back. And now SGP is full diving RLG, but they're denying everything. Violet Requiem cuts out. M2 is double kill. The Blazing Duet comes in and picks off Joe. So RLG able to trade 2 for 1. They still lose turtle though, and now Astrid in trouble. Has to jump back out.
Now we're starting to see a little bit of strength coming in from Saigon Phantom, which is all about the team fight. Looks like Gato Kacha is starting to have his place in the meta, where he's a good combination with a lot of EXPs. By the way, shoutouts to Hyde. Okay, Hyde died, but he got that jungle creep. Anyway, as I was saying, Meow's getting targeted by Daylight. Gato is a good follow-up for CC, and now apparently Alice as well.
I also can't get over how fast that caster curse happened. He literally died while you were in the middle of shouting him out. So that's incredible. Pancake comes in, so now this time gonna be purified away, but Blazing Duet does so much damage! And Daylight Daylight picks off Malik. Throne of Ruin catches 2, but RLG are looking for some vengeance. Meow gonna be picked off as well. 5-man dive in the bot tier 2.
Daylight is becoming a problem here. He's 3-0-4, and he just picked up the third item there. Right now, we're gonna be looking at the replay. They immediately engage onto Malik, and Malik in his game really is not having a good time as a Harif. I don't know, at this point, SGP, they're having problems where their damage dealers are not dealing damage stuff up.
Unfortunately, this is a little bit of an issue we talked about during the draft as well, where SGP has a very strong mid-game spike, but their team is also very vulnerable to being full dived. Emzu and Meow are more effective if they're the ones standing in front and getting things started, but if RLG are able to cut them off straight away, we can see how Daylight was able to just walk behind the Gatot and melt down Malik without really anything stopping him. Positioning going to be very important for Saigon.
Something to know as well, looks like Ashra is going for the more defensive build, where the first item is that brute force breastplate. Oh, hold on, they engage in, they actually catch one!
That's Tsunami's time used, but that's on the tankiest member, and now RLG is all stacked up. Blazing Door comes out once again. Daylight doing so much damage. The Claude is out of control. And that's a double kill. Only Joe and Hyde left, and Joe is literally on 10% HP. Ashrin not gonna let him go home for free. Even Hehehe coming to join the party. Flicker forward, not gonna save you. Hehehe laps his way into the kill. And now even Hyde in trouble. The Abyssal Arrow will get the shutdown on Lunox, but here is Daylight to take the living daylights out of you. Hyde trying his best to buy time and actually surviving all of it.
Okay, now that's very impressive, because I was about to call it here. Ashray got to make sure that he doesn't die. He should be fine. Yes, he used the Retribution on Lord, securing it. 4,000 gold, it feels like much more here, Stafa, because RLG, there's no way to stop their engages. Pancake, Conceal goes in, and then just catches anyone. Like the previous one, he got MZU, and they have the damage to deal with this Gatot Kacha. And then once the Gatot is out, it's pretty free for Daylight to just use the Blazing Duet and hit whoever. Even Meow at this point of the game is not a frontline tank. He can sustain, but really can't frontline for too long.
Yeah, especially against a Claude with the Trinity already completed. Even as a tank, you will melt fairly quickly. And with Purify, SGP just doesn't have enough reliable crowd control to lock Daylight down long enough. They have to heavily depend on Hyde hitting an Abyssal Arrow when Purify is on cooldown, and that's a tall order. Now Conceal gonna be used, Pancake goes in, is unable to find the target. Tsunami thing comes out a little bit late though, so Pancake ends up fighting the dust. Lord collides, the mid-inhibitor will fall. But without their Kalea, I think that's all RLG can get.
Honestly, that's very impressive considering the fact that SGP, they don't have the best wave clear, especially because they have this Alice. So honestly, that was a big mistake coming in from Pancake, where yes, you're using a catch hero, but at the same time, you gotta pick and choose your fights. You can't just go in gung-ho. Yeah, I feel like Pancake should go a little bit more meticulously, you know? Like when it's the right time, sure, go for it.
Honestly, I feel like this is the issue that Pancake has had, even when he was here in MPL Malaysia, actually. The tendency to jump a little bit too far forward too often. He's got a very aggressive style, but if his team isn't ready to follow up on it, it ends up looking like what happened there with the base siege.
Yeah, reminds me of his Cho days back in SRG. And now looking at the Lord, it'll be come up in about a minute left. SGP, they need a very good catch. So Hyde, if he's able to get, I don't know, maybe Hehehe because he doesn't have that Purify. Honestly, maybe even Pancake. And then start going from there, I think is going to be good. SGP, they have a draft that is very good when it comes to the team fight. But with being behind by 4,000 gold, I think you just got to go for a pickoffs a little bit. Maybe reduce it to 2,000 difference or, you know, 1,700-ish difference, and then maybe you can consider taking a fight, because I'm just worried that Daylight will just give you a bad day.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Saigon Phantom needs to start looking at ways to play the map, because in a straight-out 5v5, we can already see that Hehehe and Daylight completely outscale all the damage they can output. They need to try and get the Gatot Taunt into arrow combo with Joe or Malik around. And even then, they need to try and make sure their target is alone. Conceal gonna be used and initiate on HHN, but he's able to flicker back out. So the Ruin comes out, but Meow is all alone in the back, and that means that Astrid just picks him off so easily.
Probably broken communication there because, or it was the right communication, but if that's the case, it was very bad execution because MZU goes on ahead, taunts someone, and then HHN just flickers out of there. That's already a bad engage. But then you see Meow. Maybe the idea was to split the fight where Meow wants to solo tank, but I play a few Alices, and I can safely say she's not as tanky, especially when you're this behind. Only now having the Oracle is a very bad indication that you're not tanky enough.
Yeah, it's just not a good time here. Lord now pushing in mid. Minion wave colliding bot as well. This would be a free in hit for RLG SE. Now trying their best to deal with the Lord. Is able to clear it up. Mountain Stalker lands on Daylight. Blazing Wet used, but he actually BMI'd out. That's a bit of a mistake. Joe's gonna go down still though because RLG does so much damage. And M2 also gonna be melted away. The sheer force of Radiant Legends is way too much for the Phantoms to deal with. And they are falling one by one. Malik, the only one left. 1v4. Their HP is low, but it's still not going to be enough as the crystal is wide open. And that means game 1 will go over to Radiant Legend Gaming.
I like looking at the fans here, and they're very stoked with that performance. And I would be too. Radiant's Legends in that game really showed up where every single person really did their role very, very well. In the early game, we can definitely see Astrid as the jungler and then using everyone around him to make sure that the riverside is well controlled. Daylight just farmed up once he has his items. I'm like, you know what? It's time for me to shine. And he shined pretty bright there.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to Daylight especially. The fact that he was on Claude, which is a hero that's typically meant to kind of stay in lane, play safe, farm until you have your Trinity. But he was already participating in the first turtle fight and getting kills and assists all the way. Just let him snowball his items so quickly that there was nothing Saigon Phantom could do.
I'm gonna be like, Saigon Phantom, maybe it's just that draft is so difficult to execute. Because this is a good draft, don't get me wrong, but a lot of things can go wrong when you miss your abilities, when you make the wrong call, right? Alice, Selena is not really, as well as Harif, honestly, is not really heroes where you can just tap a few buttons and then you reliably get a W.
Yeah, this lineup from SGP, highly reliant on burst, and if they're not able to pick people off within that burst timer, then well, the more consistent damage from RLG, especially from our MVP of the match, Daylight, this completely takes over. 708 KDA and nearly 13,000 gold in such a short time is impressive. Even went for the Malefic Gun as a final item, because he doesn't need to play defensive.
Yeah, around 50 minutes, I think that averages out around 800 and maybe 17 gold per minute, 800 plus gold per minute, which is very impressive coming in from Daylight. And yeah, I think you brought it up very well. It's burst versus consistent damage. It's the rabbit and the turtle. In this kind of situation, the turtle won out because the rabbit doesn't have enough juice to finish the race. So they just pick them off one by one. And now we're looking at the Hall of Famers here. We got a Damage King, Frontline, the Rich Guy, as well as the Warder. Nice naming scheme for all of them. And dealt the most amount of damage, around 68,000 damage. And I was out by a lot. Daylight was 903 GPM. I tried, all right? I tried.
Wow. 900 is actually very impressive GPM, considering, again, a Claude. You're not typically going to be able to farm this quickly, because you would typically be threatened a lot, but they were taking such good control over the game that it didn't really matter all that much to them. Also being the major burst, once again showing why Lunox is gaining a lot of prevalence in the current meta. And Astrid as well, doing a great job on this Guinevere, getting nice setups, but also acting as a secondary front line so that it would be easy for Daylight and to jump into the fights.
But I kind of feel like this means that you really have to be careful when you're going up against Radiant's Legend, because then it does show that they're not one-dimensional. How do I say this? Like, you would assume that, okay, this guy is all about damage, but Astrid has shown that he can use tankier heroes, even though he's not a Boxy, he's not a Frederick, and picking up the Guinevere. it definitely makes it just a little bit more difficult when you're thinking about drafting against them.
Yeah, I think it's also a very effective way of just handling a lot of the Saigon Phantom draft in the first place. Because you look at it once, and you already kind of know how they want to take fights. And I think it's also because of that Saigon Phantom put themselves in a situation where every single time a team fight happened, they were just trying to tick the boxes, right? Best example of this was when Meow jumped forward into 3 people when the rest of the team was too far away. That is what he's supposed to do as an Alice, especially in a lineup like this. But not having the flexibility to adjust on the fly cost them a little bit, and that allowed RLG to play the game on their terms.
I'm sorry, Safa, most of the things you said just went over my head. I was just looking at the MV behind you. Jushin was looking very good as a millionaire. Shout out to the 9th anniversary, by the way. The MV is looking pretty good. A little bit distracting for me, but I like the Jushin skin.
I think it's a little bit distracting for a lot of people. Dude, I bought the Zusin skin.
It's good, right?
Hero. I don't even play mid. Mid is my worst position, and I don't even play Zusin, and I was like, no, I need this skin.
Dude, just play Jushin EXP. Flap did it.
The other day when I first bought the skin, the first thing my viewers asked me to do on stream was play Zusin Roam. Which, by the way, did not work.
Okay. I was about to say might not be bad, but if you say that, then
it might work. But honestly, my team did not draft around me, and I can't even blame him for it.
Yeah. Either way, I'm pretty sure it's a fun time. But now we gotta move on to really talk about what adjustments that Saigon Phantom can really do. Where I kind of feel like they, especially because there's a crowd, right? Like you saw just now, Stafa, that there was a lot of people there. There's gonna be a lot of screaming, a lot of shouting, and maybe that can affect them mentally, where the nerves just start to hit you, right? So maybe just dial down the difficulty of the draft, get some kind of momentum first. Once you're accustomed to the crowd, once you're accustomed to all these people around you, then you can start going back to your comforts. If you love Selena, then just pick back the Selena, you know?
Personally, I don't really think the issue of the crowd actually plays as big of a role as we might think. Because based on what I'm aware, Saigon Phantom also got top 4 in the previous VMC, which was spring 2025. So clearly they're not strangers to the stage. They've been in this place before. I'm pretty sure that that's something they can handle. It just came down to draft and execution. And I think going into game number 2, we'll start to get a real idea of the true capabilities of these teams, right? Because this is the foundation. This is game 1. For me, I'm not sure about you, this is my first exposure to the Mekong region in this way outside of the representatives in the international stage. So I'm curious to see how they will actually adapt. Will there be changes to playstyle, to draft, or are we going to try and stick to the same thing?
I feel like there will be changes because I've seen the Vietnam region play before, and just now I would say is much more messier than I'm accustomed to. So I'm really hoping for game number 2 they start to tighten things up just a little bit, because the mistakes that we see from Saigon Phantom, like Vietnamese, they're very aggressive, yes, for sure, but at the same time they don't go aggressive and then die one at a time, you know? So they usually dive all the way together. So there's definitely, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. Maybe someone made a call and then everyone else just like, are you serious? You wanna go for that fight? But either way, that's the change that I want for both teams, because I kind of feel like they are aggressive, but not like before. They're forcing it. That's why I don't like. I don't like they're forcing it. It's not calculated.
I think if we're gonna point it out like that, in a way, there was a bit of forceful fighting from both teams. It's just that RLG already had such a big lead that they were allowed to do so without as much punishment. I think we all saw multiple times where Pancake definitely overextended, but it was still okay because Daylight was already so farmed that it was fine regardless. I think that both teams actually wanted to play in a similar style, which is just 5v5, run down your opponent, and both drafts are suited for this. It's just that RLG actually had the proper solutions. They had the damage, they had the scaling, and that made it so that SGP couldn't play that same style anymore. They ideally would have wanted to calculate the fights, but every single time the fight started, it already went wrong, and they just had to disengage, abandoning anyone who was too far forward.
I feel like if none of that was a mistake, and Meow is supposed to 1v3 all the time, I kind of feel like he needs to change his hero. You know, use something like a Lapu that the more damage you do, the more that you sustain is a little bit better, because Alice doesn't do that much damage, so you don't get a lot of heal there. And if you build damage, you're not going to be able to withstand the burst, especially coming in from the Lunox in the previous game. So I kind of feel like that's something that they do have to adjust. If the opponents doesn't have that much burst, the Alice should be fine. But if they do, you might have to go for Lapu, where you try to fight damage by damage and then try to out-sustain that way.
Yeah, I do think that Saigon Phantom overcommitted a bit early with their draft, because they went for the immediate Gatot Alice once they saw the Uranus. And the Alice was meant as a way to sandbag the lane against Uranus and also provide a way to dive, whereas the Gatot, I'm pretty sure, was locked in as a safe roam and a potential counter to the Kalea that they purposefully left open, which makes sense. But it also means that your opponent already knows what your front line is going to be. They instantly get rid of artillery mages that can back up those front lines, while you're still busy banning assassins for your jungler, not really thinking enough about what else can come out that might threaten your full lineup.
And we haven't even talked about how free the Claude was, right? Like even in those situations, you might get frisky with it, and instead of going for Flicker on the Alice, you might consider going for the Vengeance on the Alice in a way to that you can survive a little bit longer, especially going up against the Lunox, which I kind of feel like the players really have to explore this, using different spells for Alice, because certain games, I don't think you need the Flicker, right? Sometimes you just need to be the front line, and having that Vengeance might prove to be just a little bit more useful. You might still die, but it will take you much longer, so your team can actually reposition towards that they can have a better team fight.
Yeah, there was also a bit of odd anti-synergy between the lineup of Saigon Phantom as well, because they went Alice, Gatot as their front lines and initiations, which are both heroes that are good at catching big AoEs. But then you have Harith, Yi Sun-shin, and Selena, which don't really have AoE burst damage. So you can get a big catch with the Throne of Ruin, but then you can only really target one person down at once. So instead of relying on the Throne of Ruin to start fights, now you're heavily dependent on the Abyssal Arrow getting the right target, and that just makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, imagine if the Eve was not banned. That would actually be so sick, having the real world manipulation as well. If you go to Malaysia, we do see Odette having that Swan Song. Could be an okay follow-up. I'm not so sure how we would fare going up against the Guinevere, but again, it's an option. And if only Aurora does more damage, hey, Aurora might be cool as well.
Yeah, I do personally think Aurora needs a little bit more adjustment.
Just a little bit more.
Yeah, some of the we need a bigger mage hero pool, basically. I think mid lane is still suffering a little bit from viable options.
Now we're gonna jump into the draft very soon. The teams did have some time for them to re-strategize about what's going on. In terms of the bans, I think everything is a-okay. Maybe just a little bit questioning about CC ban, but again, maybe it just doesn't fit in their playstyle, so they just have to ban it out first.
Well, either way, looks like we're jumping into draft very, very soon. Let's see what the map is going to be for game number 2. And it looks like this time, it is going to be expanding rivers. So might be even better for teams like RLG, who already showed they like those really quick early rotations.
Especially because if RLG really plays like that, SGP, now the question is on you. Do you fight fire with fire? Or do you try to stop them? You know, stop the movements earlier on. If not, it's gonna be bad. By the way, Vamos won against CG 1-0. That's interesting.
Really? Okay, well,
Yeah,
that's something I'm gonna have to rewatch.
Oh yeah, same. I didn't watch it, you know. It was working.
Yeah, definitely, you know. I think we're both in a very similar situation of not being able to tune in for some reason or another, but it's all good. For now, CC is still banned by Saigon on the blue side. So that's really interesting. Is it just not in their hero pool?
Or they just really want this Yi Sun Shin. Oh, but then they banned the Yi Sun Shin. Okay.
Okay.
Kalia then?
First pick then?
Yeah. Or
that's the only thing
Lunox.
I can. Or Uranus?
I hope it's not the Uranus.
Yeah, I hope not. I personally
in our experience,
not
not that great.
Yeah, I've been getting like even I can't even call it like influenced by Gideon. I've just been realizing recently that I just don't really like seeing Uranus in pro play. I feel like it doesn't offer enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zusin, Kimi, Lance going to be banned by RLG. So Kalea is open, but what is going to be their first pick? It is the Lunox.
I feel like this is good because, again, Lunox has been a terror all over the world, and Kalia is good, but knowing Pancake, he has other options. He's still going for the Kalia, but now the Fanny has been let through. We got to see something like a Cho here. Someone has to stop that Fanny.
Yeah, SGP instantly needs to look at lockdown. Cho would actually be really solid. Cho Lunox would clear wave really, really quickly. I'm wondering if there's
either Cho Moskov
else.
or Cho Fredrin. Or maybe even
Do
consider
you want
Arlen
to
here.
full commit onto tank jungle now is my question. I think Cho makes sense. You probably do want to just take that away before the second phase, because RLG will probably ban it out. If you had the Yi Sun Shin, you could also go Ruby, because then you could double fighter, but without that. Uranus Joy.
0-0 lockdown. Interesting.
I don't like
way to
this.
approach
Straight
the
up.
match.
This just
Especially
doesn't seem good.
considering that the Lunox can deal with the Uranus, so it makes sense to let your opponents get it, and then you just counter it based on your own first pick. So maybe here's a crazy theory, Staffa.
All right.
They got a theme going on, and the theme is yellow.
I see. Well, their
Right?
logo
even
is
their
yellow.
team, right?
A while back, I did a stream where I challenged myself to only buy the same color item as the hero. So I played like Joy and Vincitar with only yellow items. I wouldn't really recommend doing something like that in pro play. And now the Harif comes out for RLG, which is also a solid solution into the Joy,
Agreed.
though it is risky to play into the Lunox.
But still, they ban out the Moskov here. Saigon banning out that Farsa, which again, I think it's okay to let them have the Farsa. Farsa Kalia is very dangerous, of course, but the Joy can deal with the Farsa. So Saigon Phantom here, I really want to see how they're going to pilot this draft, because it does look like even when they do have the counters, they want to make sure that the counters don't get picked. As in the heroes that they counter don't get picked. Like the Uranus and the Farsa.
Yeah, that's really weird. I don't really know what the reasoning is behind that. So far, RLG making a lot more sense with their draft. As you pointed out, they banned the Moskov, which would be a good solution at the Fanny, and they even banned the Kaja. So, less things to worry about. Though the Cho is still wide open, and I do still think that SGP should consider it. If they had picked a more CC-heavy EXP lane, I could have actually seen going for Khalid Roam to be pretty good to invade. They themselves banned the Hilda, which makes sense since they have a Joy. But they really need something like Cho.
Yeah. I mean, it is open, so there is a good chance that they can pick it up and then pick up something like a Granger or a Bruno and then just try to brute force your way in, you know, just have a lot of pressure in the gold lane and then try to win off of there, because any draft can work as long as your early game is good enough. So maybe that's what they're hoping here.
So even though this is not a Yi Sun Shin jungle, I can actually still see potential for something like a Ruby Gold just to deal with the Fanny specifically, right? You won't have as much late game potential, but if you can end the game soon enough with side lane control, then it's still pretty viable. RLG going to lock in the Phobius. in the EXP lane.
Yeah, already a lot of control coming in from RLG, making it so that even the Joy might have problems where when you're trying to run away, you might get pulled back by the Dark Wave. This should be a Cho and then either a Bruno or a Granger, unless I'm really forgetting a gold laner that does well against a Fanny and a Harif. Like, that's the only two in my mind right now.
Brody, maybe?
That, I don't know.
Brody, like, Bane?
Oh, Bane's not a bad shot, actually. Kufra, okay, something different.
Right.
I'm okay with it. And Bruno, okay.
Yeah, Bruno is okay, not the best, but it's an okay pick. Kufra is not bad at all against both Harif and Fanny, but they are really lacking crowd control. Like, literally only Kufra has crowd control on SGP, and if you spend all of it on Harif or Fanny, then you got nothing for anything else.
Well, we got to see the execution here, because if somehow they get a very good early game, hey, maybe they can make something happen. But the fact that the Kadita is there, Kalia, Kadita, both live in the ocean. The ocean is like 70% of the Earth. They're very strong in the early game. And SGP, they just got to make sure that
Expanding
they
River
are
too.
careful. Yeah, Expanding River too. Yeah, so this draft is, there's a theme here, Stafa. Look at Bruno. Even his hair is yellow.
Actually, you're right. It is just all yellow. It's actually just a full yellow team on SGP. Maybe there's a conspiracy going on here, LaFell, that we've just unnerved.
And then RLG is going for yellow. Blue.
Not.
I'm colorblind, so I don't know. It looks blue to me. Okay.
Yeah, everyone knows Phoveus is actually blue. All good, no worries. Either way,
is Phoveus not blue? Hold on. What's going on? Is Phoveus not blue?
Genuinely, do you think Phoveus is blue?
Yes! How is he not blue?
He's purple.
Same difference, Stafa. Blue, purple, indigo, same thing. Pink.
Yeah, honestly, close enough, right? Depending on who you ask.
And the one that you're asking is me.
Game 2. Yes.
Yep, right now looks
Joe
like Joe taking
Joe
all the
already
damage.
in some trouble. Oh my goodness, Astrid! Coming out the gate, literally flying out the gate swinging.
So remember when I said SGP is really hoping for a good early game? I'm guessing they don't have that right now. Oh!
And now Astrid looking for another one. Purify just barely gets him out. Oh, wait, Astrid! You stayed too long. The tower takes him out.
I was about to say, Stafa, maybe we're going to have a very fast BO5. But after that death on the Fanny, I don't know about that.
It's fast in some ways. A nice timed revenge onto Hehe. When we can see Pancake is here, going to be able to heal up his lane partner. This is a very rough combo here. Kadita, Kalea can heal a lot.
And just like that, it's already 2 minutes in the game. Astrid is looking pretty good. It's nice to see that he can use the Gwyn and the Fanny very, very well, which I feel like if they do go to the grand finals, it's just going to be very difficult preparing a draft against them, considering how wide the hero pool and playstyle of Astrid is.
Alright, now Joe on top of the turtle, and it looks like RLG is just giving it up. In exchange, Astrid stealing the purple buff away. Looks like he will be able to get it as well.
Yep, he pressed the retribution a little bit early. If he didn't get that, that would be very, very bad. But now, Hehe goes in.
Hehe goes in, petrified combo, and even gives the kill to Daylight as well. Once again, the gold funnel into Daylight is beginning. A Tyrant's Rage gonna be used, but Knight to Navi Slam gonna not allow Hyde to engage on Hehe. Good combo.
Even Hyde, oh, hold on, Hyde, do you have the Brilliance still? So far, it's gonna be safe around Pancake. Even though Hyde did purify as quickly as he can to dish out the damage against Hehe, but it just wasn't enough. It was a good catch coming in from Pancake to peel away from Hehe, and I think Hehe during that time had the passive, so he was gonna heal up after the boost was gone anyways.
By the way, this whole time, Astrid has been living in the bottom jungle of SGP. He has actually been farming multiple camps, now trying to take the orange as well. HHN unfortunately going to have some trouble against Meowth in this lane, already 1 level down. Oh, he did steal the buff as well.
Well, you know, the fortune favors the bold. And now Astrid just got to be careful with his energy, because every single time we do spend close to him, it looks like he's running out. So I like the idea of denying your opponent of the farm and then getting it for yourself as well, but try not to sacrifice your life in the meantime. Either ways, right now we're looking at the rotation here. Has been pretty quiet. Maybe they are working on just getting as much farm as they can before the next turtle up does spawn. And look at the position from here. He wants to blow someone up. MZU is not going to check that bush.
Of the one bush you don't check, because who would expect someone to be waiting there, right? If Joe walked into that jungle, he's going to be saying his name on repeat. And speaking of, Joe is getting close, but MZU will spot him out first. So for now, that plan will not work.
Yep, he smells something fishy. And now MZU, it looks like he's not going to be able to engage just soon. RLG should probably be looking for a fight here, because again, their comp really is not about securing those turtles. So MZU, he also has to be careful with his engage. If he goes too deep, that is actually going to the plan of RLG.
Oh, here comes Astrid. Turtle is low. Astrid gonna get stuck in the bouncing ball and surrounded, exploded by Saigon Phantom.
Again, the draft is not for a turtle. They should go for the kill there. But hey, you know what? Bygones be bygones. Daylight is still having a good game here, having the Starlium Scythe. And now down at bot, looks like an engage is going to come in by SGP, trying to get HHN out of there. Oh, he flickers in!
Cool. 3-man Darkwave knockup. But RLG not really looking for a fight. They're just zoning Saigon Phantom away so that they can defend their tier 1. And now, hold on, Astrid in trouble once again. Bouncing ball, locking him down. He flies the other way out. Pancake not gonna commit the Tsunami Slam. RLG not interested in fighting here.
Again, honestly, interesting that you use a flicker to make sure that your turret is safe. But hey, if there's any scene about farming aura, that's one way to farm aura. MZU already charging the Tyrant's Revenge. Looks like it's not gonna go through, but a good itemization here. The Haskell has been picked up, making it so that Astrid probably can't kill him so easily anymore. And after that kill, he's died twice here, Staffa. So maybe we shouldn't be impressed in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, Astrid having a bit of a rough time against this Kufra. I think he really has to be a bit more patient, but he just goes in on high. Brilliance comes out. He didn't nearly get one shot. Astrid not going to be able to continue up on that, but RLG, their entire team is here in mid. They're trying to go for the mid tier 1. MZU and Malik come in. Tsunami Slam going to be used on the Kufra. Zaman Force drop down as well. A really nice knockback. Going to allow MZU to flicker back out, and now Astrid rejoins the fight. But SGP doing an excellent job of holding the mid lane.
I really feel like for RLG, someone has to force out the bouncing ball out of MZU first so that Astrid can really do whatever he wants, because right now it does seem like he has a bit of a leash onto him. Understanding that the Kufra is your main predator, you got to play around that, because if not, it's going to be a tough game for RLG where you're just going to have the Fanny just focusing on the side lanes and not really joining the fights that much.
Pancake comes in from the flank. Joe secures the turtle. Astrid not able to get the retreat timing. And now Pancake surrounded. Once again, picked off by Hyde.
Well, hold on, the conceal is being used. They're looking for the Fanny. They're not going to be seeing the Fanny just yet. But as long as MZU stays in that bush... Oh, he gets him! Oh, what?
Oh,
no, that's not fair.
Flies out. Yeah, I always think that's very unfair. I thought they patched that.
I guess they did not patch it properly. Oh my god, he hit that of a Fanny. Even when you hit an ability that's supposed to stop her, she's just like, no, I hit my cable first.
Like,
which
no,
honestly is not even.
But not the cable. The cable is a separate entity. Well, speaking of, Tsunami Slam used on the Uranus this time, instantly surrounded, rough waves used, Zaman Force as well. Meow will get blasted, but the electrifying beat doing a good amount of damage, and now Astrid comes in the side, once again cancel with the bouncing ball, but HHN gonna sacrifice his life to get a nice dark wave set up, and Astrid finds Malik in the back line. 3-for-1 trade for Radiant Legend.
Malik really has to be careful here because he's 0, 1, and 3. I wouldn't mind if it's 0, 0, and 2 because you're using a Purify here, not a Flicker, you got to make sure that your positioning is on point, because we're going to be looking at the replay here. It's a good thing, again, that he joined the fight, but he already used the dash to get in, and at that point, he doesn't have a way to help himself, which I understand you want to go in, but like I said, I would prefer a Bruno go 0-0-2 instead of 0-1 and 3, because the more time you spend dying, the less time you get to farm.
SGP needs to be able to pick their battles more effectively. Even though they've been doing a good job of controlling the game so far, they should still be aware that they only really have one solution for Ashrit, and they gotta save it for him.
The Lord is going to spawn up here. In terms of the goal, it's really jumping between both teams. But again, SGP has a better draft. Oh, hold on. Pancake pulls one in. Zaman Force.
Yeah, once again, Tsunami Slam on Meow. He flickers back out. Zaman Force also used Mzu with Bouncing Ball, stopping Daylight, but he's able to back off. Malik, once again, gets knocked out with the Dark Wave and chased down by Astrid, flying through him, slicing him to ribbons. And now HHN not even allowing Joe to escape unscathed. RLG are fighting back.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now almost having 1,000 gold here, and looking at the position, looks like Hehe as well as HHN is making sure that there's no forward momentum, and if someone comes in, they're just gonna kill them anyways. But in the previous fight, HHN shows how Phobius is really strong, especially considering that most of the predators of, say, CC is not around. So Phobius is strong, but it's also on SGP not really having the counter against the Phobius. No high loss, no CC, nothing like that.
And we're seeing another similar situation to game 1, where if RLG just walks behind Enzu, then SGP is already in instant retreat mode, especially if they initiate on Meow as well. Malik has to stay somewhat close to actually do damage, but then if all your cooldowns are gone, Astrid and HHN can come in from the flank and stop him from doing so. Positioning really matters now.
So now having the, I would say all tier 2s, except for the mid, getting taken down. MZU, he doesn't see anyone. I don't see a good engage coming in for the crew front just yet. No Tyrant's Rage, no Tyrant's Revenge. Except for that one time against the Fanny, and then completely the Fanny just say, screw gravity, screw the rules, I got money, just gets away unfairly. If you guys can tell, I hate Fanny.
Yeah, I think we all hate Fanny a little bit. At the very least, it's easier to manage her now. SGP able to clear up the Lord, actually. Only really losing their holy defenses, which will go away in a little bit anyway. So, for now, they hold on. They still have towers to work with, but the game is slowly spiraling out of their control.
At this point, I think Malik and Hyde, they're just waiting to be like, could you please just catch someone? Catch someone, please. But at the same time, at this point, I'm worried that they don't have enough damage, Stafa, because maybe one of the easier targets for them to catch might be Phobius. I don't know if they have enough damage for the Phobius now.
Oh, Tyrant's Revenge goes in, catches the Phobius, but Rough Waves instantly burst the Lunox, forces out the Brilliant's defensive play, and the Phobius is still going ham. Archrival out the back line. It's a 1v3 in the back. Archrival actually going to get bursted out. Meow going to be traded away for the jungler on the opposite side, which is pretty worth it for Saigon Phantom.
I might be Vietnamese. I know what they're thinking. It's like, okay, dude, catch someone, anyone. And in my head, like, do you have enough damage for the Phobius? Apparently not. But I guess they have enough for the Fanny. So, you know what? It's a trade I'll take. Oh, Joe might be a little bit too far ahead there. Good thing still having the NTCC with the electrifying beats. Electrifying beats.
Lucky for him. Lucky for him, there was no Tsunami Slam. Still on cooldown for Pancake, so didn't get punished there. But looking at the itemization thus far, actually all the goal difference is basically on Daylight. This Harry has been farming up a storm.
Which, looking at the draft, they should be able to deal with as long as MZU stays alive long enough. He's charging it very far behind. There's no way he's going to catch anyone there. He has to be a little bit creative with his way of entrance, because RLG, they're going to expect the Kufra coming from in front. He has to find a way to get a good flank so that he can catch him with their pants down.
Conceal gonna be used now. RLG trying to go in. Pancake flickers forward. Gets the Tsunami Slam. Purified out once again. The Lord is very, very low. And Astrid secures it. Rough Waves gonna find Joe. Daylight picks it off kill. HHN also gonna be burnt down. But Saigon Phantoms are falling. RLG currently traded 2 for 3. Meow buying time. But Malik, the only one going back to the base to defend. Radiant Legend looking to try and push in right now.
Only one minion, they might not be able to do it, but the fact that they got this inhibitor is already all good. It looks like they're actually going to force it, trying to trade against Malik. And that was one hit stop off. And he would have given up. One hit, half HP. Bro, not a trade I want.
That's just power things. The Lord is coming in. Oh my goodness, Tsunami Slam, and Malik is fed to Daylight. And looks like RLG going to be able to force their way through and take game number 2.
Congratulations for RLG, Radiance Legends here. They're really performing very, very well in terms of the micro, but more importantly, the draft. I don't know what the draft philosophy here is for Saigon Phantom, but they got to take the time before the third match starts to really come up with a plan that in a way is not counterable, because so far I would say they're sabotaging their own draft. Like, but again, that's my personal opinion.
We talked about how we were hoping to see some changes, some adaptation, and yes, the drafts were different looking, but we still saw the same pitfalls for Saigon Phantom, where if they're not able to get the front line engaged, then all of a sudden their team fight just falls apart. I did like them going for Lunox first pick, but the whole idea of going for things like Lunox first pick, Granger first pick, is to leave your draft as flexible as possible. And they didn't take advantage of that. Because of this, Daylight once again the MVP.
11,000 gold. I can't remember what time the game ended, but still very impressive game coming in from Daylight. And I do agree with you, Stafa. Like, I like the Kufra pick because I was hoping that was a pocket pick, something that he picks up when he really wants to win the game, but doesn't really look like he's that comfortable with the hero. It looks like it was forced to pick up because they need a catch for the Fanny, and maybe he's not well versed on the Cho just yet.
I feel like Cho would have still been more effective, but what would have been even better is to just have more crowd control in general. I am not a fan of going straight into Uranus Joy when the Fanny was revealed so early. One of the risks of picking Fanny so early is that it should be hard countered. And Saigon Phantom just decided, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, again, like we called out the Cho Moskov. Maybe he just doesn't know how to use the Cho, because we've seen Cho, Akai, one of the famous heroes where you want to do something cool, but then you end up helping the enemy out, you know? Like maybe you want to catch the Fanny and all of a sudden you just create more distance between the Fanny and your damage dealer. So when people don't pick up the Cho, I can understand, but at the same time, a lot of coaches, they say if you want to be a roamer, you have to know how to use a Cho, because no matter what meta, it's going to be useful.
Similar case, if you want to be a good jungler in the pro scene, you got to be able to play some Fanny as well, right?
Yes.
It's similar concepts. You can see here though, Daylight really showing his capabilities this series, being the damage king, predator, and DPS machine all at the same time. This Hari got so much farm, got so much space, and it shows how active he is as a marksman. He knows when to be aggressive.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think that's the difference here that we see from Malik, where he wants to join the fight. He's excited for it, but you can see that is really not the right time, especially considering that you're fighting against an assassin, right? So Malik, the heroes that he got, honestly is okay. It's good. I don't think it's a hero problem. It's definitely more on his own idea of what's safe and what's not.
And he's given very little leeway to make that decision in the first place, because the team comp is just not letting him have that time, that space. Something really needs to shift. Just the fact that the draft, the entire foundation of your gameplay, is already faltering for Saigon Phantom. In the upper bracket final, by the way, we have to note the stakes. If Radiant Legend takes one more win, they will be the first team to qualify to the grand finals.
And we gotta remind ourselves, money is on the line. Going to MS7, the wild card is on the line as well. So there's a lot at stake here, and all these mistakes will just pile up. It will give you some experience, but at the same time, it will give you doubt in yourself, in your play, and it's just gonna be bad mojo all around. So RLG is looking very strong. It's definitely on Saigon Phantom now to really come back into the game. And if they can't recover, if they can't reset, then they're just gonna have to play another best of 5, hoping to play again for tomorrow.
And that's not really an ideal situation, right? Going off of losing momentum into another series where your life truly is on the line, where the second life you've been holding on to the entire time by staying in the upper brackets is no longer there as a safety precaution. It's a very scary thing. You really do not want to find yourself in that position. So hopefully Saigon Phantom are able to lock in right now. If they've been saving any strats, if they've been doing anything differently than normal, it is now time to really go back to basics.
Daylight is a problem, Starfight. They got to deal with that. It looks like Jungler tried not working out. You got to send the EXP. I am of the, like, if you're, I don't like EXP early pick. Unless it's a CC. Other than a CC, yeah. I really don't like any early EXP pick, because most EXPs right now can be countered. Alice, not so much, but at the same time, you don't need to counter Alice, right? At least not through the EXP.
Yeah, it's not really necessary. That's more of a team fight participation kind of situation. Yeah. And there are honestly a lot of really strong EXP laners that are just not really being considered. I'm kind of surprised that Lapu Lapu has not shown up at all, despite how much he's been tearing up. Seeing another friends and seeing a good chunk recently as well. But so far, we have heroes like Alice, like Uranus, and when it makes sense, it's very convenient.
I mean, we have seen a small resurgence of the Yuzong, which really favors EXP laners that's been doing this for a while. So I was actually looking forward to something like that. I just want playmakers that can go to the back line and then deal the damage. It doesn't have to be a Lapu. It could be a Benedetta for all I care. As long as you can somehow get to Daylight and get Daylight out of the team fight, then you're already like halfway there, you know?
Yeah, I think so. Am I the only one that's seeing myself out right now?
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It's
all good, guys. Having issues all the time. This is doesn't. I'm very jittery, you know. I'm very nervous about what happened in the next
It's
game.
okay. I can take over until you're a-okay. It's just let me know once you're good. Right now, we are going to be looking at the highlight here, where from minute number 1, it was really all about the momentum coming in from RLG, where starting a very good play from the Fanny. After that, not so great, but it really doesn't matter, because all that they really needed was to just get a little bit more items, Pancake to get good catches, and then you're good. The fact that SGP, Saigon Phantom, got the turtle isn't that big of a deal, because considering the draft that RNG had, they're not really turtle contesters. They're really about isolating one target and then killing them off. Having the Kalia, having the Fanny, as well as having the Kadita really helps you out in that kind of situation. Sometimes, yes, you can have a pretty good team fight, but most of the time, isolate someone and then just see where you can go from there. So SGP, I think there's a lot that needs to be done, but we got to start where before the game even starts. You know, you got to deal with the draft. After the draft, then it's all about execution, and then from there, just hope RLG makes a mistake.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for at this point. It's not like they're invincible. That were made in mistake by RLG. So if SGP can just lock in a little bit more, set themselves up for success from the very beginning, then we should be able to see things a little bit more clearly. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and again, looking at a team fight here, I feel like what they really need to do, Actually, I think I have no idea what they need to do, because every single player, I would say except Hyde. Hyde looks like he's locked in. I feel like Hyde has a good idea about what he is supposed to do. Everyone else, a little bit not so. Malik overextends. Meow overextends as well. MZU doesn't have a good set, doesn't have a good catch. And Joe's just trying his best. And trying your best is good, but you gotta win. You gotta win. And right now he's just not in that prime position to win. Coming into game number 3, just wait for your EXP pick. Maybe pick up your gold laner first, just to get that momentum.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Vamos 2 OTG, and Vamos was using Yuzong.
No
Which was good on
way,
Yuzong, by
man.
the way.
No way. Now we really gotta watch that. I can't believe that happened. But for now, as shocking as that is, we gotta focus on what's happening here. Man, what can we even say? Like, yeah, I agree.
It was a good match.
Everything you were saying. Yeah, really, man. Now I really gotta see it. We'll check that out later. But yeah, I agree with basically everything you were pointing out with SGP. The issue is right now from an objective standpoint, I can't even give proper analysis as to like what the players might be doing wrong, because I can't even tell if they've been allowed to play at full strength yet, right? Both games so far, the draft has just not been in their favor. So have we actually witnessed the full capability of Saigon Phantom?
At this point, when the team is really not performing with their picks, I almost want to say this is a meta where it's not so rigid, you know? Like, the meta is pretty open. So instead of going for hardcore meta, just pick to your comfort, and I think it will eventually work out. So, for example, if the roamer, say, is comfortable with something like even a Minotaur, it's not really in meta, but if you really know the timing of when you can go in and when you shouldn't force it, maybe it does work in your favor just a little bit more. Because my concern here is that they're using heroes that seems like they've played under 30 times, where they don't know the limits of the hero. They're not sure in this situation, should they change up the item, I would say timing, you know, because yeah, it looks like they're not too used to using these heroes.
Like, you know the basics, you know the idea, but you don't really have the finesse to truly pilot it correctly. Unfortunately, that happens a lot. It happens to me as well. Funnily enough, when I am playing Khufra, it's the type of hero that you pull out when it's like, oh, this would be the perfect solution for this particular situation. And then you play it and you realize, like, you know, this is not working as well as I thought.
I used the Khufra the other day, and early game, I sucked as well. It's like, okay, guys, just give me time. Let me marinate a little bit. And then once I'm like, okay, I remember all the tips and tricks. Charge your first skill at this wall to like elongate the jump, I guess. And then I'll do something cool. Once I got used to it, I'm like, I feel amazing again. But that takes time, which in a professional scene, your opponents will never give you that time. The moment they have like a small goal advantage, they're just like, you know what? We're just gonna put you 6 feet deep.
Especially when it comes to an opponent like RLG here. We've already seen they rotate really quickly early. They know exactly what they're trying to do. The fact that they made the instant decision like, okay, we're not going to challenge the first turtle in game number 2. We go for the buff steal instead and constantly vertical jungle, get a good start for ourselves, funnel farm into daylight. They've already got it all figured out. So it's up to SGP to decide how they are going to face them.
And again, we are looking at the lineup again, and it's really about stepping up now. We've seen reverse sweeps happen before, Staffa. Hopefully we can see it here in the VMC 2025. SGP banning out Uranus. Interesting. Also kind of show that maybe they just don't want they don't want HHN to use the arena, so they just pick it up for themselves, even when it made 0 sense.
Yeah, they put a lot of emphasis on this hero in particular, and it does look like we're going into Expanding River again. So we're going to see a repeat of the situation where early rotations are heavily prioritized. SGP does seem to like staying on blue side, so they do like to put importance on having that first pick. But so far, it doesn't really feel like they've been maximizing it.
We're not betting the Angela as well. In terms of bans, RLG really doesn't need to change anything, which is great for them. Not so great for SGP. But again, like, what else do you need to change, right? Yeah, RLG, they're just good. Just do you. Imagine you're at home, drink some water, and then they're great. It must feel very good to be RLG at this point.
Yeah, it's a very nice safety harness they've built for themselves. 2-game lead, 1 more victory, guaranteed grand final slot. And like you said, I think they just stick to basics, play the same way they have. They've already proven their hero pool is very flexible. They've got a lot of ideas about how to approach each game. Kalea does get banned out this time, though.
Yeah, honestly, that's a good, like, even Pancakes look at his coach like, what now? I've only practiced Kalea. But no, we know he has a Cho. We know he has a Cho, so he can go for it. I wonder if they want to go for a tank jungle now, because I'm sorry to say, the assassin's not assassinating.
Again, it's hard to really say for sure if it's a Joe issue or if it's just a draft not good to help assassin issue, right?
I think draft not good because Joe, I watched him play before and he's amazing.
Yeah, I remember Joe as well, so it should be possible. Looks like Lunok's first pick will be the choice for Saigon Phantom once again. RLG, what's it gonna be? YSS is actually open.
I think it's okay because I think it's better for Joe to use Haya, because I think he used Haya before and he actually did pretty well. Oh, the CC, I forgot about the CC. Oh no. Okay, pick up the Haya, and then later on pick up a Paquito, I guess. I can't think about any other counters besides the Paquito.
The thing is, even though Paquito is a good lane matchup into CC, he ends up contributing a little less as the game goes as well. You gotta really end game quickly. Nego got taught,
pick up
keeping
Haya
it
here.
stay. Alright.
Okay, all good.
So they have Haya. I'm still a little bit concerned. RLG could even go double fighter now. They could throw things like Hilda Khalid into the roam position and start invading quite early on, especially on expanding river, since they're already basically guaranteed EXP lane prio.
If they really want to shut things down, they can even put a Lapu, like pick up a Lapu now just to show the opponents. Yeah, we're playing. Okay, they pick up a Khalid just like you said. So it looks like game number 3, we're starting to understand the Vietnamese meta. And now in terms of the ban, I feel like it's good for RLG. There's no real marksman that they have to worry about.
Yeah, I don't think so. And they're still very flexible as well. They can probably start banning out stronger marksmen because they can even go Ruby or Lapu Gold if they really wanted to. And that is exactly what they're doing. They're banning out the Hari.
Okay, banning out the Harif. The other one that I guess makes sense is the Moskov or the Granger. For SGP, they're banning out the Hilda.
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't think that's necessary as well. Or they're just saying like, dude, Hilda and Khalid and CC is too much.
Maybe
not wrong, but you can fight it.
Yeah, they might be thinking it's CC Gold, like Hilda, EXP, Khalid, Roam, right? That's a possibility. It would be a super front-loaded early game. And I guess they're just really afraid of that, because so far they have been losing out early to RLG.
Okay, they ban out the Quad. I think they really need to ban out the mid laner here. The Jushin, okay, the Jushin has been banned, so maybe even a Farsa, but I don't know. A Cho will be good ban. Take it away. You want the Haya to be as free as he can be.
I feel like it's unlikely to be a Cho,
been solid.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely to be a choke, because while he is still flexible, I don't think RLG are going to move things around the way that they could with a Hilda. They also ban out the Bane. So keeping an eye on that gold lane matchup now, especially with Claude already taken off the board. They're suspecting RLG to go for a mid-game spike as well.
Something that SGP has to be careful of, don't pick a attack speed hero. Maybe you can pick up something like a carry, because you have to consider that a vengeance is going to be on the CC, and you don't want to accidentally kill yourself. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I can say that, and I'm not wrong. Like, I'm not being toxic when I say that.
No, definitely not. Killing yourself is a genuine fear in this game when you've got vengeances and blade armors flying around, and Belleric. Khadija going to come out once again. So, once again, pickoff style for RLG. Very early rotations will be capable with CC, Khalid, Khadija. SGP already has some ways of dealing with it with the Gatot. Ideally, your EXP lane needs to be able to keep up with CC as well.
I want a Granger here, and then for the EXP, just pick up a Lapu or someone that can dive to the back. That's it. Granger, someone dive to the back, or at least someone that can dive towards the Yi Shin. You're all good. Okay, Granger, Alice. Alice can do that as long as you don't underestimate the damage of CC. You're good.
Yeah, I think this is a better game for Alice compared to game 1, since previously it was very risky to play an Alice since you were up against a Kalea that could pull you super out of position. But now that RLG is playing more of a rundown comp, Alice is actually a good way of stopping them. So I'm okay with this, SGP playing a fairly balanced lineup.
Now last pick for the gold laner. What else is open here? I guess Bruno. Like the Haya makes it a little bit complicated. Like Nathan is good.
Irritel maybe?
Irritel is good as well. Yes. That is a good pick. Completely forgot about that hero.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, I'm Vietnamese, Staffa. All right.
Oh no.
I know my boy, Staffa. Okay, come on.
It's the M1
Oh wait, it's Gold Joe.
It's the M1 special.
Oh. Okay, so I was right on the heroes. I was just not right on where they're going.
If Daylight pulls off plays on this as well, he is officially catching the global eye, man. Like, he has been popping off every single game. If he can play Cho Gold, I've got nothing to say.
I mean, like, scouters look out. If this guy can really perform, hey, he's gonna be the next one you're gonna be signing contracts for. But this is the final opportunity for Saigon Phantom to keep their hopes alive to go to the grand finals. They're still alive because you still have a lower bracket, but if possible, you don't want to go there. It's very, very risky.
The last thing you want is to drop down to the lower bracket on the exact same day that you ended up falling there in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping to game number 3. The expanding river shall facilitate rotations once more.
Ooh.
And Pancake is instantly on top of Joe, and he is dead. Daylight, he's here as well. First blood and a stolen orange buff for Daylight.
It's kind of like if you're already having a bad day, RLG is talking to each other. It's like, how can we make it worse? Like, he's already tilted. How do we push him over the edge? It's clear that their plan is just to take out Joe out of the game.
But honestly, my biggest gripe is there's a Khalid roam, and you let your Yi Shin take his first buff alone? Sorry, you let your Haya take his first buff alone?
Maybe you're like, hey, Joe, you're good, right? Joe, you're like one of the best junglers around, right? There's no way that you can, Joe, you got this, right? I want to clear mid. You don't understand, all right? I need to help clear mid. Lunox needs help. You don't understand, Joe, all right? All right, Joe, you don't understand.
After all of this,
they have a Lunox mid. You don't need to babysit the Lunox. Yeah. God damn it.
Where was MSU?
It was a joke, in case you guys don't know.
Not to mention that, like, Malik should have been able to let them know, like, hey, Daylight is not in lane, he might come over since you're jungling on the same side as him. That just feels like such a huge oversight.
Well, it could be a very quick best of 5 here. Either ways, right now, Pancake is level 3. MZU is on the way to level 3. And Ashri already got the turtle before Joe got level 4. That's not where you want to be as a Hayabusa. 2 minutes in, 1,000 and around 400 difference. And I'm in the EXP lane. Ashra is just getting everything for free. This is a good time to be a jungler for RLG.
And once again, initiation in the mid lane. Rough Wave is going to be used. Revitalize comes out. So no casualties here. We can already see we're not even 3 minutes in, and SGP has to play so safe.
Layla so far is having a pretty okay time in lane because Malik is not freezing the lane, right? He's not freezing the lane, trying to poke out Daylight. He just clears it out, allowing Daylight to catch the wave. And now, look at this, even MZU and Malik, they're just speed clearing the wave. It's so easy for Daylight. He doesn't have to trade with the Granger. He gets his minions for free. What are we doing here, guys?
I know it doesn't really feel like there's a proper plan coming out from Saigon Phantom right now. Hold on though, Daylight in trouble. Nearly dead. Actually able to dash away. The rotations
I spent all that time saying he doesn't have to trade, and then he just goes for a trade.
Yeah, maybe we do need to just stop talking about things.
The weather is nice.
Weather is very good. You could say that it's daylight out.
Oh, you silly goose. And now for SGP, they need something for themselves. Gank one lane. Which lane is the most gankable for you right now? Honestly, both lanes are pretty gankable. Just choose which one. You need to get your Haya 1 kill. Even an assist, he'll take it.
Haya is a hero that really accelerates momentum as long as he can get some farm under his belt, but Pancakes is not letting him out of his jungle at all. Another turtle goes over for free, and now they're invading purple. MZU is here, gets knocked up, not able to find the taunt, and SGP has to pull everyone over just to make sure Joe can get the buff.
I mean, SGP still has a chance if RLG does nothing for the next 5 minutes. That could be a window stopper. If RLG does nothing.
They're not gonna do nothing, are they?
I mean, if they don't get any turrets, oh, well. What? Talk about timing, huh?
I cannot believe this. Anyway, another Wave of the Dragon gets the kick on MZU. Revitalize comes out. He's able to heal a lot of it, but he's surrounded by 3. And so they find another kill.
If I was the manager of SGP, I would just be like, you know what? Let me buy lunch. I feel like after this, we all need a break, all right?
But definitely do not order pancakes.
Oh no! Imagine if he's a psychopath and he actually does. He's like, I have a sick joke for you guys. Oh, another catch!
Meow is gone as well. Racking them up on this Kadita, and it's so easy as well. Pancake is giving so much vision on the map.
I mean, they do say that cats have 9 lives, so Meow can die 8 more times before it becomes a problem.
That's true. Oh, hold on, they get an unbreakable taunt on That's actually 1 kill going over to SGP. Hyde gonna pick 1 up on the board.
Hey, you know what, Joe? He'll take it. He right now is looking for scraps. At this point, I would be okay if Joe talks to Meow and be like, Meow, get out of lane. They're my minions now. You don't need to farm. I do.
Honestly, yeah, at this point, you just have to choose who to funnel gold into. Malik is one obvious example, but hold on, Daylight might be in trouble. 1v2. Joe comes down bot lane, gets the Wave of the Dragon kick, flickers back into the tower. Daylight is out! What? And then in the mid lane, they blow up MZU.
If you're not tilted yet, you should be tilted then. Malik even had a Sky Piercer, Staffa. Right? They just need him low enough, and a basic attack will confirm a kill.
Wow, Daylight stocks are really going up right now. If anyone wants to invest, this might be a good time to look into things. Daylight actually doing a great job on this Cho, avoiding a gank down bottom side. RLG 7 minutes in, 4k net worth lead.
And he's building damage as well. Daylight just built an endless battle, so the burst is going to be pretty strong. Malik has a Purify, but let me tell you, if the Cho builds damage, it really doesn't matter. He doesn't care where he's kicking you, he just wants to kick you.
Damage Show actually does so much damage, it is ridiculous. You might think, hey, I have more items than him. Doesn't matter if you're not allowed to use them. Rough Waves comes out, Brilliant's gonna be used. Hyde will survive this time.
Now Ashray having the endless battles as well, so a lot of damage here. 7 minutes in, around 4,600 gold difference. And in terms of the items alone, RLG has so much, and Pancake is just giving so much space for RLG to just get things for free.
What do you even do in this position? We're only 8 minutes in, and it doesn't even feel like Saigon Phantom has a foothold on the map. Their jungle doesn't belong to them anymore. The gold lead is so far ahead. The only thing they can really rely on is Malik, and even then, he hasn't been able to get Sky Piercer stacks. I think this game might already be over.
Hey, pray to any god that you believe in, man. That's maybe even repent. Maybe this is the time to reflect. Like, did I do anything wrong? What did I do to deserve this? Did I forget my mom's birthday? Like, what did I do? You know? That's what I would do.
I see. Okay, that's good insight. That's good information. Top lane, Joe in trouble. Tried to. Nice dodge. One shadow comes.
Yo!
Super well played by Joe there. Really good movement. And now the conceal comes out. Enzu looking for the taunt. Nice dashes from SE. Throne of Ruin only finds one. AOG connects with Ashrit, but the rough waves used defensively gets RLG out.
See, stuff like this is why you need to pray to the god that you believe in. See what happened? They almost outplayed that. If they weren't 6,000 behind, they could have done something.
Unfortunately, they
Not
are
now,
6,000 behind.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at this from a proper analytical standpoint, shall we, LaFell? What does Saigon Phantom need to do to turn this around?
I would say for whenever like Pancake, Daylight, or even Ashrit overextends, Mzu needs to taunt that, and then hopefully Hyde has the damage to kill. And Joe just wait and wait and wait for everyone to get low enough for him to use the Ogi Shadow Kill, and then hope that Malik's Sky Piercer triggers. So in short, Mzu needs to catch a mistake. Hyde and Meow needs to keep them like available for Joe to get them low enough. Well, someone's low enough.
Conditions.
Hey, when you're losing by this much, it is what it is.
Yeah, true. Unless a miracle happens, I really don't see Saigon turning this around. Oh, hold on, they go in on he, but the Petrify Rough Waves nearly takes out Joe in return. This mid-tier 2 will fall, and Lord is pushing down bot too.
I mean, the other option is for Pancake to ult inside the fountain, but I don't see that happening.
Honestly, I could see it. Oh, that's the flicker kick, Daylight! You are insane, sir! Goal laner, Cho, who knows how to flicker kick. Alright. I don't even have any words anymore.
Well, you might not need to, because right now the game might end.
Blazing Sandstorm does connect, but Pancake gets bursted instantly with Throne of Ruin. Vengeance comes out from HHN, and Mzu will survive the engagement. It is a 1-for-1. So, SGP holds on for now.
Yep. At this point, maybe even the coach is looking at MZU and be like, you said you don't know how to use Chow. Daylight's a gold laner, he knows how to use Chow. What are you doing, bro? Bro. Because there's opportunities for SGP to get a very sick draft, but they just missed the opportunity. Now we're looking at Cho's items here. Having the War Axe as well as the Endless Battle gives the damage and a little bit of sustain, because both items does give Spell Them as well as Hybrid Lifesteal. And now having that Brute Force makes it easier for him to catch. And just with the War Axe as well as the Endless Battle makes it so that he negates the Purifies. The Purifies right now is mostly for, I would say, Kadita as well as the CC. Other than that, their Purifies is not going to help them. And I don't think we've talked about this in this game, but we have talked about this throughout our career, which is Purify can work on Granger, but it really sucks. Like, you, as much as possible, you do want that Flicker. When you have that Purify, you can do well, but not as well when you have a Flicker.
Yeah, it just gives you so much flexibility overall. See, now RLG can be running down mid. Daylight's already behind. He has his eye set on Malik. And SGP just has to play full defense. They can't even walk up in their own jungle. Throne of Ruin comes out, flickers forward, gets a nice two-man catch. And now, hey, gonna be bursted. Raging Sandstorm used in return. Catches two. M2 gonna be melted away, but Daylight also caught inside the Deft Sonata. SGP fighting back. Malik finds a kill. Lord now in control of Saigon Phantom. Is a 3v4 situation. Ashrit still
hold
alive.
on.
Holding
they
on
went for the
forward.
CC.
Saigon actually not really in the perfect position to retake this though. Joe a little bit low on HP, doesn't have the Ogi Shadow kill. Looks like they will have to reset it.
That was a bit sad because SGP had a very good opportunity there. If Joe was able to get a kill onto HHN, that would give them a lot of opportunities to force out that Lord. Understand that Ashrid is still alive, so he could turn things around, but sometimes you just got to take that risk. But this is how they come back. They get a pick off when someone overextends, and it was a very good follow-up where Meow engaged with the Throne of Ruin, and then MZU just Avatar the Guardian over there, and then getting that good catch onto He. If it was on the jungler, I feel like they would have forced it.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think Daylight made a mistake of like walking too far forward. Even though he is building more Bruiser style, Damage Cho still plays more like an assassin. He can't be the one walking up at first.
So now it looks like the Lord is going to be aggroed by RLG. Meow does not have that flicker, so he can't really make that play again. If they can wait for, about 40 seconds, then maybe they can have a sick engage again. But they can't tunnel vision because Daylight is looking for a flank angle. In fact, 3 members of RLG is looking for the flank angle. They might even just get this inhibitor just like that, and they do.
Great macro, great call from RLG. They know that even if they only leave 2 people behind, Saigon Phantom cannot walk out willy-nilly. So they've got plenty of time to rotate over, take a free tower, and if they can keep doing that, it's gonna really split up the resources on the opposing side.
Right now, the positioning, SGP is actually having a pretty good position here around Lord. They just got to be careful in case Pancake goes in, and Joe actually just sticks it right under their noses.
Yeah, great blitz from SGP. They see the timing. They know this is a very small window. We have to go for this right now. And Joe finally finds a neutral objective to keep his team in the game. This will give them some space to breathe.
Dude, if SGP turn things around and they actually win this game, I don't know where to start, but Ashrid on this Yisun Shin kind of has not been doing anything. He's just been farming, which is weird because we only see that in ranked games.
I don't know, I think I do see it in pro play sometimes as well. Because it's come down to
Not
the
to this
player
extent,
a
it's
little
50
bit.
minutes.
It is a bit strange considering how aggressive Ashrid has been previously. But I think he also understands that since they are playing double fighter with a Cho gold lane, he is basically the team's most consistent source of damage. He has to play very safe to not be picked off.
So right now, in terms of engaging, RLG, Pancake hasn't been, I would say, engaging as much, but I think it's fair because SGP hasn't been positioning themselves in a way that he can catch multiple targets. So maybe Pancake has to give up for those multiple targets and just choose on to one. I think if he can get on top of even the front lines, MZU or Meow, I think that's good enough because the taunt coming in from the Gatot can really mess up the positioning of RLG. So Pancake, he might not be able to get Malik or Hyde or Joe, but in this situation, 60 minutes in, where you really want your front lines to open up the map, maybe taking out Gato Kacha is good enough for RLG to get Ashrit, HHN, and Daylight all the way to the back line.
Honestly, I just think the goal is to avoid the front line completely, right? Just ignore Emzu, ignore Meow, have Pancake, take the aggro if possible, have HHN or Daylight, or even both come in from a flank angle to pick off the squishies, because that is kind of the style they want to play. In a straight up 5v5 front to back, Saigon Phantom are now going to be stronger.
Yeah, as of right now, it's kind of uncomfortable seeing a lot of nothing going on. It's okay for SGP because they are losing in gold. They just want to farm up. But RLG, the fact that they're doing nothing for a good 8 minutes in the game, I don't know, especially considering that draft. It's a very aggro draft, Staffa. Ashray is 0-0-3. Like, my analysis is just that, what are they afraid of?
They're afraid of dropping more bodies, because they basically threw away the lead that they had entirely with the last couple of exchanges. They still have a nice gold advantage, but we're so late into the game that it doesn't really matter anymore. And they lose another contest, lose another team fight. They might actually just throw the entire game away. They're actually a little scared of that.
Because for me, if you're going to flank, it should be the Kadita, but the Kadita hasn't flanked at all. It's mostly Daylight, and I think Daylight, he just wants to get a turret. He just wants to split push.
Knock up comes in, Raging Sandstorm lands as well. Hyde picks up Pancake. Lord is low. Hey! He's gonna burst the Lord down, secures it for RLG. But looks like they're going to lose bodies. Ashray has been taken out inside the pit, but look at the bot lane. Look who it is. It's Daylight. He's split pushing. He is able to take down a tower. But what is it going to cost? They lose 4 members. They have the Lord, but Daylight is now 1v5.
This is a very weird situation. Daylight has to flicker out of there, still alive. And this time the team wants to ignore the Lord. I don't know if this is a good idea. Okay, Joe is going for that Lord, because if not, it's going to backdoor them. It's going to be quite a long time. 10 seconds coming in from Pancake. They should be able to defend this unless Daylight makes a mistake. It looks like he's not going to.
Daylight plays it safe. But that is exactly what RLG has been worried about this entire time, right? The risk of having the entire game turn around on them. It was a good call to try and go for the split push play, but I also feel like they committed too hard into the team fight when they knew that they were outnumbered. And now the goal difference basically means nothing.
I think my analysis was too early, Staffa, when I said that SGP is gonna be fine as long as RLG does nothing. I should have waited for a few minutes. And you could see my analysis being true. I really don't know why they don't apply pressure continuously, where they want to go for this split push kind of style. Especially in my experience going up against CC, whenever I'm using a front line like a Gatot, it doesn't feel great when you use the current call on me and then it just hits on anyone else. You know, it could be Hyde, especially because Hyde wants to engage alongside me, and then I just get punished. I don't know. RLG Game 3 looks much different from Game 1 and Game 2. It's great that they're trying to be disciplined, but this seems like, from my perspective, discipline without any real purpose. You're showing respect when respect is not needed to be shown.
Yeah, we're seeing a different side of Radiant Legend right now. In previous games, once they got the early lead, they just basically snowballed the game out of control. And now we are starting to see that even though Daylight does have the right mechanics on the show, having this hero in the lineup is limiting the way that RLG can actually directly fight into their opponents, especially with Malik now 6-0 on the Granger. Oh, he actually goes for the kick onto the Gatot, blows him back up. Oh wait, no, that was Meow. The Alice going to disappear in an instant, and that's exactly what RLG is hoping for.
Yep. They could have done that a lot in the previous minutes, and now Daylight, he's positioning himself where he can see Hyde, and Hyde knows that he's there because Hehehe is moving towards that bush as well. Pancake, He doesn't know how many people is inside of their RLG. They're waiting, and Joe already used the Ogi Shadow Kill a little bit too early there.
Roughway is also going to be committed. We can see RLG making the call. They want to dive this. Winter Crown comes out. HHN unfortunately going to be picked off as Pancake continues zoning Zhou out. Even flickers forward. Chase him into the base. Look at that. Astrid trying to go for the backdoor play. Instead, not going to be able to make it in time. SGP has been able to return. And that was a very weird series of events.
If RLG wanted to backdoor, it would really help if Pancake doesn't bring SGP towards the base. He should have pulled them away. So
yeah,
anti synergy between the team, and now because the Lunox is there, Hyde can burst this down very, very fast.
That was undoubtedly a miscall. Either you chase your opponent back to the base and you blitz the Lord, which is what I thought they were doing, or you keep them away from the base and go for the back door. Because if Astrid had just stayed on the Lord, they would have gotten it for free instead of SGP now having it in their hands. And if Pancake had just zoned better, then they might have ended the game right there. So now SGP in control of things for the first time.
Oh yeah, looking at Daylight down below, looks like he still wants to go for the dream of ending the game with a backdoor. Joe is going back now, and now conceal play. Can they do anything with it?
Chrono Room comes in, flicker out. Winter Crown going to be used by Ashrik, keeps him alive. The Petrify comes through. Gets blasted with the Death Sonata right to face. Wave Dragon to be used as well. High gets picked off. RLG holding the Lord in position, but their HP dropping low. Malik still sniping, still sieging all the way from the back, but without Meow and Hyde, Saigon Phantom can no longer continue to push.
And it's all because Joe had to defend the base. Not saying it's bad. He really should do it. But the fact that they don't have inhibitors here, and then you have the threat of Daylight ending the game, it forces one of your members. And I feel like it's a good choice to have Joe be the one defending. But if Joe was able to join with the team, I feel like they could have ended the game. If they don't end the game, they could have at least gotten 2 extra kills here. Pancake with the conceal, no one is close enough for him to really engage onto anyone. And 24 minutes in, at this point, it really is all about the team fight because the death timers are a little bit too long right now.
Macro play going to be very important. We're 24 minutes in. This could actually go either way. Once again, a reminder to everyone watching about the stakes right here. If Radiant Legend are able to take this victory, they instantly move on to the grand finals in a clean sweep. Saigon currently looking for their first victory of the series, the momentum they need to get themselves a foothold for that direct ticket to the grand finals. None of these teams want to drop to the lower brackets.
So RLG, they can do it again right now because 15 seconds, the Lord is going to be up. They need to set their split pushers, but at the same time, they need to stop SGP from going back in base. In this situation, I'm not entirely sure if you send the Yisun Shin or the Cho to attack the base. I would prefer Yisun Shin because the Cho has an easier time stunning up the targets. But at this point in the game, I'm not so sure how much that he can really tank with 2 damage items.
Based on the player rotations, RLG is waiting for someone from SGP to show in the base. And then they might actually try to force the fight. They've already set the wave to push up top. And Joe is going to it. Once they see the Hayabusa, they have to make the call. Will they go for it? Raging Sandstorm comes in, Flicker lands on tree! Instant Mount Shocker, Vitalize comes out. SGP still staying alive for now. Throne of Ruin also connects with 3 targets as well. Malik still sniping from behind. Death Sonata right to the face of Pancake and he will fall. Death Sonata gonna be used. Winter Crown, item swap for HHN, but he will lose that immortality while Meow is chasing down the rest of RLG. A nice Ocean Oddity gets them out, but High gets the last hit. Astrid is gone. Meow splits the fight in half. HHN going to drop right after as well. SGP taking control, and they are now 5-man strong versus only 2. This could be the end game.
I can't believe it, but SGP, they're in a good position to just come back into the game. Kudos to them. They did a very good job of winning those fights. But again, RLG kind of dropped the ball here. This is not a very big throw, but it's still a throw nonetheless.
Very risky play. Rough Waves used. Hey, trying to find Malik. Daylight wants him. Wind and Nature used. Daylight cannot commit ult. And they're already inside the base. They're gonna push for it, ladies and gentlemen. Saigon Phantom not willing to go down without a fight. We are going to a game number 4.
Well, honestly, it's amazing to see the crowd really cheering for them. They want at least not be a 3-0. And that's what we want. It's just that I want a more convincing fashion, especially coming in from Saigon Phantoms. But again, you got to celebrate all the victories, no matter how the victory looked like. And we saw a little bit of RLG after the game. Looks like there was a discussion. Some people were not entirely happy with what happened in the game.
Yeah, I would not be surprised about not being happy about that result, because you were this close to having a clean ticket into the grand finals. But unfortunately, that is the risk of going for these cheesy style double fighter comps, and especially heroes like Cho in the gold lane. There's a lot of pressure on Daylight to actually make things happen. And even though he was farming out super duper well, it's so difficult to actually find the right pickoff.
I would say most of my criticism is for Ashrit for this one. On that Yisun Shin, he was invisible in the game, where he opted to farm instead of getting more pressure on the opponents. And again, don't get me wrong, it's okay for you to farm, but the fact that you should have a lot of advantage in the early game and you took your opponent's farm away, at 50 minutes, I would assume either your full item or you got all your core items. So I think he's not playing this double fighter comp really well. If he wants to do that, he should have used the Claude. And even that, we saw Daylight using the Claude. He doesn't need all his items. He contributed in the fight, even on the very first turtle. So I think he needs to talk to Daylight a little bit and be like, how much should I farm and when should I join the fight? Like, that was very weird Yisun Shin plays coming from a region that uses a lot of Yisun Shin.
Yeah, there should have definitely been much stronger early game funneling coming in from Radiant Legend, because they were actually leading for most of it. We were thinking that it was going to be over very soon, especially with all the pickoffs that were happening. Hehehe was getting lots of really strong bursts and they were controlling the map, and yet not really stepping on the pedal enough. It felt like even though they were playing a different composition, which is double fighter, they still wanted to rely on the same style as before, which is to let Daylight be the final core. But on Cho, he's not going to be able to do that. You need to understand your different responsibilities in this position.
If I was Daylight, I'd be like, you know what, Cho is fun, I can carry, but not like that. I think for this team, it's better if Daylight gets a damage dealer like a marksman, because I saw a big problem, which is there's no finisher. I don't think Ashrit is a good finisher. Hey can deal a lot of damage, but then you need someone else to get that final kill. And it looks like Ashrit is just not, at least not with the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, so far he's shown that he can play a pretty mean Fanny, a pretty mean Guinevere. But Yisun Shin is a very different case, where you do have to play kind of like a marksman, but also with the aggressiveness of a jungler. So RLG actually looked uncomfortable for once there, and they weren't able to end the game quick enough. It's always a requirement when you play double fighter. You gotta end the game fast, or at least make sure you are always super far ahead. And since they weren't able to do so, and Malik was able to farm up fairly safely, the Granger became an unstoppable force in the late game.
If Saigon Phantom wins the next game, equalizes to 2-2, that's going to be a lot of mental burden for RLG, because they're like, we're so close, but now it just keeps on getting, inch by inch further and further away, where we might see more throws or more tilt coming in. But in the same conversation, this must be reinvigorating for Saigon Phantoms, where they're like, guys, we can do it. They're not that good. They're like, aight.
Now, honestly, that's all you need sometimes, right? Even if you are one loss away from losing that direct ticket, you just need that one momentum swing. You just need that one victory to tell yourselves mentally that, okay, this is possible. We just have to play correctly. We just have to keep our wits about us. And I don't think it is impossible that we could go to a full series here. That is something that Radiant Legend is going to want to avoid at all costs, because you do not want to be like in a position where the script has been completely flipped around on you.
So let's talk about Malik here. Malik looks more comfortable on the Granger. Not sure if it's because he goes up against a Cho, not a traditional marksman. That's why he's good. But if he is, like, Granger is one of his best heroes, I'm thinking that maybe they should pick it up early. Because after that game, I'm thinking that the Granger might get banned out if they don't pick it within the first 3 picks. The concern is because looking at their pattern so far, it does look like they want to wait for the gold lane before committing to it.
I think it's okay to do so because it seems that Saigon Phantom's style is to just give Malik the most comfortable lane possible. Their ideal is to make sure that he is able to farm. So I think that in comparison to Daylight, Malik's more of a safe farm and then come online towards the mid-late game, 3rd, 4th item power spike, typical sort of marksman style. And because of that, they put a lot of priority into making sure, okay, don't give him a marksman that loses lane too hard. Don't give him a marksman that gets picked off too easily by the opposing comp. It's risky because other positions like Roam and EXP really need the counter pick nowadays. But when it does work, you can see how comfortable he becomes.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. This best of 5 is actually stretching out quite a bit, Staffa, because it's been like, what, 2 hours now?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we all expected this potentially, right? For the teams to not just roll down and get clean swept. It's the upper bracket finals. And these are the 2 top teams from the group stages as well. You know? This has to happen.
And then we got to assume that the 3rd team, the team that doesn't even have a sponsor, doesn't have a jersey, they're just watching the games and then just getting all the habits right into their heads. It's like, okay, I see how Pancake moves. I see how Meow moves. Just see all the engages for both teams to have a rough idea how they want to approach a fight. And that's a little bit scary because usually the loser bracket is the one with a little bit of disadvantage. But in this situation, the loser bracket is actually in a very good position where the loser is waiting for the loser of the upper bracket. Whereas like, hey, I see enough. I think I know where I should attack you guys, no matter which team goes down.
And that just means it's even scarier, right? You don't want to be the team that drops because not only will you have less energy remaining after playing a best of 5 right before and then a best of 5 right after, your opponents will get to see everything. They know your most recent gameplay style, your most common strategies. So because of that, both SGP and RLG cannot afford to lose this. They will actually be at dealing with some disadvantages if they have to play the lower bracket finals as well.
Yep, where waiting in the lower bracket is going to be AFO or AFO, where it is a full local lineup. They're all Vietnamese, and that could be a reason for the crowd to be on their side. But more importantly, there should be no communication breakdown comparing to the other 2 teams where they do have imports coming in from the Philippines, which, sure, they do have amazing micro, they do have amazing skills, but, you know, maybe in this tense situation, you just need better, how do I say? Yeah, just better communication, better time of deciding what to do.
Yeah, I think you bring up an interesting point about AFO having a full local lineup of all Vietnamese players. I had a quick look at Wikipedia, and the majority of the teams actually are full local lineups. The only 2 teams with 2 PH imports happen to be these ones right here at the top of the chart. So that is interesting.
If I was Vietnamese, I'll be cheering for AFO. It's like, you know what, guys, you can do it. Full local, baby. Full local. We can do it, man.
I mean, that happened to us last season as well. We just got a little disappointed.
Yeah. We don't talk about that. But coming up in this game, Yesenshin is an amazing pick, but I can see now why they hesitate a little bit. After this, just go for something comfortable again. I don't mind seeing the Gwyn, honestly. Because I feel bad. Like, as a roamer, if I had such a good start, killing Joe and then taking his buff away, I'm like, okay, guys, this is an easy win, right? I've done my job. I've done my part, you know. Now it's on you. Like, how hard can it be? How hard can it be? You know?
You would think so, right? Like, yeah, after you get that first kill, you steal that first buff, give it to your gold laner, usually the game is just basically done. And then you're leading for the rest of the mid game as well, with your Kadita bursting people left and right, you guys controlling the map, and yet somehow you're not able to convert that into a victory. So I think we will definitely see Radiant Legend go back to a more classic style, have Daylight on a scaling marksman, put Ashrit on an assassin style, or at least something with a bit more functionality in the front line. As for Saigon, we can say for sure, if they are on blue side again, they will probably go for the Lunox first pick once more.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Joe, man. Like, he had a very rough start. He just sticks to it, clears the minion, farm up. Whenever he's needed, he is there. If it's tilted, you know, now is a good time to like, okay, we won, we're A-okay. But I wonder if after this, he's talking to his team and be like, yo, Boxia is strong, right? Imagine if I use Boxia, guys. Come on. Or Frederick. I'll take either or.
I think this game was a case of Joe being the father working multiple jobs to support his son.
Yeah.
This is Malik in this case, you know, I'm gonna sacrifice all of my farm to make sure you have a good life, and then you can take care of me when I'm old, kind of situation. But we can see in the highlights here, again, the early game was going super well for RLG. We saw some impressive plays from Daylight. They were already breaking into the base of just SGP 11 minutes in. But then once it came to the 5v5 sieges, they realized, wait, our team fight is not that solid.
I would say, like, I want to feel bad by saying this, but this game feels like a 4v5 because Joe really could not do much to the point where even during the previous push, he had to wait in the base to make sure that there's no backdoor going on. So for RLG, now you really have to look at yourself and plan out your moves, because honestly, this is a good strategy, but there's no perfect strategy. There's always some kind of outplay, either from your opponents or from yourself, and they just botched this. Like, this loss is definitely on them. SGP did good, but it really is off of the mistake of RLG. So moving forward for this one, I say it as a joke, but I do consider Joe maybe try to get a Fredrin or a Boxia, maybe even an Akai, right? Just something so that you don't put in a position where your opponent just enables a 4v5.
Yeah, quite often this series, SGP find themselves in a rough early game position, particularly because Joe keeps getting targeted, keeps having his jungle invaded. So if he is playing more of a tank situation, it might limit RLG's ability to snowball super hard off of early game aggression.
And for, yeah, honestly, I don't have much to say, because I really feel like the reason why they could win is because of Malik. But the front line, especially Meow, has been doing an amazing job, where, like you said, this time the draft doesn't punish the Alice that much because there's no more Kalia. Putting the Alice 1v5, because I feel like Alice can be a frontline. She just can't be isolated. Like, when she's staying there needs to be return fire, right? There needs someone to continuously attack the person attacking her. Then she will look the strongest. So this is definitely a upper bracket that's fully for the draft.
Yeah, my personal opinion nowadays with the meta is that you basically need two front lines every single game. You need one diving front line and you need one defensive front line, right? Diving front line is usually EXP lane. That's going to be things like CC, like Lapu. Their goal is to go super far forward and bait like 2 or 3 people into fighting them. And then the main front line would be something like a Gatot or a Hylos, where they basically just stand in front, protect their back line, and do what is necessary for the team. We've seen issues where if you don't have one, it becomes very easy for your backline to get dove, which is what happened to SGP in game number 2. And if you're on the opposite side, and you don't have enough damage to break through those front lines, then it becomes a huge issue. That's also why Esmeralda and Lapu Lapu is getting so much attention, because if you can't kill them, they get to do whatever they want.
And I feel like that's why here in Malaysia, Angela hasn't been a very good pick, right? Because Angela definitely enables single front line. And the moment where it comes to 11, 12 minutes, you don't have that mid lane damage. So maybe that's why Malaysia doesn't do well with Angela, because we do need one front line to dive, one front line to tank up, being, you know, protecting the squishies in the back. But then if you have an Angela, you don't have that threat of damage, so that the front line can't do too much.
Either way, we're going to be jumping game number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is Expanding River. So MLBB really wants these two teams to face off in the river side. Saigon Phantom remaining on the blue side of the draft. So we should see very similar bans and first pick Lunox like before. And the Kalea does indeed get taken out.
I would consider banning out the... Yeah, maybe let go of the Lancelot and just ban that Lunox. Or let go of the Kimi and then ban that Lunox. But there has to be a reason why they keep banning the Kimi, right?
Yeah, I think they are just concerned about the control. Because Kimi is one of the easiest heroes to win mid lane trades with. And then you scale super well, you have a lot of late game potential, and you can be very annoying throughout the mid game as well. You have the correct front line. Considering that these teams so far have shown they really like team fighting, a hero like Kimi can really mess that up.
So now SGP, what is going to be the final ban here? They already banned the Kalia as well as the Angela. Still thinking that our RLG will be banning out the Kimi later on. Do they ban the CC? Because CC honestly was a bit of a problem. What was the previous ban? I can't remember. Okay, this time they ban out the Fanny. So we won't see a Fanny here. But it does look like the opener for SGP is going to be that Lunox, and RLG will just fight back with the CC.
It does seem that way. I mean, it's a solid option. I just wonder whether or not they'll go for Yisun Shin again, because it clearly didn't work out for them before. SGP first pick Lunox seems obvious. Try to switch some kind of strange, but they could also steal the CC away.
I would actually prefer stealing the CC away, but I think it's a good deny for that Lunox. So okay, they do pick up the Lunox, so we should see a CC pick here.
Yeah, I think so. So the Lunox gonna be locked in once again, as we both expected. It's a very flexible option, allows you to have a strong mid laner regardless of what the rest of your composition ends up being, has ways to protect yourself, has ways to burst down targets, and actually scales quite well as the game goes. RLG in the previous game went CC Yisun Shin in response to this. I'm still okay with going for CC, but considering Ashrit's performance previously on the Yisun Shin, do they actually want to go for that again? If they're not too confident about it, they can actually go Yisun Shin and not go double fighter side lane, but it is a complete shift from Radiant Legend Gaming. They steal the Hayabusa away, but they also lock in the Uranus, not actually going for the CC, and I'm not too sure if I like this. I'm gonna be honest with everyone watching. Going Uranus first means that you are opening up the EXP lane to CC on the opposite side.
Now that's very interesting. I'm guessing it's comfort. But I don't know. Like, we don't like the Uranus. I feel like this is already a good shot for you to pick up the CC. Again, I would prefer Moscow, but maybe that's not in Malik's hero pool. In that situation, pick up the Gatot. Oh, this time they pick up Cho.
Ooh.
And Cho Esme. So they're not even going for that CC.
I actually kind of like
so they
this.
know how to place Cho.
Yeah, so the main reason why you would go Uranus is because he's really good at cutting wave at level 1. And we've been seeing more teams pair EXP lane with Roam to cut wave and then instantly rotate into the jungle to invade to get an early lead. So CC would be able to win lane against Uranus, but doesn't clear quite as quickly. In comparison, Esme will be able to match in the wave clear and keep Uranus around a lot longer.
Maybe even kill him.
That's true, that's true. Killing does sound a lot better, I will say.
I mean, Cram did die like 2 times. Uranus 1v1 against Esme level 1, so it's definitely possible. And now RLG already pick up the Claude here. Honestly, a very good pickup. RLG definitely already looking pretty solid in their draft and looks more towards going for comfort here. Maybe they should ban out the mid now. Sorry, mid is already picked out. I'm so sorry. Ban out the gold. Like the Harif and Granger.
I agree. I actually think I'm okay with leaving the Harif open. I think you should ban the Granger though. They banned the Joy, which I'm also okay with. Trying to limit down the assassin options for Saigon Phantom.
Now in terms of the bans here, for RLG, do they want to ban out the Kadita because the Kadita has been used twice? But again, that is because the Farsa keeps getting banned, and they ban out the Gato Kacha here. Okay, maybe it's something about Mekong that they really like the Gato Kacha.
It is a very safe pick, and I do think that the pick rate for Gato Kacha in general has been increasing across the region because he offers quite a lot. He can actually act as both the defensive and diving front line as well. Not to mention being a solid counter to heroes like Kalea. So since SGP already have the Cho, they're gonna go ahead and get rid of that and actually putting a little bit more emphasis towards limiting Pancake's pool.
Not a ban at Guinevere as well. Looks like they're trying to force a Yushin pick here. Maybe in this region the Yushin isn't the brightest of junglers, or again just the nerves is getting to them. So they ban out the what other picks up that? Do they want to ban out a Hilda or a Khalid? Like you said, they might go for a cut. So maybe ban out those heroes just so that your jungler has good time. Should be good. And or just pick up a tank jungle so that you're not too worried even if the cut does happen.
If you go like Baxia, then you're not really concerned about being invaded, especially with a Cho on your side as well. If they actually decide to put the roamer in the jungle this time around to not get invaded, they banned the Hylos. Wow, heavy emphasis on getting rid of Pancake's frontliners.
Pancake still has access towards the Khalid that he did use just now. If he doesn't want it, honestly, another good pick would be something like a Badang. We haven't seen the Badang for quite a while, but the draft that SGP has and the draft that RLG has, it could be a pretty good setup. But again, we got to see what Pancake really wants, whether he wants a front line or he wants a catch. I hope something with a catch because they have zero crowd control at this point.
Honestly, I could even make an argument. Oh, okay.
Tigreal!
I was about to say I could make an argument for Pancake to steal Baxia Roam. It's not very good at catching, but it's actually a solid counter to Cho and Esme, and you don't allow them to go Baxia jungle, but they go for the Tigreal instead. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the Tigreal, actually.
We don't even see this in ranked games anymore.
Yeah. Tigreal is not going to have a good time here. Brilliance counters him, Cho can Shinpo out, he can knock him out of Implosion quite easily, Esme can take Purify. It's not a good Tigreal game if you ask me.
Yeah, especially, okay, they pick up the Yushin and the CC, so they're going for double fighter here. The question is...
Oh, gold again?
Yeah, and they pick up a Novaria. I don't know how Novaria synergizes with Tigreal, Uranus. Maybe the Claw just... Okay, maybe just slow them down and then increasing the hitbox, making it easy for them to execute this wombo combo. It's very interesting that we're seeing a lot of drafts today where it's all around centered a very big combo piece.
Personally, I think this is way too conditional of a composition from Radiance Legend. They're highly dependent on the big Astral Echo into the big Implosion, into the big Blazing Duet. And if they're not able to pull that off, they do just get run down with Double Fighter. And it is going to be a showroom, so it is CC Gold Lane, which is the more sensible option. I'm leaning towards Saigon Phantom for this one.
Honestly, same. I'm really looking at them because even if Tigreal gets a good set, they're all pretty tanky, being that they're mostly fighter/tanks. The only one like if Joe gets picked up, sure, but with that Traceless, he should be fine. He should be pretty safe. So this is very interesting. If Pancake can make it work, and hey, shout out to him, man.
Shout out to Pancake. Been a while since we've seen this man. But ladies and gentlemen, we are officially in game number 4 of the upper bracket finals. Saigon Phantom finally able to find a foothold in the series after taking the previous victory. Will Radiant Legend finally be able to close it out? Already a bit of an exchange around the Litho, and we can see that Enzu being very aggressive onto he gets first blood.
He's already showing that he can use the Cho. Right now, can he actually escape? Looks like he's getting backup from Joe. Joe not going to come in for that kill.
Alright, already a great start for SGP. In fact, probably the best minute 1 that they have had the entire series so far. I will say, for RLG, this is going to be a rough one. Honestly, they need to funnel into daylight. They need to get this Claude farmed as soon as possible. That's the only way they're really going to keep themselves in this, I think.
Yeah, maybe let Hey get 1 item, and then after that, you know what? Let Claude get double farm, because I agree with you. Daylight definitely can carry. Hey is more of a support. Like, Novaria can do those crazy montages of one-shotting people, but you need at least 3 items for that to happen, and your opponents to just not dodge.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for here. Either way, Ashrit gonna be capping up top. They see Enzu is able to dash away. First turtle is up, but look at that. HHN in trouble, surrounded and picked off right before the turtle.
RLG is already having some sus plays. This is going to be a free turtle for SGP. Already having over 1,000 gold lead in the first 2 minutes of the game. And looking at every single lane, they've been winning everything from EXP, gold, even mid and jungle. RLG is losing everything. What happened to them after game number 2?
It's a complete reversal. Sacred Hammer going to be used, but we can see Enzu being very annoying in the jungle. And Meow able to join the party as well. HHN already losing out that EXP lane matchup. Now Daylight in trouble. Blazing Duet to clear the way. Purify also going to be used, but you can't purify damage. This is already looking really bad.
I don't know what happened to RLG. Maybe SGP really prayed a lot and it's working out. And if we're talking about strategy here, it's a good strategy that SGP, what they're doing is they're pinching Ashrit here, because Meow is controlling the EXP side of the map and then Enzu is controlling the gold side of the map, where they're denying this Hayabusa from any farm. In fact, any kind of contribution to the map.
Astral Echo going to come out. We can see that Meow and Enzu putting so much pressure onto Ashrit. This is gonna slow down his farm heavily. Joe already a full level up on the Haya, and he's just got free reign on his half of the map.
And the thing is, now your EXP has to come and cover for you, but your EXP is a Uranus. Uranus wants to continuously trade, and what Meow and Enzu is doing, they're basically being CCTVs. They're being far enough that, you know, you don't interact with it, but close enough that you know that they're there. So it's really annoying. It's like being surrounded by flies.
Pretty much, and you just can't get rid of them no matter what. SGP is well aware of this. They know that Radiant Legend can't really stop them from invading. They just don't have— oh, the flicker came from Enzu onto the Tigreal! And Hyde bursts him instantly. There is no initiation for Radiant Legend. This is going to be another free turtle.
Yep, they really got to look for Daylight at this point, but 4 minutes in, and Daylight is getting pressured so much by Malik and now Joe coming into the lane as well. It looks like they're going to get this bot tier 1 pretty quickly at 3,000 gold in the 4 minutes of the game. RLG are starting to look a little bit desperate here, where even Meow can almost 1v1 against Astrid. Oh, and Emzu is there.
Is 2 levels down. Oh, Astrid in trouble. Has to use the Ogi Shadow Kill defensively. Can he get out? Nope. He just gets kicked straight into his own tower and picked off.
Let me just say, if RLG finds a way to come back into... Oh, Pancake.
Their implosion into the Blazing Duet. It's good damage. Astral Echo connects to a tree, but it's not enough. They still need items. Pancake eats the dust.
Honestly, if this was not a Novaria, someone that can deal a good burst in the early game, that could have been so cool, right? But it was wasted because Claude dealt almost maximum damage, and it's not there yet. I think he only has like what, maybe 2 items, maybe the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Doesn't have the Golden Staff just yet. Maybe after the 3rd item we can see some plays, but for right now they just gotta keep on waiting, and Astrid just gotta keep on starving.
If we're even able to get to that 3rd item in the first place. That was a lot of damage from the snipe. Pancake now gonna be pushing Emzu ahead, but RLG just has no control over their own jungle. Even up top, we can see that Joe is able to cut wave. And they just cannot get any farm at all. Just look at the pressure coming in. Implosion completely misses. Blazing Duet comes out, but Daylight is just dead. SGP are dominating game 4.
And this is what I want to see from a Yisun Shin. You have very good damage all throughout the game. That's why you're the #1 jungler in this patch. Just get the kills whenever possible. 6 minutes in, 6,000. This is basically 1,000 gold lead per minute. RLG, their draft requires time, and SGP knows that, so they're not giving it to them. Maybe Hey as well as Daylight can get enough items by the time the inhibitors break. Oh, but hold on. Oh, that's not good.
Give him that time. A Way of Dragon into Falling Star Moon, and Astrid just cannot even move. No ultimate available. Pancake looking for the push, not able to find it. Meow just walks aside. Mid-tier 1 will fall. Mountain Shocker comes out. RLG has to play it safe. Star Shatter literally did no damage to Meow at all.
Hey needs Wishing Lantern, because at least he needs to clear the lane fast so that SGP can end the game. This is what Daylight and Hey has to do now. Just clear any minions that comes in. Okay, good implosion.
Implosion used, cancels out Emzu. Blazing Duet used defensively. Daylight will survive. They find a kill on the Cho.
Yep, that is a good catch, but looks like the tier 2 up top, oh, still surviving. The minions come on in. They're still miss from
rough.
Pancake. Second hammer hits no one.
And he going to be punished for that. Astrid looking for a chance to enter. He has the shadow kill, but it's not enough. And SGP just walk back out.
By the way, Stafa, this is the Mekong playstyle that I remember. SGP playing like this, get a small advantage, pitching the jungler, and then get as much turrets as you can. Like, you get a turret every 1 to 2 minutes. This is the Mekong playstyle. We have to wait to the 4th game to see this become a reality.
Honestly, this is what RLG needed to be doing in game 3. Then they would have already won the series. Unfortunately, well, the past is in the past. In the present, SGP is looking at 8.5k goal lead in 8.5 minutes. Implosion misses again! Dodged by Emzu! And the damage is way too much from Saigon Phantoms. Pancake gets turned into a pancake, and they just walk out like nothing ever happened.
I don't know if that was intentional by Emzu, but he was basically baiting Pancake, and the moment Pancake just implosion, I don't even know if that was the Shumpo or just the Jeet Kune Do, but he dodged it. But I think that was a Cho. You should have known, you know, whatever. It is what it is.
And this is why I said it's not a good Tigreal game. There's just so many people that can avoid your implosion, and you haven't even seen the full team comp yet. And then you pair that with a Novaria. Even a Kadita would have been better here. There were so many mid laners you could have gone for that would offer you damage to make up for the fact that Daylight needs items. And they just decided, nah, we're gonna go for another scaling mid laner. That's not even as good as Lunox.
There's no way SGP can punish us, right? It's not like 9 minutes they can have a 10,000 gold lead. Oh, Pancake gets
Absolutely
kicked.
not. Wave Dragon used, Pancake kick, Implosion comes out, and what does it matter? MC is just baiting it at this point.
Yep. And now, even with the Holy Defense up by 10 minutes, all Holy Defense is down, and now the Lord is marching in, and SGP, they're looking very healthy.
Astrid goes in with the Yogi Shadow Kill to try and do some poke damage. Falling Star Moon comes in, Blazing Duet cancelled straight away. HHN can't even survive the damage. It's a mega kill for Hyde. Lord crashed in, mid inhibitor has fallen, another minion wave pushing up top. SGP still 5-man strong, no frontliner left. Wave Dragon finds daylight, throws him into the grinder, and now the crystal is wide open. RLG is trying to hold for as long as possible, but Saigon Phantom has done it. We are going to a full series, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a 15-1 game. And I gotta be honest with you, Stafa, this makes me more upset that we called the Cho in game 2 and they don't pick it up, and then game 4 they showed this kind of Cho. Why did you draft the way that you drafted before?
They've been holding back on us, LaFell. Maybe that was the plan, you know? Make your opponents let their guard down by dropping 2 games first. I don't even know. That was the quickest game of the series, too. 10.5 minutes.
This is like fattening up your... I don't even know what to call it, right? Just fattening up first, make them real juicy, real marinated, and then just crush their dreams. This is a Yi Sun-Shin that I wanted to see from game 3, man. Ah, Joe, just pick it up the moment you see it, man. Like, this, it's so good, but at the same time, kind of tilting watching the previous games.
I mean, it makes a lot of difference when you as a jungler are actually given the space to farm, right? Given the space to actually control your map, invade, your team is doing a great job even without you there, you know? You're just chilling, you're taking a walk, you can join your friends whenever they need you, but otherwise, the game just falls into your lap. 5-0, 7 KDA, 10,000 gold, I think that is close to 1,000 gold per minute, actually.
It has to be 900 plus because the game ended at 11-ish minutes.
Oh, so close!
990! Oh my god.
That's insane. Is that the highest? We don't know. Production, I don't know if you can hear us, but if that's the highest GPM, man deserves some props right there.
Joe is amazing, man. Right now we have the Damage King as well as the DPS Machine. Don't know what's the difference there. They're both for Meow. One's damage dealt, one's damage per minute. The Predator, Joe got a lot of kills, and is the rich guys, you guys can see, 990 gold per minute. Oh my goodness. The fans must be having an amazing time watching the first best of 5 here, going all 5 games. And we talked about this stuff. Like, imagine if Saigon Phantom actually wins game number 4. How does that feel like to be RLG right now? Like, how do you get out of this bubble of like, guys, we're trolling right now? Like, can we lock in? Like, can we please lock in?
I can just imagine that it feels terrible, right? It feels like a word I cannot say on live broadcast, but now they really gotta lock in, because no matter what happens, whoever wins this next 1 game moves on to the grand finals. Whoever loses will have played a full best of 5, and they're going to have to play another one for their tournament lives, for the chance to go on to M7. That is scary.
It's one thing to play 10 ranked games. It's another thing to play 10 games for tournament life. The stakes are big here, Stafa. Like, money helps a lot when you have bills to pay, right? It helps a lot when you're hungry, right? And then going to M7, it's good for everyone. The player, the team organization, the sponsors, it's a lot of big things packed into one event. So this is why teams are tryharding so much. This is why teams have been screaming nonstop. This is why organizations spend money scouting good players, scouting good coaches. And this is do or die. Yes, they have a chance again in the lower bracket. But if you have that kind of mindset, it's going to be hard for you to play in internationals, you know?
Yeah, regardless of who wins this one, it's not going to feel good for the other. For Radiant Legends, they just got reverse swept. For Saigon, they were this close to reverse sweeping. It will not be a good mindset to have to go into the lower bracket finals in either way. You really gotta make sure that you put everything on the table here, but at the same time, if you use all your energy here and you lose, then what is left afterwards, right? It is literally being stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, and I hope that all 10 of these players are able to work through this challenge.
We're Uranus haters, so we might be biased, but I really don't want either team to pick up the Uranus early. Like, it's annoying. Yes, I know he's annoying, but Uranus is a very, okay, not very, he's a selfish hero. I can't say very because he does reduce the enemy's MR, so in a way you are helping out your team, but like your job as a frontliner,
that's just the excuse Uranus gives that he's helping out the team.
Hey, I'm helping out. I'm reducing MR. What do you think I'm doing?
What else do you want from me?
Oh my god. I can't believe Gideon. Like before this, I'm okay with Uranus.
Me too.
He spent years hating on him, and then now I'm like, you know what? I get it. I hate Uranus too.
Gideon can literally say that he hated Uranus before it was cool.
He can.
And man was the trendsetter all the way ago. He saw the future.
Dude, he said this all the way from M2, man, and now it's M7. It's like what, 5 years?
Yep.
He's been preaching to the choir.
Truly the most forward-thinking man MLBB has ever known.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it was so suspicious, man. The draft, like up until now, Radiant's Legend had such like solid draft. Their flexibility was on display, and then they decided to go Uranus when Esme and CC and Lapu were all wide open, and then they finished the draft with Novaria Tigreal against Cho, Lunox, Yi Sun Shin. Is like, why?
The thing that I find very sus as well is that we saw the player cam and Pancake was looking at his coach and he was like, yeah, good. It's all good. Like, yeah, we can do it. And then I was like, okay, he got a pick that he wants. And then I see Tigre and I'm like, are you for real, bro? And he missed a lot of implosions and sacred hammers. So, bro.
Issue with having a hero with implosion is that the word imploded implies that you just exploded from the inside out. And I think that's basically what happened here with that draft. Pancake missed so many initiations, so many implosions that went nowhere, so many sacred hammers that didn't mean anything because there's no burst to follow up on it. There's no additional CC to keep them locked down for longer. So many good mid laners they could have gone instead of Novaria. I am so confused.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, this is a good strategy coming in from Saigon because we saw God Thought as well as the High Loss was banned. So looking at the trend of the game, I'm guessing God Thought is Pancake's favorite hero, and then all the defaults after that, like the Kalia, like the High Loss, if you take that away, then you're really making the draft too difficult for the coach, essentially.
So is this a hero pool issue?
I mean, like, with the limited information in this best of 5, if I was a coach and I'm scouting this team, that would be my conclusion. It's like, there are other options, and then you went for a Tigreal, and your performance on the Tigreal itself wasn't that good. Like, I'll be okay if, like, okay, that's a bad pick, but if you can make it work, then your stats just rise, right? But it didn't.
It definitely did not. It was actually a terrible showing, and it makes you question, right? They did ban out a good number of roamers, right? They got rid of Kalea, they got rid of Hylos, they got rid of Gatot, and then they stole Cho away. But even with all of that, there's still a lot in the pool, right? Grok, for some reason, is being ignored this entire series. Right?
I forgot about the Grok. Oh.
Like, there's so many. You want team fight? Okay, just go Grok. If you really want to grill, pair it up with like Eve. Pair it up with Kadita. Farsa is open too. So many good things you could have won. It's like
I would honestly, like, if you really have a hero pool problem, I would accept a Ruby roam, right? It's something. There's crowd control.
Ruby roam is actually not bad into Cho too.
Oh yeah,
So
true.
it's like-
Against a Cho.
Yeah. I don't know, it's so weird. Like, this is not the same style of gameplay or drafting we've seen from RLG the first 3 games.
Okay, so it's really apparent that all 5 games is gonna be about the draft. So right now, Pancake needs to pick up his hero first. If you still let Saigon Phantom to be first pick, at least you know they're gonna pick up Lunox. Immediately get the Gatot if that's really Pancake's best hero, and then whatever good combo that he's with, like a Gatot CC, crazy Gatot CC, great lockdown. Your opponents are gonna be folding at the mouth.
So many ways you could approach it, especially since they have allowed them to be on blue side every single game thus far, right? So clearly there's a reason they prefer being on the second pick, being on red side of the draft. And we did see signs of that in the first couple of games, and then it just all went out the window in game 4. Like, that's still the most like stupefying draft I have ever seen. And someone up there really loves expanding rivers, because that's going to be the map for game number 5.
Hey, water is important, man. Water is important.
Hydration is important. You know what? I'm gonna hydrate right now.
And SGP keeps getting this first pick. Like, it does feel like for both teams, they're getting exactly what they want. It's like they made a gentleman's agreement and be like, hey, I know you like second pick. Hey, guess what? I like first pick. So how about we do this? Let's just get the picks that we want, all right? And then, you know,
Gentleman's agreement.
mano y mano.
Well, it can work. Either way, it's a best of 1 now. All bets are on the table. We'll see how things go. RLG still banning out the Zeusin first. SGP has already solidified their bans previously. Get rid of the Angela, get rid of the Kalea. They banned Fanny in the previous game. Let's see if they stick to the same thing.
Yep. So we could honestly accelerate this ban because we know it's going to be a Lancelot. We know it's going to be a Kimmy. And I think because you ban out the Kalea, it honestly is a good idea to ban out the Fanny, because Kalea is a very good counter. If you already ban out a counter, might as well ban out the Predator, right? Like, and it's been shown that he knows how to use the Fanny. So just ban out the Fanny, ban out the Lancelot, pick up a Lunox, and then we can start the match.
I get the feeling RLG might open up the Lance this time. Make the question about Lance versus YSS.
Or yeah, make them pick up Lunox so they can take the Lance.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Unless they
SGP.
troll themselves and they ban the Lunox, so SGP gets the Lance. Oh, they ban Yisun Shin.
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. If they ban Yisun Shin and RLG doesn't ban Lance, I get the feeling they might actually go Lance first. They might actually be willing to trade Lunox for Lance.
I think so as well, because yeah.
So I think this Yisun Shin ban might be specifically forcing RLG to ban. Wow. Yeah, alright. Lunox ban.
So this has to be a Lance. You'd be trolling if you let the Lance go. Because what else is good for Spectre? I guess CC.
Yeah, CC Lance would be the most obvious options. I think, yeah, just go Lance. Just go Lance here. He's literally been banned every single game for a reason. Ooh, actually, thinking about it, Fanny wasn't banned, so if Astrid wanted to go for it again...
And in that case, maybe it's better just to pick up CC. Oh my god!
Why?
I'm so upset, bro.
Why?
I apologize, chat, if you're watching, but Fanny gets picked up. So SGP, they still get the lands. RLG, if they want, they can pick up the CC, or just pick up a Gator or Cho. Gator or Cho. Let Pancake have. Oh my god.
At this point, I have to question like Uranus's family tree, because this is clearly nepotism.
Okay, now you pick up a Cho, and then you pick up lands, right? That's what we're going for, right? Cho lands or Gatot lands, either
so.
or. But it should be a Cho.
I feel like they might want Gatot.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same
I feel
thing.
like it's more likely that they might go Gatot. Because they went Cho previously because Gatot was banned.
True. And you know, if you don't pick up the Gatot here, like Gatot or Cho, whatever open, RLG would just pick it up. Okay, Cho.
Oh, they actually do go Cho.
Okay, so this should be a Gatot.
Cho
then.
Valentina. So
that SGP can have Gatot as well.
I guess so, yeah, because they're expecting RLG to go Gatot at some point. So they probably won't ban Gatot going into the second phase. Harif is going to be the final pick here for RLG. So they'll probably ban things like Claude.
And Moskov?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, ban out Moskov, and then SGP ban out Hylos Gatot. Or you may be okay of letting go of the Hylos, because then you can IMU the Glorious Pathway so that you have a good engage yourself.
True.
I'm sorry, the Uranus first pick really throws me off.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I feel the same. Like, I get it. Yeah, he's a very strong laner, very solid cheese pick. But you pick him first when CC is in the pool, when Esme is in the pool. Yeah, it feels very strange.
Moskov is ban. Moskov ban. So we're looking at a Gatot here. Yep, Gatot. I feel like either or is okay. Ban out a Claude, ban out a Granger. Either marksman is an okay ban, or ban out a jungler here. Ban out the Lance. Hey, the Lance still hasn't been picked up.
True, actually.
Yeah, ban out the Lance.
Is it worth banning Lance anymore? I feel like if you ban Lance, SGP can still go like tank jungle, and it might actually end up being... Or is it better for them? Not necessarily, actually. Yeah, you ban Lance or Granger, I think.
Because it would be weird. It would be weird that 4 games in a row they ban Lance, and then game number 5 they don't ban Lance, and SGP never picks Lance. Imagine if that's what happened. They ban out the Bruno. Okay. Sure.
I don't really like it, but sure.
Yeah. Alright, give me the Tigro.
Pancake is Pancake is being challenged again. What are you gonna do this time? Grok, very good hero right now, I think, but there is a Valentina, so it is a bit scary to go for that. Badang, actually?
Yeah. Badang is good. Badang is solid. We talked about the Ruby Roam to deal with the Cho, right? Is there any good combinations with CC here? No, the Gatot has been banned. Or just pick up your mid first, and then Roamer, you figure it out later.
It's a little bit difficult to pick a mid because there is a Valentina as well. You can't really go like Eve. Okay, Kagura makes the most sense. I'm just worried about the burst potential, but right now RLG has a lot of damage, so I'm okay with this.
It would be so tilting for the coach if SGP doesn't even pick the Lance, right? Imagine 4 games straight, you ban it out, and your opponents never even have it in the playbooks.
It's like, I've been wasting a ban this entire time.
Like that's the kind of thing that your boss will use to flame your coach. And it's like, coach, the guy doesn't
Pretty
even
much.
pick it. Why'd you ban it?
And the coach
now,
just
like,
can't
the
really
Vanna picks
do
here.
anything.
It should be the lands. And when it comes to the gold lane, I still think the Claude is solid, but they pick up the Granger. Again, all good.
Yeah, I think it's comfort. Granger is clearly comfort for Malik, which I'm
Yep,
okay with, and then the lance does get picked up, so their damage is okay. I only just really don't like the Uranus here. And maybe the Valentina a little bit. I feel like it was picked a bit too early.
Like, basically, the entire draft is okay after we finish it off, because we thought they would get punished, but it looks like they're not going to get punished. At this point, I would even take a Franco. Not good, but not like Tigreal, you know?
I'm actually
Go on,
okay
go
with
on.
a Franco. Okay, Hilda.
Hilda. Okay, yeah. All right.
Hilda's okay. Actually, I do like Hilda. I do actually like Hilda here.
So just make sure that you cut the wave, if possible, and then just harass the lands, and then just pray that the Cho and Valentina never goes inside the jungle, which could
The one
happen.
good thing about yeah, it could definitely happen, but I think they should know to be prepared for that by now. And also the good thing about like having the Kagura into the Hilda at the very end is that the Valentina just has like no good ultimates to steal at all.
Yeah, imagine just taking the Zaman Force and then nothing after that.
I think you can only take Curtain Call. That's it.
Yeah,
And it's gonna be less effective since you don't have CC skill 1.
exactly. You don't have the yo-yo. You just have the curtain. So you just like tie people up like in a forced marriage, and then you just watch. Oh, that sounds weird. Don't do that.
I mean, now
Actually, no. It's some cultures. You know what? Forced marriages, whatever, man. If it's in your culture and you guys are okay with it, then you're okay with it. And if you don't, move or something. I'm gonna stop talking now. Which means you should talk. Okay, either ways, right now it does look like Ashrit might actually be harassed quite early here. He used the retreat a little bit early. Daylight has joined the fight, but unable to contribute much. A lot of HP has been traded, but so far the trade is going a little bit better for RLG.
Nice knock up there on 2 members in the mid lane. I can already see that the early aggression has been denied slightly from Pancake, which is great. Meow, be careful here. Almost killed by HHN.
And now in terms of what's going on, Hey is taking quite a lot of damage from Hyde. Hyde is playing this Valentina well because now he even has a level advantage. It's hard to freeze against a Kagura because her Umbrella has a very good range, and Hyde just goes in for the kill.
Ah, that's just disrespect right there. Genuine disrespect. Valentina actually hurts a good bit in those first couple levels, especially with a Cho on their side as well. And this Hilda pick has already lost a lot of effectiveness. And here comes the Lance onto HHN. Here comes Astrid as well to join the party. Fan Execution used. Astrid instantly down to half HP, has to back off, and that means HHN is abandoned and sacrificed.
The downfall of RLG has to be studied here, man. Pancake finds MZU, but he should be fine. The Fanny tries to come in, but Meow is holding the front line still. Can he steal his way? He can!
He gets the retreat timing perfectly, and Astrid steals the turtle away. Pancake now in trouble, will probably be sacrificed. Flickers back out! Going to be able to escape. Being chased down by Meow. Should be able to retreat to the tower. Actually, no. Meow still picks him off. But now Meow is the one in trouble, surrounded by 4, and Daylight gets a kill.
But I guess it's a worthy trade because you're taking out the mid laner, so you're always giving that EXP advantage for High. Now Pancake visits the bot lane. Malik has to flicker out of there. So far, I would say that SGP is having a good time, but RLG this time, they're not taking it cleanly. They want to fight back. If there's an opportunity to fight back, they will. So at least mentally, it looks like their head is in the game.
Yeah, they're trying to make it chaotic, which I think is good since they have Hilda, Fanny. They should be a bit more aggressive early on anyway. And if they're able to stop SGP from farming safely at the same time, then that's good for them. But when it comes to just straight up scaling, it's going to be hard to deal with Granger and Lance. So RLG wants to try and end things not too late too.
Looks like Joe missed the Phantom execution. But again, it's not that big of a deal. The turtle will spawn in roughly 35 seconds. That's where the next big team fight is going to be. Ashray goes for Meow. Meow is tanking so far. Will he survive this one?
He actually might. He's under the tower. Yeah, he survives the 1v2. But Joe actually gets picked off mid by Daylight.
Yeah, unsure what happened. I'm guessing there's just like a chain burst from Hehe as well as Daylight, considering that Hehe does have that assist. And then Joe just could not react fast enough, or he already used the Thorn Rose. So there's not a lot of outplay there. Either way, this is a good win for RLG because they just delayed this next turtle take. Well, now that the Lance is here, but the purple buff should be taken fast enough for the Fanny to join the fight.
And Meow is all the way over here as well. Ashrid flies in. Joe secures the turtle. Way of Dragon going to find one kick. Ashrid gets the final cut. Meow going to be executed. Pancake, unfortunately, traded over 1-for-1 currently. Ashrid looking for another way to enter. Gets knocked out by Mzu, so they'll cut it short there.
Right now, this is like the closest match we've seen in all 5 games, because it has been stomps in the previous 4, and this time we see quite a lot of trades in terms of the gold lead as well. There's not a lot of difference here. Now it looks like it could go up to 1,000, but it might shrink very, very soon. As of right now, Daylight 2-0-1. He's gonna get his items very, very fast compared to Malik, who's only 0-0-1. And both Harv and Granger can join the fight relatively quickly. So the next turtle fight, we might see a lot more people actually dying, and then from there we should see a big spike in the change of the map where turrets might start to fall.
In fact, I think Malik is expecting to join fights as well, since he went for Fury Hammer straight into Sky Piercer very early on. So he wants to get those stacks as soon as possible. So far, SGP still holding on to a 1k lead. Not too bad at this stage, but still not ideal for RLG.
Look at mid here. Pancake is showing his face up against MZU, but we gotta be careful here because Pancake will start to be non-existent come late game, and now they want hey.
Going for the one shot on Hyde, nearly takes him out. Hyde will be forced to recall, just barely surviving that one.
I'm looking at the map here, and I'm seeing that MZU doesn't have a lot of good opportunities to actually engage onto anyone. I think they're just hold on, Malik. Good dash.
Automatic, beautiful play from Hehehe. He finds the target.
Okay, but all the while Joe is attacking the turtle. Ashrid is there, looking for the opportunity, and Joe still gets it.
Joe secures the turtle away, but that doesn't mean that he will be safe because Ashrid finds the kill in return. Now Meow surviving a lot of damage. Daylight comes in, Diamond Force comes out, he's targeting Meow, and this time the Uranus will not survive.
Oh yeah, RLG is controlling the map much better now. MZU didn't actually hit the flicker Jit Kundo on Ashray, but I kind of can't blame him because it's tough to catch a Fanny for that one. Joe had to take the L in that scrimmage, but you're close to a wall. You're bound to get targeted down by the Fanny. Asher's Fanny in this one has been a big problem for SGP. In hindsight, they might have botched the draft because they banned out the Yi Sun Shin, where in game number 4, Asher didn't do much on the Yi Sun Shin. In hindsight, maybe they should have just banned the Fanny instead.
I think they were trying to force specifically the Lancelot trade here, since they knew it was likely they would end up getting the Yi Sun Shin themselves if they let it through. Not too sure what the thought process was, but Uranus first pick definitely wasn't it. Diamond Force comes through, Daylight looking for Malik straight away, and he finds it! A beautiful call coming in from the gold laner. And our Yin Yang overturn from Hey. He loses life, but he does his job. Damage is done. Hyde is gone. And Ashrid is slicing through the entirety of the Saigon Phantom. Finds a triple kill. And Radiant Legends is making their presence known. It is a team wipe in the mid lane.
This is the first wipe of the day. And RLG, they got a rude awakening after game number 4. They're like, okay, you know what? Enough funny business. It's time for us to actually brawl. Meow right now took the most amount of damage, but still, it's not going to be good here because you need your damage dealers to deal the damage. Malik has 0 stacks of Sky Piercer. He needs at least 3 to really become a threat. Other than that, he's just a poking machine.
That is always the risk when it comes down to these situations. Malik already died twice, going to slow down his scaling quite a lot. And I think personally, it's a bit funny that Daylight is more aggressive on Marksman than he was when he was on the show. But that speaks to comfort here. RLG now in control of the Lord Pit.
Yep, Meow is there. He sees Daylight, but it's not like he can catch him, so just a little bit of poke. Maybe just reduce some MR, but looking at the draft for SGP, I don't think it's that big of a deal to reduce the MR. Right now, hey, having that Genius 1 will just make Daylight even more stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. RLG still controlling the Lord. They're taking it very slowly. They're actually buying time for Ashrid to clear up top wave, get the purple buff before they actually commit to this. It does mean that they are not playing the map as well. We'll see whether or not that costs them as the time goes on. So gonna get spotted. Phantom Execution used. Pancake not able to get the chase.
Hyde does have the curtain call, so we're gonna see what kind of engage he's going for and who he's gonna catch. If he catches Daylight, then that's a good sign for it to start a team fight. Daylight right now has that Holy Crystal, so immediate burst is gonna happen. Hyde has to catch Daylight, otherwise they're not gonna be winning the team fight here.
MZU with the conceal unfortunately gets spotted out by Pancake, and he's gonna chase him down, not allowing him to reach the back line. And Fanny flies in. Ashrid in some trouble, actually eats a lot of damage and forces Jome and Malik back. Hyde also nearly dies to HHN, who is now zoning Meow out. MZU, the only one left that's still on full HP on the side of Saigon Phantom. The Lord will be reset.
Ashrid really does not want this Lord, really want to go for those side lanes, trying to waste SGP's time, but SGP's time is not getting wasted if they're still farming up.
They're gonna try and commit. They get the kick onto Pancake, but Daylight goes in with the Zaman Force. He finds Malik straight away instantly, and SGP is 2 stacked up. They're eating everything in the world. They get picked off one by one. It is falling apart for the Saigon Phantoms as 4 members are dispatched in an instant.
I am so sorry. That needs a replay, and all I want to see is Malik. Because my question is, why are you there? You're in a position where you got pinched, not just by your opponents, but you also got pinched by 2 thick walls. Even with a flicker, you won't be in a position that you're able to run away. I don't know why he positioned himself so dangerously as the main carrier of the team, as someone with Sky Piercer. That should not be where you should be. Like, look at this. Malik's in between there. There's no way for him to escape. He got pinched every angle.
That is such a weird positioning. SGP was clearly not ready for the fight. I think Malik was trying to connect with the initiation in front, but by doing so, he papped himself into the worst position possible and let Daylight pick him up for free, basically.
The worst part is that he dashed into it. He rondoed into it. It's not that he saved his dash in case something bad happens. In that situation, you might as well use the alt dash to, you know, get yourself closer to your team and then save the rondo to run away. That was a very costly mistake for SGP, because if Malik survived, hey, they may have been able to turn things around.
Even if they didn't win the team fight, allowing Malik to at least get some assists or even a Sky Piercer stack would have been way better than what happened there. Ashrid, oh, he's in trouble. Ashrid gonna get kicked out of the way of the dragon, might be punished here, and he will be. Malik does get that Sky Piercer stack we were talking about.
Ostrich without the R indeed. And now Daylight is still there. He still has the Zaman Force if he wants to force it out. But I like that. Ostrich without the R. Oh! Run away!
4 members by himself! Why do you keep doing this, junglers? Value your lives a little better! Daylight with the triple kill built off the initial pickup on the Lancelot.
Not even gonna talk about what happened just there. Overall good from RLG, catching the mistake and then letting them know how big that mistake really is. This time Malik has no options, just staying inside the base. He does have 1 stack or 10 stack of Sky Piercer here. And now Meow comes in, but you gotta be careful of Astrid.
4v2, we can see how much damage Daylight is doing already. The Harif is 9-0. Mzu pops the conceal, trying to chase them down, but they're already too far out. And the goal lead slipping out of their hands.
This is getting very dangerous because, again, this is the final game in this best of 5. Winner goes over to the grand finals. Loser has to play another best of 5 later on. And yes, this is the top 2 teams, but you always got to be careful because there's always that what if moment that you might throw in the lower bracket finals.
You never want that to come to pass. And that means that preserving stamina by going through the grand finals right now is highly valued. RLG currently in control of the Lord. Zaman Force dropped down, forces the flicker from Meow. Daylight in trouble, but he's able to dash away with the Purify, and Mem2 has been picked off. And now look at the Fanny, look at Ashrid with the double. Looking for 1 more, he's inside the base. Meow should be able to survive this, but the fight is already won. Joe also going to be left stranded between HHN and Hehehe. The crystal is wide open, it is 5v1, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Radiant Legend Gaming will be our first team moving on to the grand finals.
Congratulations to Radiant Legend Gaming. And for Saigon Phantom, they have to win this one to meet them again in the grand finals. And this time, I'm sure the coach has put it in his notes, ban Fanny. Let go the Yisun Shin, ban the Fanny.
Also, do not first pick Uranus. I think that's also important to point out. But yeah, that was a close one.
For all teams, by the way.
Game. Yeah, all teams, not specific. Oh, wow. But yeah, that was impressive. Very, very impressive performance right there in game number 5. Definitely the closest one of the series. Could have gone either way, but we could see that once Radiant's Legend goes back to comfort, they really look like a different team.
Damn, stuff. Imagine how long that was. That MP Malaysia, the first game of the 3rd match just ended, and then we just finished 1 best of 5. We basically went through 3 best of 3s, and not even counting the breaks in between. Just how intense this series is. That it's been 4 hours, almost 4 hours.
Oh man, you're right. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, we started.
Wow.
Yeah, it's almost 4 hours for this best of 5, Staffa.
They're working as hard today, but you know what? Games are. Can I say games are good? Games are okay. Some games are good. Games are okay.
Hey, you know what? It's the draft. It's the draft. It's the draft. Okay, like there's definitely mistakes that they need to work on, especially going towards the grand final here. Because what you really want, right, as an organization, is you want to inspire confidence. And how do you do that? You not only have to win. You gotta win with style. You gotta make it convincing. And I gotta say, game 5, Daylight, he was very convincing. 10-0 and 9, Staffa.
Daylight was so decisive, and it's such a big difference as well. You would think that he's a bit more aggressive on a hero like Cho, but no, when he's playing marksman, like Harif, like Claw. Wow, okay.
Right, everything, okay.
Leave a little bit for the rest of us. Damage King, Predator, DPS Machine, and rich guy. You know what they say? When the sun is out, daylight covers the land.
Hey, you know what? That's one way of saying it's a one man army. Like everyone did well, but Daylight, bruh, that guy might get scouted.
As a Harif, he was literally diving into the enemy team and picking off the Granger first. It's like, hey, if my team won't do it, I'll do it myself, you know?
Hey, you know what? He really embodies Harif, which is like a magical cat. And what does cat do? Cats pick fights that they're not supposed to win, but they always come up on top.
That's true. I mean,
I've
when
seen
you have
cats
9
slap
lives,
dogs
it helps a
every
lot.
time.
That's true, actually. Unfortunate for Saigon Phantom, though. They put in such an effort. The fact that they were able to bring this out to a Game 5 after being 2-0 is already really impressive. But it does mean that their next match is going to be a lot more difficult. Another best-of-5 series against a team that has been waiting to face them the entire time. Honestly, I do wish them the best of luck. I want to see them have another chance to take a swing at Radiance Legend.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long the break is going to be in between before going up against AFO or AFO. But it's like going up against this team where, again, fresh, you've seen your opponents, especially you've seen the draft, right? You can make a good assessment of what the threats are going to be. So far, we've not seen Jushin because Jushin keeps getting banned. We haven't seen Kimi. Kimi keeps getting banned. So maybe they'll follow that ban pattern, but maybe change up something else because the Lancelot that game was not that impressive. Maybe for the first game, you don't ban it out and then see how it goes.
You know what's like really shocking to me is that Lafu and Grok were both just ignored. Not banned, not picked, just pretending like these two heroes that are dominating games don't exist. And it goes to show how differently different regions approach the game.
I guess Uranus is the Lapu-Lapu of the Mekong region.
I don't like it.
Where they just want to be a nuisance, which, to be fair, that's what an EXP laner should be. If you're an EXP laner and you're not annoying to your opponents, you're not doing your role justice, you know? Either by always being in their face or just stopping anyone coming to your team. Like, EXP, that's your job. You got to be annoying. If you're a nice guy, maybe don't play EXP.
Honestly, I don't think Uranus stops anyone from getting past him, you know? He's just annoying. You could be Esme, yeah? Then you could actually be threatening people. You could be Lapu. You're not just annoying, you're killing people. So many good options.
Hey, but for now, we're going for a break before we start the lower bracket finals. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere because after this, it is going to be AFO or AFO going up against Saigon Phantoms.
vi vu muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. vi vu muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Championship 2025 MLBB Division VISA VMC Winter 2025, where we're in the lower bracket finals, where they want to go to the grand finals to have a chance to get a direct slot to the wild card stage of the MLBB M7 World Championship. And this Vietnamese National Esports Championship is organized by VIRESA, Phantom Games, and FPT Corporations, with FPT Play on Live Esports and Fang TV as the official broadcasting partners, and proudly sponsored by official partner Visa. And now we're looking at, looks like both teams might be ready here. They got a pretty good host there, Stafa.
Yeah, very, very good host right there. I sure wish we knew what they were talking about, but it's all good, and I'm sure there's some people who will be able to point that out for us. Either way, for those of you who may not have been able to join us earlier, what you're going to be watching right now is our second best of 5 series of today. It is the lower bracket finals between Saigon Phantom and AFO SQ.
It's very... I just like her outfit because, you know, like here in Southeast Asia, we dress differently, but it's like, huh.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I look at the way that she holds the mic. It looks like she doesn't have a strong grip, but it stays on there. I don't know why I look at the weirdest things. It's like a...
Well, I mean, to each
I'm
their own, right?
It's like just like that. And it stays still. It's so good.
I mean,
maybe she's Spider-Man.
The funny thing is, a lot of stuff doesn't actually need that much strength to hold, you know? As long as you've got your hand positioned properly. Gravity kind of helps you sometimes. You just gotta make sure it stays in place sometimes.
Dude, I go to the gym so that I can grip things with full strength.
Yes. I mean, grip strength is something.
I always have this paranoia of I don't hold it tight enough that when I swing my arms, it just flies away.
I mean, it depends, you know, and what you're holding, but That's an interesting paranoia, I will say. I don't think I've heard of that before. Like, I know that there's gonna be a lot of paranoias out there from people scared about doing this or worried about this or that happening, but not having a strong enough grip on something. But that's pretty
'Cause
unusual.
you know how people have nightmares that, you know, they're naked in school or something? I don't care about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm worried about grip strength.
Fair enough. I mean, I can kind of get it. Like, if I was like in a really high up place and I happen to be using my phone, you can bet I would be like, It's like, no.
Or just walking at the bridge where the floor is like glass, so you can see what's under there. Dude, I'm gripping everything. I'm gripping myself.
Yeah, I think we would have to grip ourselves. That's pretty important. We don't want to fall through. But let's get people up to speed with what has happened in the brackets thus far. Today, we had 2 best of 5s. The second one going to be upcoming very, very soon. But earlier, RLG were able to qualify to the first slot of the grand finals.
And now look at the difference between champion and second place. 40... Hold on. Like 40 million dong or something like that, man. 100 million dong is a lot. You want that 100 million dong.
Yes.
Vietnamese
I've actually never paid attention to what the currency of Vietnam was called.
Sure it's
so
dong.
this is actually new information for me. Hopefully
you know
it's
it's
being
called
pronounced
dong?
correctly. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's dong. Hold on. Vietnam currency. I'm pretty
You're
sure
gonna
it's
look it
dong.
up right now. You're looking
I'm looking it up. I think I'm gonna get it. Yeah, it's dong.
Okay.
Vietnam dong. That's the
All right,
official
all right.
one. Look, I know my dongs. Okay, Staffa, please.
Yeah,
Go to
I should
Vietnam.
have trusted you more. I typically don't really look up dong.
Yeah, apparently like 25,000 Vietnamese dong is like 1 USD. So this is like what, 5?
25,000 is 1. So 100,000 is 4. So 40 USD is a billion.
Around there. Either ways. That's all the more reason, right? Where you want to go over to the wild cards here. And now we're looking at the lower bracket here. You guys are watching match number 7. It's either AFO squad or AFO squad going up against Saigon Phantom. We got like 30 minutes after the match, so Saigon Phantom should have enough time to mentally prepare themselves for another best of 5, where potentially today they're going to be playing 10 straight games, and then tomorrow, if they go to the grand finals, a best of 7 is waiting for them.
It's a rough journey, but it's the journey, the path that these players want to take right now. But fatigue is definitely going to set in. As much as we'd like to say a 30-minute break is going to be enough, being able to completely reset yourself mentally, physically, and prepare to face off against a brand new team from before is going to be very, very taxing. And so we're going to be here to see whether or not Saigon Phantom will be able to pull it off, especially since they were so close to securing a reverse sweep earlier today.
Yeah, they're very close, and yeah, I think they just really need to be careful in the terms of how they assess threats, because betting on Yusin Shin when Yusin Shin wasn't that big of an impact before, and then I don't think that Uranus first pick, man. It's a region thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like everyone has their own style, Safa. We have to respect everyone, but it's just a bit odd. That's all. Like I'll
respect you as a person, but not your choices.
If like I'm okay if they have a first pick that is flexible, that you don't know where it's going, like a CC.
Yeah. I first pick CC, it doesn't even need to be completely flex if it's just like particularly strong, right? First pick Kalea, Yisan Shin, Lancelot, all of that sort of stuff. It's like safe first picks, and people just go Uranus for some reason, even when lane counters are open, even when there's a lot of like assassins that might be super mobile still in the pool, even when you're playing against things like Lunox. I don't really get why. Like, I understand, okay, Uranus is good at certain things, but are those things really worth first picking this hero?
I think for everyone to understand, this is kind of like a tax on your own opportunity, where you're locked in for a certain hero when your opponent chose something that you're like, oh, if only I didn't pick EXP first, I had the option to go for either a backline diver, either a hero with a lot more damage, or a hero with a lot more crowd control, right? Because that's one of the great things about, I would say, all roles except for gold. Gold is just stuck on damage, but other roles, they have multiple ways to complete your draft. And now we got to look at Saigon Phantom here, Meow, Joe, Zoo, Hyde, and Malik. And this is the AFO squad, or AFO squad, full Vietnamese team. We got Gwen, Yu Hing, Nancy, and the rest.
And the rest, we didn't manage to, hold on, let me look at Wikipedia real quick.
I'm looking Nancy, at, okay, Ziram and Leah.
Okay, we gotta make sure to shout everyone out. We don't want anyone to feel left out.
Exactly. Okay, I hope there's an amazing Kaja player, because Kaja got banned, Staffa.
Ooh, alright. We got broken walls as well. Also, the fact is that we got 4 expanding rivers in a row in our previous best of 5, which is kind of insane. We finally get to see something different. Broken walls for game number 1. Kaja, and then the Tan ban for Saigon Phantom. So already, just from this, AFO is giving me the impression that they might be a more unique team.
Or a crazy one trick, right? But honestly, I kind of feel like Natan I can respect if you want to ban out, because Kaja Natan does seem like a good combo. I would assume you would ban either or, not both of them. But it could also be their strategy, like what they did with Pancake, is that we know your hero pool is very limited, so we're just gonna get rid of it. And then they don't care if you have to play meta, because they know even with meta, you're not that great.
True. Well, Angela going to be the only hero that they retained the ban from their previous series on, whereas AFO get rid of Zusin, Kimmy, and Lance. So those seem to be common red side bans here in the Mekong region. First pick now open for Saigon. Will they go Lunox the same way they did before? Let's not talk about Uranus. Or will it be things like Yi Sunshin or Kalea?
I would take Lunox. Lunox is the safest. Unless they know that the opponent's Lie definitely cannot use a Lunox, then you can delay it, right? Or CC. CC is open as well. Okay, pick up Kalea. All right, good. Already liking this. But now AFO has to take away that Lunox. And they don't. They pick up Lapu and Iritel.
Our first time seeing Lapu today. He actually exists. Amazing.
Hey, now we're on their side.
Alright, Lapu into the Iritel. Now, Lapu is a fairly safe opening pick. I feel like I would prefer to go into something like CC or Esme, but Lapu is perfectly fine. But Iritel, as an instant lock-in, is very interesting. This is more of a niche counter pick in the gold lane most of the time.
But considering that Natan was banned and they instant picked the Iritel, like, really not think about it, maybe they really do have a very limited hero pool where it's kind of like, if I don't pick this up, if they second pick Iritel, I have nothing.
I would be a bit concerned if that were the case, but only time will tell. For now, Saigon go for the Esme Lunox. So looking like a very solid opening here from Saigon Phantom. Good damage. Esme should be able to hold that lane and even win out early on against the Lapu, so that gives them some strong early rotations.
Do they want to go for Yi Shin here or pick up their roamer first? Because honestly, like, you need something that's hard to catch, because Kalea can't have an easy time here. Yi Shin is relatively hard to catch. If they want to get their mid right now, pick up like an Eve. Oh, but they pick up a Boxia, which is interesting because I was considering a tank jungle, but that Lunox, man, Lunox kind of makes it a bit iffy.
Yeah, it does make it tough, but I think that Baxia is one of the exceptions where he still does hold his own quite well, especially into the Kalea as well. I'm actually okay with going for the Baxia here. And lock in there, other junglers, like get rid of that Sunshin, start narrowing down the hero pool for Joe.
Yeah, I really feel like that's a solid idea because Joe is an amazing jungler. We have not seen him on the tank so far. Betting out of Yi Shin, in terms of other junglers, we have not seen him on a Fanny. If they know that he can use a Fanny, probably a pretty good ban as well. If not, let it go. And it does seem like AFO is a very unique team where even an Xborg is banned out, even though they already have a Baxia and a Lapu. So is this Baxia going to be a roamer? That's why they're banning out an Xborg?
It's very strange. But the reason you would get rid of Xborg is either you are playing a tank jungle or you are playing a tank XP. Now it could be matched up into the Esmeralda. Lapu already falls in that position. So this would imply that Saigon Phantom wants to play a tank jungle themselves, something like a Madrid. They had not shown that the entire series versus
Yeah, it's either they want a Fredrin or an Akai. With that draft right now, I kind of feel like maybe it makes a little bit more sense for the Akai here. They're banning out the Gato Kacha, so I don't know. Right now, it's a little bit weird because you ban out the Xborg. Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe they just forgot that there's a Baxia or Lapu. Or maybe I'm right. Maybe the Baxia is a roamer and they're going to pick something else as a jungler. Either ways, right now, they still have options for mid. If they pick up mid here right now, they can hide where this Baxia is going. In terms of mid, I think something that's still very solid is something like a Farsa. Eve is very good against the matchup between Kalia and the Lunox. Oh, but they pick up a Badang, so they're hiding their mid lane right now. But this kind of shows that maybe the Xborg was a very bad ban because the Badang has been picked up, so the Badang is going to go roam Baxia in the jungle and Lapu in the EXP. Saigon Phantom, they still have options here when it comes to gold lane, like the Haravan and Granger, maybe not so much going up against Irtel, but hey, sometimes it's okay to go for a losing matchup.
Sometimes, yeah, especially if it's something like a comfort, there is a possibility that Irtel was picked up because we know Malik is fairly comfortable on the Granger, so it might be an in-advance counter, but I would personally prefer going for something like a Harif, I think. Though they do still have plenty of options, they go for the Moskov, and it is a Fredrin. Okay.
Something has changed up. Maybe they have a specific strategy for both teams because this is the first Moskov that we saw, even though in the previous games, Moskov was the preferred choice and they didn't choose it. And now the Fredrin as well. I gotta say, Saigon Phantom right now, it looks like they're just hiding all their potential. They don't want to let go too much until they really have to, which is weird for me in a high-stakes competition like this, Tafa.
Well, to each their own, right? I do like seeing that Saigon Phantom actually had a lot more kept in the back pocket than we may have expected. But perhaps if they showed this earlier, they would already be in the grand finals, right? Either way, we're going to see how well they perform on a tank jungle lineup for the first time. And the Eve is going to be the final pick for AFO. I'd say that both team lineups are actually pretty balanced overall.
Yeah, I like this. I like this draft better than the upper bracket just now, Staffa. Like, everything here makes a lot of sense. Like, everyone has their power picks, but at the same time, you have the counters for, I would say, each. I kind of prefer just a little bit more for AFO. Just because, okay, maybe because I haven't seen them play so far, but I think that draft is just a little bit more easier to execute.
I can see where you're coming from, but I don't really think that Saigon's draft is particularly difficult to execute either. It also does make a lot of sense overall. I think the only big difference is Saigon Phantom will need a little bit more time to really come online. Most of their heroes are a bit item dependent, a bit scaling dependent. Mid-game, AFO should be able to take control as long as they can take the lead early on. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready, buckle in. We're going for a ride here. It's game number 1 of our lower bracket finals best of 5 series between Saigon Phantom and AFO squad.
I wonder if after the upper bracket finals finish, Joe just talk to his team and be like, "Hey, can I just use a tank? I mean, like,
I'm tired, guys.
you guys can carry, right? I mean, assassins, honestly, overrated. You know, I don't need it. Infrared is fine."
I guess we'll see. Who knows? Maybe Joe is more effective on tank jungler all along, which would certainly create a lot more questions. But again, we'll watch and we will see. So far, nothing too aggressive on the map.
Yep. Just trade here, going up against Hyde. Hyde is actually taking quite a lot of damage. Emzu is still there trying to heal him up. Lunas can be very aggressive in the mid, but you want to be aggressive when there's minions so that you can actually heal up. And oh my goodness, already forcing out the Purify very early on.
Yuheng being actually very aggressive on this Badang, doing a great job of poking Hyde out. Nancy now coming to invade the jungle against Joe. Emzu and Yuheng are both here. I think that... I actually cannot tell who got that. I think it might have been Nancy.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure, but the fact that, yeah, because Nancy and Joe are both level 4, and now Nancy goes to the bottom lane. Malik just pushes me over with the Spear of Misery. So far, I'm really liking AFO, where... Again, maybe because they're fresh, they're being very, very aggressive in terms of the trades, where they go to the jungle, succeed or not, they want to push people away. Yuheng, so far, I like the way that he plays. And as I say that, Meow just kills Gwen.
Now Gwen goes down. That means it's already a numbers advantage for Saigon as they take control of the turtle pit. Nancy trying to stay to take the turtle away, but he's not able to find it. Joe secures the objective, secures Nancy at the same time, and Leah has been jumped on. Spear of Destruction connects. Malik is here, chases away to E, forces out the flicker.
You know what, EFO, my bad. I'm gonna stop glazing. I'm just gonna let you do your thing. I'm just gonna say like, oh, hero this, hero that, the weather. You know, visa is amazing. Get yourself a visa. So yeah.
Yeah, very, very much spoke too soon kind of situation.
I was just talking and then people started dying. Stuff off. That's not cool.
Yeah, really not cool. I don't even know how Gwen ended up dying like in the EXP lane there. Esme definitely has kill potential on Labu Labu, but that's why you play safe and just poke the minion away from afar. Definitely a bit of a mistake that cost his team the first turtle.
And in terms of the lead, it's not that much different. Oh, hold on.
Ooh, get the Tsunami Slash. If Destruction comes in, Fist Crack on 2 is good, but everyone's already dying, and Nancy now the last one left being melted down. He'll get the kill onto the Kalea, but it's not going to be worth it. It's 1 for 3, and Hyde picks up the triple.
Malik has been hitting his SODs. So in the game where a Moskov is good, I don't know why he doesn't pick it up. Like, SGP, you're really good at hiding your real potential. This is the kind of worker that you have in your office where he knows how to fix the toilet, but he refuses to do it because once the boss knows that you can fix the toilet, he will never call a plumber again. So you just hide that fact and you'll be like, I don't know, have you tried flushing it?
Very specific example, but I know exactly what you mean. That is actually a recommended thing for a lot of people in the corporate workplace. If you guys know how to fix the toilet, don't let people know. Either way, Tsunami Slam gonna be used. Yuheng drag forward. Spear of Destruction connects again, but this time Malik doesn't want to take it. Turtle being controlled. Gwen jumps in. Bravest Fighter forces out the Brilliance. Nancy also drops the Tortoise's Croissant's gonna get taunted by Chome. Yuheng hiding in the bush, not quite able to find the catch. Joe with the referee timing. Secure the turtle. Fist Crack comes out, but Joe just dashes out of the RW damage.
Yeah, and now with that, it's almost 2,500 gold difference. I would say it doesn't matter that much because AFO... oh, hold on. At least Yuheng is able to get out of there. The fact that Emzu does not have Tsunami Slam kind of saves him. We're looking at a goal here, and actually quite a lot of gold difference here on Staffa. And interestingly enough, Zinem actually goes for the Wind Talker first. Not a bad first item, but nowadays we do see a lot more Pasclaw.
Nice flicker from Yuheng, just barely avoided the title strike. We'll be able to survive for now. But we can see SGP really starting to pile on the press. Wow, the SOD stops the recall, and Malik jumps to it to pick up Zinem.
All I'm saying is Malik has not missed a single SOD, Staffa. Why has he not used this yet?
Our boy's been holding out on us. Meow now in some trouble. Raging Slash comes in, gets a 2-man Falling Star Moon. Joe is here as well. But it's a 3v2. Yu-Hing gets the Fist Break. Yu-Hing now abandoned. Fist Crack comes out on 3. Should just barely get away.
Dude, I love the Mekong region because they just trust each other so much and be like, you got that, right? You can get out of that, right? You have a dash. You have a dash. You should be okay. Oh, I just
I like
love
how
it.
well Malik is doing such a good job of keeping Nancy away, even as he's rolling on him. You can see now 3k gold lead for Saigon Phantom in 6 minutes. And they're still piling on the pressure, going for Gwen, keeping him under tower. Turtle's gonna be up in 10 seconds. Oh, they're committing to it.
Pass your flicker, same as Meow.
Forward. Meow wants it, falling Star Moon. They actually chase him down. Nancy a little bit too late. And now Meow going to be a bit far forward, caught between 3. Fist Crack comes out. The Esme is super low on HP. Lie gets the last hit, but Nancy used the retry for it.
Yeah, now Malik actually started up the turtle. So faster rotations here coming in from SGP. And it really does look like a problem for AFO right now is that they're losing both lanes, both EXP as well as gold. Malik now having the golden staff at 7 minutes. He is going to be a problem because he's already joining the team fights without the items. And now that he starts joining in, even though Nancy with the passive that he has should be able to hold on Mzu. Who's he catching? Lie, Yu-Hing, Yu-Hing!
Yu-Hing finds it. Tsunami Slam pulls the Badang in. RWM a bit too late to save him. Landshaker connects on 2, but Malik with the SOD in the back cancels out the RWM, forces the flicker from Liaise, chases him down and gets the kill. And they've already finished off Gwen as well. Nancy now gonna be the next target. Zinem is here to try and save his jungler, but you are up against 5 members of the Saigon Phantoms, and they're not letting you go.
Dude, Malik looks like an assassin, looks like a fighter, looks like an EXP laner the way that he keeps diving in the back. Okay, it's a good thing Oh, I was about to say Hai was supposed to die there. That was so cool.
Brilliant pop. Holy, that timing, that reaction speed.
He knew it was coming. He's like, my hands are on here. The moment I see a flicker, I'm pressing it.
There's not even a single bead of sweat to stop him from getting that done. Now the oh my goodness, another SOD! Malik, the sniper!
Dude, if I was his team, I would be so upset right now. Like, bro, you say you couldn't use this hero? What? Is this what you wanted? Do you actually wanted to play 10 games today?
Malik just felt bored. He's like, I'm just gonna play like Granger. I'm just gonna play like limited gold laners. You almost got
guys, it's too early.
But I'm gonna save it for later.
Yeah. Imagine it's like, guys, I'm still sleepy. Coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Okay, you know what?
Okay, we spoke too soon. We've done it again. We've done it again.
How is it possible? He's been perfect the entire game. When we started, like, you know what? Let's glaze him a bit, and then he dies like that.
Tsunami Slam onto Yu-Hing, drag the Badang back once again. Hide with the godlike streak. It's now 4-4. Malik will respawn in 3 seconds, so it should be an easy lord. RWM even used only on Mzu, so no ultimate on Lied. Should be easy objective for Joe.
Oh, he didn't even secure it. It was the Lunox, but yeah, still SGP should have this in the bag. About 6,800 gold. In terms of the way that they siege, they have a lot of ways to siege, but there's a fight going on in mid.
Joe started off with a 2-man taunt. Now Mzu coming from behind gets a 3-man title strike knockup. Tsunami Slam pulls in Yu-Hing, and the Badang is dead once again. But unfortunately, Meow has been pinned to the wall, not gonna be able to escape. Looks like Hyde will be able to find some revenge though. Double kill for the Lunox. You know, we've been glazing Malik, but Hyde is 9-0.
I mean, like, he has a Sky Piercer, man, and I don't know when that Sky Piercer was built, but I'm guessing at this point at least 7 stacks.
Ooh, Malik nearly dies in 1v1 against Gwen. Will be able to get out. RWM used very early again from Lie. Hyde just walks out of it.
Yep. Joe being in the front line, trying to get aggro from Yu-Hing as well as Lie. Now the Lord is marching in, but because they're still the Holy Shields, don't think they're going to get too much out of this. The now having that Wishing Lantern should have more damage on the pokes and the RWMs if you're able to connect multiple members. SGP looks like they're going to go in for this one.
Who goes in, Tsunami Slam pulls out Nancy this time, and they burst him instantly. The Fist Crack Flicker is actually pretty solid, sets up the kill on Hyde. Yu Hing will go down as well, but that's actually a shutdown on the 10-kill Lunox, being claimed by AFO.
After we said he's doing good, after we mentioned he has Sky Piercer stacks.
Wow, we need to stop talking.
Are we too good or too bad at our jobs?
I'm not gonna pay by play that. I need to stop talking.
Yeah. Right now, AFO, they are doing their best.
Right now.
Yeah, dude. Imagine how many fans from Vietnam that we have to apologize for. And now Lia, he's not gonna be using the RWM here. Good try for it. Engage. Mzu gets one. RWM popped.
Ooh, RWM comes out. Yu Hing just barely survives. Nope. The snipe from afar is Malik going to be able to pierce through him, and now another taunt onto Lie, and they get the title strike knockup and Zinem as well. Double kill for Hyde. They're running them down. Let's Shaker! Lapu Gwen, the hero, all by himself. Shaker once again, Raging Selectively used. Hyde nearly dead. Gwen saving the game single-handedly, but it is still a 1v2 situation. You hit another 3 seconds before they respawn, and Gwen's efforts have kept them in this game.
Bro, you know what? Gwen, for a second there, not the protagonist. He looked like the supporting character where he's trying to give time. Like, he seems like the sensei, the old guy that trains the dude and was like, I will sacrifice myself for you. And he did that, and he's saving the game. The question is, who's going to be the protagonist that would eventually win the game for AFO?
I hope that after watching this one, RLG finds out that, hey, maybe Labu is kind of a good hero, you know? Either way, 6k gold lead, 13 minutes in. Next Lord is in control. Conceal comes out, Tidal Strike, gets the Tsunami Slam, pulls in Yu Hing. Once again, fed to Hyde. And with no Badang, should be a free Lord.
And this is how you break relationships, right? You pull someone in, and then the rest... I'm not even gonna finish that. Either way, SGP right now, 6,700 gold, 23 kills to 8. I think this game is unthrowable, but we'll see. We'll see. That's all I can say. It's throwable, but it's not throwable, I think.
It is German suplexable though. Lie gonna get dragged in, instantly bursted, Falling Star Moon into the base, gets the 2-man knockout. Purify used from Zinem. Malik with Spear Destruction jumps into the back. The Lord is on the crystal, but Saigon Phantom wants to wipe out the team first as they secure victory in game number 1.
Look at that, smiles all over the face. And wait, smiles for the different team, I guess. Let me just tell you, Stafa, in terms of the KDA, I think Hyde will be the MVP, but Malik, dude. Malik, man, like he made cool plays.
Like, where has this been? Why did it take this long for the Moscow to show up? It wasn't picked at all previously, and all of a sudden popping off on the hero. Well played though, the Saigon Phantom. Cleaner gameplay, good calls, solid draft. First time Moskov and Fredrin show up, and it looks so comfortable for them.
And they ban out the Kalia, like they couldn't use the Kalia, and then they first picked the Kalia, and then it actually looked good. I am so confused after watching the previous series. All my assumptions, man, like, I feel like we just entered a different dimension.
Yeah, this is not the same team that we were watching earlier. Like, this was a solid draft, made a lot of sense, it works well together. Heroes that they did not care about in the entire first series, and all of a sudden, popping off on Malik, going to be our MVP of the match on the Moskov. Nearly 12,000 gold by the end there, and while he did die once or twice, his KDA is still quite impressive.
Well, you know what? He he definitely deserves it. Like, he played an amazing match. Speaking of which, looks like Team Ray is going to win against Arrow. Oh my goodness. That's a development from this side with 13,000 gold lead. Oh my god.
I don't know how to do
It's the same as SGP.
anymore,
Dude, power rankings suck, man. It's
I'm
all...
supposed to do one. I always do them every few weeks. I don't know how to do it anymore. It's so weird happening in our
Look at this game. Look at what you've done. Do you think the teams appreciate when you say they're good?
You know what? You're right. I'm sorry, teams. We
Think
never
about other
intended for
people.
any of this to happen. But also, you had it coming.
Yeah. Either way. Oh, Team Ray 1-2-1. That's insane. And there's tons coming in. Well, they're all good. I don't know if Arrow can go to the playoffs, but either way, right now, Damage King DPS is going to be Malik. And at this point, just keep it up, Saigon Phantom. Like, you've shown the potential. You have the strength. And maybe try out Lapu Lapu. Just one game, you know? Like, either or. Maybe they just haven't seen it before. You know what? Stuff up, maybe you're right.
About what? Which
Lapu
part?
is amazing, yeah.
Right.
You're right about Lapu being amazing, and I think you're right when maybe they just haven't seen it yet. You know, maybe they haven't tried it.
I don't know. I'd be kind of weird. I'd feel kind of weird if they've never tried it. But well, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Also, see how big of a difference it is for Meow when he's actually given like a hero like Esmeralda instead of being put on Uranus or Alice. Oh, you can create so much more space overall. Just go for the classics. Go for the standards. Brethren as well. Suddenly tank jungle for the first time in the hands of Joe. Like, okay, this looks good. Why did we not do this earlier? Is it specifically against Radiance Legend?
Either it's specific for Radiant Legend or specific for AFO. I don't know which is which because you can say that, yeah, they look very strong now, but maybe because AFO is a semi-pro team and we saw that they don't have a coach, which is weird because even without a coach, I feel like they drafted very well. Maybe aside from the Iritel early pick, but again, maybe it's just because, again, semi-pro team, they don't have the same amount of time as professional players to play, say, 8 to 12 hours a day. Maybe they got like 4 hours max, right? So they can't expand their hero pool so much. So it's more understandable for them. But I'm really hoping that AFO just keep it up. Maybe they're able to make Saigon Phantom crack because maybe at the second game, their mental just start to crumble down. They just got tired.
Yeah, I think probably we will need to see more respect to Kalea again. It does seems like a lot of these aggressive Mekong teams with the Kalea is pretty scary because AFO just couldn't start anything because every single time Yu-Hing was already getting picked off. The Badang is just gone from the fight instantly. Then you're at a disadvantage. You don't have ways of like initiating. So getting rid of the Kalea is probably a good adjustment going forward. I also wonder if we'll actually see any team take the blue side pick away from Saigon Phantom because they have had first pick the entire day.
I wonder if they just have this condition to the tournament. It's like, we will join the tournament, but only if we only get first pick. I don't know. They like first pick, and other people don't like first pick, man. It's a weird ecosystem to have.
I don't know. Like, can it happen twice? We'll see. Right? It was only game 1. Maybe we will actually get to see them on red side in game number 2. But definitely some adjustments need to be made. I am still impressed with AFO. You know, without like big backing, without having a coaching staff, just figuring out exactly how they're going to play this. Draft was solid. Gameplay could have definitely been executed a little bit better, but Saigon Phantom was very, very aggressive. And once again, the Kalea was a huge issue. So if they can deal with these, we might get to see a closer matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. Without the Kalea there, because the big problem is that the Badang wants to push people away, right? But when the Kalea comes out of nowhere, you can't react to it. And then and it just becomes a problem, especially if the Kalia just waits for your fist to go out, and then there's not much protection there. So I do agree. I feel like the Kalia is a very big problem, and it should be a big problem globally. And it's heroes like Kalia, I feel like, why people are ignoring global warming.
You're gonna have
I
to.
actually don't know.
You're gonna have to give me some context there, sir.
It's like
Honestly,
a.
You know what? You're right. Global warming.
We need more. We need more fish lady stuff. So make ice into water, so that there's more opportunities.
I think that's a bad thing.
Oh, it's a bad thing. We don't want fish ladies.
No, the ice into water.
Okay, you know what?
I think that's kind of a bad thing. You know?
Pull it back
but
up.
I will say
you know
that
what,
global warming is probably a topic, right? We've got climate change happening in the land of Dawn. It's changing so fast, actually.
Scientists
it's almost
are
like every time we go
time.
back, it looks different.
Scientists is wasting their time. What they really should be doing is build air conditioning for Earth. So we don't even need air conditioning anymore. Take weather in your own hands.
And
choose whether today is gonna rain or not.
Where would we install this air conditioning exactly? Like how would this work? Like what are the logistics of
in the sky? Hello.
Yes.
If Spider-Man can swing from the clouds, Tafa, you can build an air conditioning unit on clouds. That's my pitch.
True. We do have a flying cloud map. Maybe we can experiment with that first, right? Put some air conditioners on those, and then it'll be a lot cooler. What are we talking about again?
See, people don't know my genius. Okay, just because I don't graduate in engineering, just because I don't learn biochemistry and stuff.
Yeah, you don't need all of that. That's not important, LaFell.
It's not. It's not. What's important right now is the draft. Bro.
All right.
Get air conditioning all around.
Air conditioning is good. It feels very comfortable real quick.
Yeah.
But yes, anyways, we're going to be jumping into the draft for game number 2.
Okay, you know what? Mustafa, you go first.
Yeah, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna let everyone know. I'm gonna go visit the little boy's room real fast. I'll be right back.
Because right now, we really have to talk about the problems here. Because for Saigon Phantom, you can already see Lunox Kalia, and I really feel like that's too strong of an opening. And I like that AFO, they're playing it safe. They're banning out this Kalia. I think the Lancelot, maybe you can wait for a little bit, especially because there's potentially ways for you to counter it later on. Saigon Phantom, they understand what AFO is all about. They're banning out the Natan again. They're banning out the Kaja. Maybe Kimi gets banned. I'm not entirely sure of the strength of a Kimi in the Mekong region, but with all the respect going on, I'm okay with that because Kimi has so much pressure in the mid lane, and if you're not used to playing in that kind of tempo, it can honestly be very frustrating. But they do ban out the Lancelot here. Yeah, so they're banning out the Lancelot. So maybe eventually, Staffa, they'll ban the Kimi, but then what will be open?
It's a good question. Banning out Kalei on the red side is honestly a adjustment I feel like we should have seen sooner, but it's good that they get rid of it, and it is something that we talked about needing to happen, especially after game number 1. So maybe in that way we can see AFO kind of slow down the aggression of Saigon Phantom a little bit more, because that really was a big issue for them in the previous game. Bans on the blue side remain the same. Lancelot gonna be removed once again. Kimi is still open. I still have things like the CC, like the Esme, like the Yisun Shin. Somehow, we are still not seeing Grok. We finally got to see a Lapu Lapu, which I'm happy about. But I'm really wondering why we don't see Grok here in this region. Like maybe someone in the comments can let me know why the hero doesn't seem to be getting a lot of priority. But it looks like the Kimi is going to be the final ban on the red side for AFO here. So first pick, lots of options open for Saigon Phantom. We got Yi Sun Shin, we got CC, Lapu Lapu and Esme are both solid, but not necessarily first pick material. Looks like CC is going to be the first choice. Now, there's not really a lot of lane counters for CC. The most obvious would be something like the Paquito. Paquito loses out a lot in terms of utility and teamfight contribution the later the game goes. So going for something like the Lapu Lapu makes a lot more sense. He doesn't win the lane directly against CC, but he will be able to contribute more when it comes to the mid game. But the Zusin going to be let through the bans. Wow, this hero has been banned the entire day, actually. I don't think there's been a single time where Zusin was not banned. I was trying to remember which hero was let through in exchange for the Kalea ban on the red side. And looks like this is it. Zusin gonna be in the hands of AFO for the first time today. Saigon Phantom picks up the Gatot and the Eve. So straight away going for very strong team fight potential on the blue side here. We got the Box of Death, we got the Circle of Death together with the CC. That means that they're still going to be looking for the jungler and gold laner to finish off the comp. AFO lock in the Granger, so they'll instantly start banning out gold laners such as the Harif. Harif would be very strong in the hands of Saigon Phantom here, especially since they already have Gatot and Eve. These are two heroes that would normally counter Harif in some way. So AFO not going to let that through. And the export going to be banned out once again. So instantly, this is Saigon Phantom telling AFO, hey, we are going to play Fredrin again. Or Baxia, one or the other, but most likely Fredrin, who works very well alongside Eve. If CC was not already picked up, I would actually suggest something like an Arlet for SGP, because Arlet, Eve, Fredrin would be a super powerful combination. And technically they could still flex it Arlet, EXP, CC, Gold, but since they have if they're going to go Fredrin in the jungle, then it's not quite as safe. Welcome back, sir.
Oh, the Jushin has been let through, and
yeah,
okay, they can use the Granger. Okay, hold on. Why has the export been banned again? Amon, I can kind of understand, but
I was thinking like probably Fredrin, but then they banned Amon, which is like, oh, that's a Benedetta?
Yeah, that's a Benedetta. I was being silent for that one. I gotta give respect to a Benedetta jungle.
Wow. Okay, something new, something very different here. I'm really hoping we get to see some cool stuff from this. The only time we've really seen this is in the hands of Amal from Homeboys.
Dude, this looks like a Homeboys draft already.
Actually, it kind of does, now that you point that out.
It's just missing a Cho.
Maybe Cho would be good. If they do actually go Fredrin on SGP, Cho is genuinely not that bad. But I don't know what their jungler is going to be at this point. If you're going Fredrin, why would you need to ban Amon? It's a Hayabusa. So why did you ban Export?
All I'm thinking is that they see, okay, here's the theory. They are top global Kaja, Natan, and Xborg. Just get rid of the MMR heroes.
I can't even doubt that that's a possibility. I'm honestly starting to consider, is there just like a super strong Xborg player on the AFO side? Because that would explain a lot of things.
Yeah, imagine like to the point where it's the wait, hold on.
Wait,
Akai Rome?
No.
Wait.
Benedetta
Wait.
Rome.
Wait.
Oh. What? Benedetta
Dude, now this is exciting stuff, and not in a I'm being sarcastic kind of way. This is legitimately interesting if it works out, and if it doesn't, we won't shut up about it.
Okay, I'm very curious about this, because typically, even when we see like slightly off meta picks, like weird heroes in certain positions, we would be able to come up with some kind of explanation for it, right? But Benedetta Rome, I really don't know why you would use it in this particular situation.
I think Yu Hing is secretly an EXP laner. That's
Badang
it,
and then
right? He used the
Benedetta. I
Badang.
mean, maybe, right?
Right? So they just need a hero that can stun up everyone, and that's the Benedetta with the Petrify. Maybe he's just an EXP laner and they don't have roamers. He's be like, bro, can you play roam? And he's like, no. You know what? You can. Come in.
Well, it is an assassin roam. I can certainly say that for sure. It's Petrify, Lethal Ignition, Roam Benedetta. And we have seen some assassin roams, but I've definitely never seen a Benedetta assassin roam. So that is going to be our topic of the game here. It's game number 2 in our lower bracket finals. Saigon Phantom on the blue side, AFO Squad on the red side, and we can already see that Meow is in some trouble. Vengeance already used. 1v2 gets lifted up once again, but Joe somehow picks up first blood on Yu-Hing.
Hey, he was doing his job as a roamer stopper, right? He made it so that, look at me. Don't look at EXP. You don't need to look there. Look at me. And that's how the EXP, you know, they got to kill. They got to kill over to Meow. And you know what, Staffa? Let me just remind you, we, both of us, do not deserve to criticize a Benedetta roam when we have a Fanny roam, right? We do not have that right anymore.
Honestly, I can make a bit more sense of that. But that's also because I've seen it and it kind of worked. So maybe you can prove us wrong today.
He has time. It's only like 1 minute 45 seconds of the game. He doesn't have the Electro Final Blow just yet. Looks like he's going for the EXP, trying to get some of that shared EXP, but I don't think he's going to get level 4 now. Meow, though, looks like he is having a bit of a hard time here.
Oh, here comes the Hayabusa. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. Nice disjoint. Yu-Hing gets out, but heavy spin spent, committed way before the turtle fight.
And right now it looks like Zinhem as well as Malik will not be able to join this fight just yet. And now Nancy gets caught. No heavy spin.
Yeah, Nancy's gonna be stuck inside. The box comes out. Revitalize gonna be used. Nancy's still alive, actually, and now AFO is turning things around. Emzu is gone. Meow's gonna get picked up. Vengeance will not save you. Gwen picks up the kill.
Is it weird that now I want AFO to win? Because their team is legitimately interesting, and they are not afraid to fight. They feel like the real Venom style.
When I already
okay, maybe I should not talk
timed
anymore.
it nicely, gets the kill, and yeah, I think we do need to stop.
You know, I don't care who wins. I don't care who wins. All right, just do what feels right. That's my thing. Do what feels right.
Oh yeah, gonna get poked out a little bit. Zoe looking for a chance to enter. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. The flicker does not successfully dislodge. And that is going to be a killing spree already for Joe. Oh, a taunt into Unbreakable into AOG. Nice flicker timing from Zinem. He's able to escape that gank.
Oh, you know he's been tapping that flicker. It's like, come on. He got out of it. And now Yu-Hing finds Emzu and Malik. He has to get out of there. And in terms of the gold difference, honestly, like, it's some good pickoffs coming in from SGP, but the gold is only like 300 gold diff, so it's not that big of a deal. In terms of scaling, I would say both are relatively the same, maybe just a little bit more for SGP because they have a lot more damage profile, but as long as Zinhem doesn't get caught, like, he keeps his Sky Piercer stacks, I would say it's pretty even.
Yeah, Granger as a hero can basically solo carry games. Yu-Hing getting nearly destroyed and oh wow, okay, I can't even describe what just happened there. Joe completely outplays the Benedetta roam. Emzu now in some trouble. Bravest Fighter comes out. They're just gonna disengage.
That play flabbergasted Staffa so much, he almost started speaking in Vietnam.
I think so. Joe also picks up another kill on Zinem, not even letting me realize I've learned a new language.
Yeah, I can tell you were reading the notification up there. Yeah. Anyways, at least they get a turtle here. So they're trading. They're not giving everything for free. Good. Okay, no, I'm not even gonna try. I'm worried. I might say a racial slur.
It's okay, I don't think it would be the first time. Meow pops the Vengeance. Curtain Call can be used. Landshaker connects. Just typical EXP lane things. But down in the bot side, Claude in some trouble. Malik gets picked up. Should be okay. Heavy Spin used to pin Emzu, but Lie is the one that's abandoned in enemy territory. And Hyde gets the trade.
Right now, looking at how the map has been going on, Joe is having an amazing time. 5-0-1. if they're able to catch him, that's going to be a lot of shutdown gold here. So that should be their primary target if they're going to aim for anyone. The only problem is they don't really have a lot of good lockdown. Like Nancy can try, but it's so hard for an Akai to really catch a Hayabusa unless you position next to a wall when he's channeling the Ogi Shadow Kill.
And then even if you pin the Hayabusa, who's pinning everyone else, right? This is unfortunately the risk of going Benedetta Rome. Yes, you can potentially get a huge stun with the Petrify, but that means that you're reliant on your battle spell cooldown to actually set up team fights. And well, that's not always going to work.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have an item to reduce the cooldown of your spell. We do have emblems for that, but I don't think he was using Pull Yourself Together. And now they're able to catch Yu-Hing, but Yu-Hing is able to get out of there.
Ogi Shadow Kill does so much damage. Oh no, the Electro used in such an awkward timing. But AFO are still able to run them down. Nancy is pretty tanky in front alongside Lapu Lapu, but the RWM melting them so quickly. Emsu is gone, but he's already done his job. He's traded for 2, and the rest of AFO just have to back it off as fast as possible.
It's so hard because you would hope that Yu-Hing will deal extra damage so that they can actually get a lot of good pickoffs. But unfortunately, this comp right now does not have the damage because I kind of feel like some of the engages, it's worthwhile. Oh, but the damage from Haya is too much right now. Lie was spared. Like, you can blow on him and he would die.
I think you should reword that sentence, but yes, Lie is very
No,
lucky.
not that, no, chat, not. 67, chat, 67.
Yeah, either way, Blazing Duet comes out, Yu-Hing in trouble once again. This Benedetta is so far behind in EXP, only level 7 at this point. Saigon Phantom really starting to up the ante now, nearly a 5k gold lead.
I should not try to use Bahasa phrase into English, because now I just realized it did not sound what I wanted to say, you know?
English has a lot of nuances, you know?
True. Look at the Hayabusa just getting the turret basically for free. It looks like AFO might not be able to win this one, but I admire. Oh my goodness! Oh my, that's too much damage. He's too far ahead.
Joe is so farmed. Everything is in the base. He's gonna get heavy spin. You know what? That's the first time I've ever seen that. That's actually a new one. Emsu gonna get sacrificed in the altar of AFO. Mid tier 2 now in trouble. Electrifying blow comes through. Clears the minion wave. Like AFO will be able to hold the tower for now.
That's so sad, and that could have been worse. Emso, I think he unbreakable in. It needs a replay. No, honestly, shout out to production. We needed that replay. And you know what I saw that's a bit sad is that curtain call on Yu-Hing makes him a non-hero. He does not do anything.
When you get tied together, you just can't dash, right? Now Gwen trying to hold the top tier 2 in position. RWM gonna be used. Look at the damage from the Hayabusa! Joe melts 2 people in an instant. Yu-Hing gonna need to pack it off. Lie gonna be caught out by all 5 members of the Saigon Phantoms. And this game is officially spiraling out of control.
This is the kind of game that if I see this next game, new opponents, I'm betting on Hayabusa, man, because you feel like you cannot outplay that kind of damage. But if they are able to shut down him, then that's going to be a big chunk of gold for them. So what they need is for him to quad shadow in, and then Akai just push him all the way inside the base. That's how you do it.
Even if Akai tries to push him, like, he needs to already be up against a wall, because, like, even for a split second, if he's not being hit by the heavy spin, he just dashes away to another shadow. That's the difficult thing. You don't have enough reliable lockdown.
And now Zinhem just trying his very best to clear the minions. The mid holy defense is going to get procced. It's only 10 minutes and already 2 holy defense has been taken down. And Emzu with this kind of lead, I feel like he can afford to dash in and bait out the Akai ult. Oh, that's so much damage.
Shadow Guild gonna be used. Lie nearly dead from that, and that was shared among most of the team. Mid inhibitor will fall. SGP instantly transitions to the bottom inhibitor as well, and Joe is still poking. Artillery comes out. AOG gonna be used. M2 gets locked down, but Yuing is already dead. M2 will fall, but the rest of his team is still alive and escorting the Lord into the crystal, and Joe wants the victory. He does not care about anything else. Game number 2 goes to the Saigon Phantoms.
At this point, I'm feeling a bit bad for AFO because it looks like there's a bit of a grudge for Saigon Phantom, and they're letting go all their stress on AFO. This is like therapy for Saigon Phantom.
Basically. Yeah, basically that is what it is. It's like when you've had a rough day at work and then you launch like GTA and just start beating up NPCs. That's basically the situation we find ourselves in here, because SGP are playing out of their minds. A very early killing spree for Joe already is a massive issue if you're opposing a Hayabusa. And then it just kept going. Like, they did not stop stepping on the pedal.
Can I just say, I respect the try using Bennett Rome so much. I'm not even going to fault him for that. I'm not even going to say, oh, this is a draft issue. I'm just saying, you know what? It's just execution, man. If you did it better, could have won.
Anything is technically possible. And I wish we got to see a little bit more from this, because it could have been the start of a brand new meta. But turns out there's a reason no one goes for it. Joe going to be our MVP of the match. In fact, I think this is our first non-gold lane MVP of the day. And with 705 on the Haya, 9,000 gold, literally melting most of the team by himself. Who can argue?
I mean, you know, it's Jover when get it, Joe over. Jover.
I get it. I gotcha.
You know, it's Jover when there's 5 people there, and the Ogi Shadow Kill can almost kill anyone in there. So it's pretty bad. Damage King, almost 50,000 damage dealt, and he's also the rich guy, 872 gold per minute. And I haven't seen this one. The Medic. We got the Medic and the Gold Digger. What is Gold Digger?
What is
GDC?
GDC? Is it not GPM? GPM is rich guy. What is Gold Digger?
Gold distribution. Cool. Gold. What?
I've never seen. Okay, that's actually a new one for me. We're gonna need to ask them, like, what is GDC?
Shout outs VMC, man. I need to know what Gold Digger is.
And not the official
from the room. Hold on. It's GDC. So Gold Digger. Okay, no, I can't say that.
Hold on, I'm just gonna.
It's a good thing I stopped myself. All right.
Like,
what is
I'm trying to look at the GDC MLBB. There's nothing. I have no idea what that is. Oh well, I guess we'll find out someday.
Hold on, what's the language of Vietnam? Maybe we're trying to translate into English, but maybe it's not English. Maybe it's in their language. Yes, or maybe it really is just Gold Digger. You know? Wait, who got that again? Oh my god, no. I gotta look at.
I forgot. Hold on. Wait, we were so preoccupied about the semantics of the acronym. We forgot who it was.
Dude, as casters, we got like ADHD or something. Like, I mean, like, I definitely do. We're obsessed.
We can this long.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking back at it. I'm looking back.
We need to know.
I want to see who...
This is an important piece of information.
Yes, it's our job to analyze.
Maybe we can just drop a message, right? Like, what does GDC stand for in the?
By the way, now I'm looking at chat. Shout out chat.
Screen.
Thank you for watching, chat. We're just trying to figure out what is GDC. Do you guys know? Because I think my definition of GDC is not. Wait, is it there?
We don't know. We'll find it out. We'll find it out eventually.
I thought you were so surprised by the answer that you just okay.
That
It was
I sneezed?
high. High was the mid. And it's 171. Okay. This is my theory. Right? What does gold
Okay.
digger do? Okay, you take gold that's not yours from someone else. So maybe gold digger means is that the amount of gold you got by stealing away camps, turtles, and lords.
I feel like 171 is very low for that.
Hey, maybe he
I don't
didn't
think
steal
so.
a lot, but it was enough.
And I think it's kind of rude to call him a gold digger if he didn't steal all that much, you know? That seems like a very harsh title to hoist on someone who did nothing wrong. Are we accusing an innocent man?
You know what? This girl, don't man. She's a gold digger, man. It's like, oh really? How much did she take from you? I bought her ice cream this one time, and she didn't even say you got nice hair, bruh.
Bruh. That actually is bad, you know? That actually is worth the title.
Yeah. That's oh. You know, after this, I'm just gonna say like, girl, you're a GDC. Gold digger. KS Gold. I don't know, maybe KS
what
Gold,
are we
but yeah,
doing?
171 does not seem a lot. So
What are we doing to this broadcast right now? We're not gonna get paid after this.
hey,
Then
hey,
we're
hey,
gonna have to
Staffa,
become gold diggers.
we what we're doing, Staffa, is we're providing information and entertainment. See, Lilo
Yes.
is talking in chat because of this discussion.
Ah,
right?
yes.
So we're good. Besides, in terms of analyzing, we should only analyze Benedetta Rome. Right? Is there
Okay.
really anything else? Right? The thing that I would say I was a bit surprised with is that, well, not super surprised, but just a little bit surprised, was that he went for damage items where we saw Benedetta EXP at most a war axe, right? And then after that, go for full defense. The first item was the Malefic Roar,
Fury Hammer.
which not a bad idea, but at the same time, I don't think right place, right time. You know, maybe a war axe. Oh, not okay. Lamb Andy, this is the best explanation. He said gold to damage conversion.
Damn. Honestly,
See, GDC,
if
that would make sense, but I don't know why it's gold digger. But gold to damage conversion makes sense.
if
Like, how
MLBB
much
is
damage you
actually
do
able
per
to
gold?
If MLBB is able to track gold to
Dude,
damage
it's so simple.
conversion, I will be very impressed.
No, it's very simple. You take damage and you take gold and you divide it. For every 1 gold, how much damage you're doing. Right? So in that sense, every 1 goal he had, or every 100 or every 1,000 goal he had, he's doing 171 damage. Ooh.
Boom, we figured it out. Welcome to, thanks for coming to our TED Talk, everyone.
Shout outs to Lamb D or Lamb ND. And I can accept this because Tafa, I have personally told Muntan about this. We need a goal to damage conversion. And it wasn't realized.
The gold efficiency stat, basically.
Exactly.
You know?
Like
is your
whoever
money
has the
being
most gold that does the
properly
most.
invested?
Yes,
Are
exactly.
you investing in the correct stocks? Are you getting the best return for your money?
Then they should have changed instead of gold digger to smart investor.
You're right. That's a much better name.
Production, we're helping you out. What other things that you can use?
Crypto, bro.
No. I was the other one I was thinking of is cheapskate. No, not really, because you're not getting.
Cheapskate would be like if you're just not spending your money. You know?
Exactly,
You're just
exactly.
hoarding it for some reason or another.
Because I would say the most gamer thing that would describe it is the min-maxer, right? Right, you just min-max with
But there's a lot of
little
things
gold
you can min-max. Not just like gold, right?
Okay, now we got expanding reader. The Morong song. Okay, I should.
Anyone
learn the language.
who speaks the language, let us know how close Lafell got to pronouncing that.
Or you know what? I'm just gonna do it like that TikTok guy, and then just pronounce it as wrong as I can. So it's good. It's like more wrong song.
The more
works,
you
right?
say it, the more wrong it is.
I'm glad you're the one that said it and not me. You can get away with that stuff. I cannot.
What do you mean I
AFO
can
bang
get
out
away with that? What
okay,
do you mean
honestly-
I can get away with that? What does that mean?
Hey,
Is it because I'm Chinese?
it's because, Stafa, my skin color is like caramel pudding, okay? It doesn't give me the benefits that you have.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that.
It's not really chocolate. It's not dark chocolate. It's caramel. Caramel pudding.
But can you be sure, you know, being colorblind and all?
So CC has been first pick. And now Paquito! Oh my god.
Oh,
AFO,
yeah.
you know what?
Okay.
I love you guys. All right. Win or lose, you guys make it flashy. We got the Kimmy. We got the Paquito. You know what? Y'all don't have sponsors or a coach, but I'm backing you guys, man. You guys are amazing.
Regardless of whether you guys get the win or not, you guys have captured our hearts. I always love it when teams are willing to pull out different things, you know? Meta isn't always the answer. And it looks like, ooh, SGP gonna be pulling out the fires. Oh, what the Masha?
Oh, wait, whoa. Wait.
What?
Paquito roam? Actually, we've seen Masha roam, right?
Jungle?
Jungle?
Masha? Wait.
Wait, Paquito gold. Wait, what if they're just gonna draft all fighters? Now that's a strat. That's my kind of draft.
I would appreciate seeing something like that. I don't think it's gonna be a full fighter, you know. Paquito Masha is already very, very interesting. And we genuinely cannot tell where these heroes are going to go. Could be Masha EXP, Paquito Gold, Paquito Jungle, Masha Roam, Masha Gold. Who knows? Could be a lot of things. But Masha would be a good solution of both Farsa and Granger. You just thunderclap, one-shot people once you've got those items.
Oh, they banned the Benedetta, bro!
Why?
Bro.
Like,
No,
surely.
Dude, they are full respecting Staffa. You don't understand, Staffa. They're full respecting. They know something you don't. They play ranked games all the time.
That's true. That's true. The previous game could have actually ended in half the time if not for the Benedetta roam. That's the only thing that was keeping them in it. So, whoa! What, the Grok ban? So he does exist. Brody.
And now we see the Brody, dude. This seems like every single rank game in every region, they always have this cheeky strat, and this might be the Vietnam cheeky strat where they're just like, we just go on full burst damage. Either we lose or we win. Either way, we're gonna make it fast.
It's definitely a whole new world right now. There are a lot of debut picks here today. On both teams, actually. Even Farsa has not been picked up so far, but the Brody
we just need a Saber.
alongside the Paquito. So this is Brody Gold for sure. So it's probably Masha EXP.
What do you mean for sure?
Jungle? I want to say it's for sure. I hope it's for sure.
All right. Well, now
I'm
they have
trying
a
to
choice.
manifest it.
Manifest Brody Gold. Hey, you're very brave, my friend. It could be Brody Rome. We just don't know.
We just don't know.
They don't have a Rome just yet, unless one of them is Rome. I would prefer some kind of lockdown.
Well, yeah, we do need CC. Right now. What is happening? Masha Rome! It's Masha Rome!
Bro, I love this,
Wow.
right? Dude, look at them. They're having fun. They're like, yo, these guys just had the most stressful best of 5 in their life. Now, we're just going to troll them. And imagine if AFO wins. How defeated would Saigon Phantom feel like? You know what? If I was a competitive team, I would pull this out.
I'd be very intimidated looking at this. Gushen, final pick, Masha, Ro. Maybe your theory was right, Lafel. Maybe Yuheng is actually EXP laner at heart, right? And now that I realize it, Yuheng was the guy that was actually laughing. He was the one who was smiling the biggest out of anyone on that desk, now that I see his face. So, man knows something.
You know, let me tell you, Staffa, if any owners ask the teams, like, why do we even need a coach? You guys know how to play. You guys know how to draft. Why do we need a coach? And then you just show this graph. It's like, this is why you need a coach, to stop them from doing what their intrusive thoughts tell them.
It's petrify, concussive blast, Masha. I don't even know how to respond to this. Okay, sure. What are his emblems? Hold on, what are his emblems?
It's a tank emblem.
Tank, Masha?
Yeah. We usually see just one shot, Masha. Maybe they are thinking that we have damage overload. We just need someone to be the front line. But I've never. I don't know about this stuff.
Tank Masha. Like legitimately,
never.
When is the last time we've seen Tank Masha?
Never. Not like before she was revamped, after revamp. Never. I mean, I think when she just got out and people are testing her, yes. Other than that, no.
Well, first time for everything, right? Besides that, I think everything else is fairly standard. Gwen is going lethal ignition for Kido to try and win that lane. Weakness finder on the Kimmy. Quantum charge on the Brody. Here comes the Gushen. Completely whiffs the dagger. Like,
it's just practice, okay?
Was he expecting him to flicker? Is that what was happening?
No, they're practicing for this. Which they miss as well. Hey, they don't know where he is, okay? They shot in the dark and they miss. It's fine to miss that one.
Gwen scout out the bush first. There's no reason for them to all run out. Just like check first, real quick. Hide yourself. Either way, Turtle's coming out. Incandescent skews. Bender Desperate canceled straight away. Turtle dropping very low. And the beats comes out. Joe secures the Turtle and Nancy at the same time.
I'm not a Gushen user, Staffa. But I'm gonna go out on the limb, and I'm guessing that's not how the combo is supposed to look like.
I am also not a Gushen user. I agree with you. Gwen also just killed me out.
Yeah. Come on, Leah, you can do it. Mzu has nowhere to go. Flickers for it. There you go. There you go. That's the spirit. And Zinhem dies. You know, I love this game.
It's great. We're having a great time here. Is everyone watching having a great time?
I mean, someone's saying, I love this holy, crazy lineup, you know? They're enjoying it.
That's good. Here comes the glorious pathway. Nancy already secures the purple. I don't really know how he managed to steal a purple. Oh, it's because Joe is in his jungle! Electrifying beats comes out. Nancy blows up. Lie blows up. Yuheng still has one health bar left, but it's 1v4. Thunderclap doesn't do any damage when you're a tank, so MC survives it. Double kill for High.
Yep. Hey, you know what? AFO, they're having fun. Gwen is waiting in the bush. Meow does not want to get punched by Gwen, so just gonna play it safe. So let's talk about win conditions here, Staffa. What is AFO's win condition? What are they waiting for?
They're waiting for the casters to quit out of confusion. Because that is about to happen.
No. I like that you say casters. They want us to say nice things about Saigon Phantom.
Oh,
and after that,
I get you. Thunderclap comes out. They found Gwen. What?
And they found Malik.
Wait, how did
Dude, Gushen did the combo on Malik, I think. Wait, no. Yes.
Oh, okay, wait. Wait, was it?
Yes.
I'm sorry, man. I can't keep up anymore. Electrifying beats on top of Nancy, burns him down inside his tower. Yuheng nearly dead as well. Bender Desperate comes out, forces Yuheng back. Hyde is just standing there eating damage from Leah, but it's fine. Meanwhile, Joe should be able to get this turtle for free.
Oh, Gwen flickers hide as well, able to get out of there. Joe now with the turtle being secured. Joe's just waiting for Gwen. Can he actually win against Gwen? Looks like he's not even gonna. Oh, he's gonna go back in. Electrifying beats. Not gonna catch anyone actually.
I don't actually know what to say anymore. I'm gonna be honest with everyone watching right now. My brain is actually turned off, and I'm hoping that was the intended result.
If you don't know what's going on, do you think Hyde know what's going on? Do you think Joe know what's going on? They don't. And this is a win con, Staffa. If you can't win against your opponents, you confuse them.
Full combo onto the high-lows. MZU survives it all. Revitalized will eventually get picked off. Nancy gets traded in exchange. Electrifying Beast comes in from the flank. Meanwhile, Zinem, why are you all the way up there? Double kill for Malik. Triple kill for Malik. The entirety of AFO gets melted down. Gwen, the only one left, trying to hold the mid-tier 1. Goes in for the minion wave. Gets chased down by Meow. Crit Call wraps him up. And that is going to be basically a team wipe for SGP.
Okay, we gotta look at the positives here, Staffa, for AFO, which is Malik has 4 kills. Yes. Oh, hold on. They want to go for this. Nancy didn't hit the combo, as I was saying. Malik has 4 kills, yes, but he just completed the Sky Piercer. So there's 0 stacks on the Sky Piercer. So all of his effort, Staffa, has gone to waste. That's a strategy.
Nearly 2,000 gold richer than Zenith, but we don't talk about that, right?
Now they're going for Meow. Oh, combo didn't hit.
Now Nancy gonna back off straight away. Enzu and Meow literally just walk through the tower like it doesn't even matter for them, because it really does feel that way. Feather Death Strike going to be used. Finds Nancy in the backline. Mega kill for Hyde.
AFO, they're just waiting. They're waiting for Saigon Phantom to match their energy. The moment they start matching the energy, then they start to fight equally. That's when all the gold diggers start to show up.
Enzu's tanking damage quite well. Glorious Pathway comes out. Yuhin goes in with the Thunderclap, does basically nothing with it. They will actually be able to defend the tier 2, but here comes Meow now from the flank. Feather Death Strike going to be used as well, and AFO has to back it off.
Now, 7 minutes in, and 6,000, well, now 7,000 gold. They basically have a 1,000 gold per minute. Hyde now having that Blood Wings will make it much more difficult for Nancy to get a kill. By the way, Nancy is 1-6-1. Everyone else looks relatively normal.
In their own jungle by Zoe. 4-level difference between the Joy and the Gushin. Yeah, it's a tough time. Either way, Yuhing jumps in once again. Thunderclap really just doesn't really do much. Feather Death Strike used. They get the knockout strike, push MZU back into their base, and they're actually able to pick up the high-lows. But now, here comes the electrifying beats, and even Yuhing is getting melted down. Rasha goes down, but the dagger! Nancy! They found the kill on Joe!
Dude, that was worth it. They were fattening up, getting that shutdown. I don't speak Vietnamese, but that looked like a shutdown. So now the gold has swung over to AFO. Now the difference is only 7,000.
Now it's the time for the comeback, everyone. It's time for AFO to make the difference. Feather Death Strike nearly kills both marksmen at once. Actually, it does set up the kill onto Lie. Holy defense gone, but it's fine. AFO, they're just biding their time. They're just waiting for the right opportunity.
Staffa Lilo is saying this best. This proves that AFO, they have free will. Alright? This is the best way to prove it. Oh, Glorious Pathway.
I don't think we were ever implying they didn't. MZU gonna be zoning them out in the back. MZU's literally just standing there and allowing himself to die in exchange for the tower. Oh, Nancy gets sniped! I don't even know how he got there, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he does.
Malik predicted that, man.
They're once again diving the top inhibitor in some trouble. A Thunderclap onto Joe, he gets out, but the snipe from Malik is godlike on the Granger.
Oh yeah, 90 kills to 7, 9,000 gold here. At this point, Malik should almost be, I would say, three-shotting everyone from AFO. Looking at the items here, it looks like he's going to go for a BOD. Once that BOD is completed, I'm pretty sure he can one-shot people. And very interesting build here coming in from the Masha roam. Nancy, can you do it? Nancy, can you do it? Oh, so close.
So close! That would have been such a
so
good
close.
kill. Nancy 1v4 nearly takes out Malik. Now 10k lead, 10 minutes in. No Gushin, Lord pushing mid.
Yeah, if he got a kill, that would be cool. By the way, I was just saying, Yuhing on this Masha, very interesting. His first item is Thunderbolt. I don't think he gets a lot of stacks using the Masha here.
Yeah, I don't really think so. But hey, you benefit a lot from that extra HP, right?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Didn't think about that.
And you also need a belt to hold your pants up. Not that his skin is wearing any. Lord is crashing in mid. Electrifying Beats comes out. Yuhing jumps onto Malik, gets blasted face first with the Death Sonata. They are so tanky on SGP, and Saigon Phantoms is running them down. Double kill for Meow. Joe finds one as well. Double kill for Malik, and that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. A clean sweep will allow Saigon Phantom to move on to the grand finals.
Who thought that they could do it, but they did. Even after losing a best of 5 before, they came here and they showed AFO who's boss. Or AFO showed them what's up. Either way, I think this is entertaining for us as well as the viewers. I'm very curious how the Vietnamese casters were casting that game.
Honestly,
I kind of want to know what they're
watching Vietnamese casters. Even though I'm not gonna understand what they're saying, I feel like it's gonna be a good time.
Chat said they are surprised they lasted that long. That's a victory.
That's what
Right?
she said.
Someone said that Gushin is a joke, man. Hey, man, he has free will. Okay, I'm gonna use that after this whenever I pick a hero, and then people are like, "Why did you pick this hero?" It's like, hey, I have free will.
I have free will.
I have free will. God created me so that I can choose Blue Roam. Okay,
Honestly,
and Blue Roam is not even a bad thing.
That's so honestly, they came in knowing what they wanted to achieve. You know, AFO walked into this hall, walked onto that stage, sat in their seats, and they knew what they wanted to do today. And for that, they have my eternal respect.
Dude, they just want to come in. They want to create chaos where they were huddling as a team, and then they were discussing what they were gonna do. And then that one guy, maybe Yuhing, stopped them and be like, "Hey, what do we really want from this competition?" And then someone said, "We want to be remembered." And it's like, I know how we're gonna be remembered. Okay,
That's exactly what
no one else will ever pull this. This is how we grab their attention. This is how they will remember AFO.
For eternity, AFO will be remembered. And it is such a good spirit to have. Hyde is our MVP of the match, and well played to SGP. They definitely deserve the opportunity to move on to the grand finals for a chance to rematch against Radiant's Legend again. But I think we have to take a moment to truly highlight and emphasize what AFO has done for us today.
Scouters are looking, man, and they're like, yes, that's what I want. I want this kind of spirit, because people are taking the game way too seriously, Stafa. You know, sometimes injecting a little bit of fun, that's good. That's good. And maybe they just know,
play
like,
games for
okay,
fun,
we can get
right?
Exactly, we play games for fun.
And I hope they had fun. I hope you guys all had fun today, you know? It was a good time. Our Damage King Hyde, Medic Enzu, Yuhing as the frontliner, Malik as the Predator. I don't think there's much we need to analyze about this final game of the series. It's just a vibe, you know? It's not something to talk about, it's something you feel in your soul.
Something you experience. And honestly, chat said they wanted to entertain, and I was entertained. So, did they really lose here, Stafa? Did they? I don't think so.
I love the line from chat as well. They did this for the love of the game. This is true passion right here for AFO. We're not gonna go down without a fight. We're not gonna go down without making an impact.
You know what, chat? Tomorrow I'm gonna spend time with you guys because you guys got the info. Lemon D here said that AFO leader Romer said on an interview that SGP was their idol. Oh,
wow!
So in a way, this is their victory. You know, like, hey, we get to play against our idols, and we just get to have fun. We don't have to take the game too seriously.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of people out there who would probably pay good money to get beat up by their idol in some way. So, you know,
that's phrasing, but yes, phrasing, but yes,
yes. And I hope they had a good time. Honestly, it looked like Yuheng had the best time. Man was all smiles from the start to the end. Doesn't matter that the journey ends here. It's just the fact that they made it this far in the first place, right? Again, like, this team doesn't have all that much backing. You can see by the fact that they're not even like in jerseys or anything. But they came, they saw, they conquered.
He's the leader for a reason. He's that kind of guy in a game show that will just ruin the game for the love of the game, and then everyone just gets frustrated, and he will just love it. Either ways, this is good for Saigon Phantom because they get to have their rematch tomorrow, where this time it's not a best of 5, it is a best of 7. And I'm more hopeful this time because I kind of feel like they learned a lot in their first best of 5, and we get to see that Malik can use the Moskov, right? Joe can use a Fredrin, so it's not like they are restricted in the draft. I don't know, maybe they were just experimenting for today.
On the upper bracket final, I definitely would judge that a little bit.
Hey.
But in the end, they did get close. They still got pretty close in the end. And who knows, fates could have been different. It could have been them waiting in the grand finals. But we will get to see a rematch of the upper bracket finals. I believe that's happening tomorrow, right? If I'm not wrong.
It is tomorrow. It is tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 7 where winner gets to go to the wild cards in M7. And the wild cards this time is going to be insane because if I remember correctly, 2 slots from the wild card will be advancing to M7.
Ooh, 2 this time around. I like that. Honestly, there's a lot of interesting teams coming out of emerging regions that just need the chance to really show themselves on the global stage. You know, having more slots in the wildcard sounds pretty good to me. And I think that the Mekong region has a lot to show as well. The gameplay seems pretty solid.
Oh, dude, it does look very solid, especially when they get the tempo going, because they do seem like a very momentum-based region. But yeah, either ways, thank you very much, Tafa. We've seen 2 amazing best of 5s, especially the last one. The last one is absolutely amazing. And for you guys at home, this is the end for today. But for tomorrow, there's gonna be more for the Vietnamese National Esports Championship 2025 MLBB Division VIRESA VMC Winter 2025, where we will be having the grand finals between Saigon Phantom going up against Radiance Legend Gaming SE in a best of 7. Any last words, Tafa, before we end the show?
I think I had a great time. I hope everyone else had a great time here. Got the chance to see some interesting plays. Got the chance to witness what this region might bring to the international stage. And I'm just glad I got to be here, man. It's been a good day.
Hey, same. That final game was worth it. So that's it for us here. So we'll see you guys for tomorrow for the grand finals.
vi vu muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.